Okay, we're on the record. I'd like to call the May 2nd City Council Budget Work Session to order. And I want to turn it over to Terry Eubank, our City Manager. Terry?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Just want to take a couple minutes, probably state some of the obvious things, but I think things that need to be said. One, I just want to recognize the efforts of all of our department heads you're going to hear from here today. Finance department for compiling this document. It really is a lot of work. I think staff do an amazing job, and they are the city's greatest asset. So with that, I'll just kick off with a little brief introduction, and then I'm going to turn this over to our finance director, Mr. Swarner, and we'll walk through the rest of the budget. But for me, the FY27 budget that's being presented to you today, I think it continues the city's tradition of sustainability. Some key factors I think you should note in this, that I think we are, again, continuing to invest in what's the city's most valuable resource. That's its people. It's got a 2% COLA in here for wages for all staff. We're sustaining the quality of our health and life insurance program. You will notice throughout this document significant decrease in the health insurance cost in departments. And what's happening there is that, what finance has noted over the last few years is we have a separate fund, the Employee Healthcare Reserve Fund, that we use to account for the health insurance, life insurance, our benefits there. Well, that fund has been amassing, it has a significant reserve. It's a reserve that we think is more than adequate, probably over adequate at this point, and we're looking to curb its growth and to reduce it a little bit over the next few years. That doesn't mean our health insurance costs that we're paying for premium and things like that are necessarily going down. What is going down is what we're billing, what that fund bills to the other funds for providing it to the employees. So we've been overcharging ourselves because we haven't seen either utilization in that fund has been below what we expected, or premium costs from the carriers has come in less than what we projected, or we may estimate that we'll have 90 people on our insurance plan and we only end up with 85. So we experience significant savings there. That fund has several $1 million in reserves in it right now. And like I said, we're looking to bring that back down. The result of that is a reduction of costs in every department that has health insurance, or employees that have health insurance in it. We've done, there's a couple of I believe proactive adjustments in here to some key positions. One, been working with our fire chief and the fire department, looking at some of our incentive pays, looking at how we compare to other departments. And the one significant gap we noticed was in our paramedic certification pay. We pay 5% of salary bonus or incentive pay for somebody who has a paramedic license. We don't require a paramedic license. We benefit greatly. Our people benefit greatly for us having them. Neighboring departments pay a 15% premium on salary. And when you compare a firefighter at the City of Kenai with a firefighter in neighboring departments who have, straight up, we're very competitive. When you throw a paramedic incentive in there, their paramedics are making, a significant amount more than ours. So this budget includes increasing that paramedic pay incentive from 5 to 15%. We also looked at the same thing with our police department and on their certification pay. And the one key difference is all departments pay a certification pay for certification with the Alaska Police Standards Council. Ours was based on a fixed dollar amount. All other ones are based on a percentage of the individual's pay. So we've transitioned from ours being on I'm recommending transitioning ours from a fixed amount to being based on their level, their pay, like other departments are doing, to make us comparable. Again, just trying to avoid those discrepancies, I think that employees are looking at when they're deciding where they want to go to work and where they want to stay. Also in this budget, you're going to see a funding request for a temporary police position. And I use that, that connotation may not be correct. So what this is this is looking at our police department. This is looking at, some pending attrition that we're going to have due to retirement and things. This is going to give the department the opportunity to be proactive when they know these retirements are coming, hire an officer. We're giving them 6 months worth of funding so they can bring an officer on early when they know a gap is coming. We have 2 chances every year to send individuals to the police academy in Sitka, January and July. So this is going to give them hopefully the tool to get people in here early, get people down to the academy that need to go to the academy if they're not laterals, and try to keep us fully staffed, reduce some of that overtime, reduce that, extra wear and tear on the officers that are still here when we have those shortages and things. So that's in here. I think that's also a proactive step. We're continuing proactive maintenance of city assets. Some of this is using some of the tools that council's helped us develop over the last couple of years. This budget has $1.55 million in it for street maintenance projects. That's design, and that's also some construction funds in there. There's $300,000 in this for design, continued work on the design for the public safety, our public safety solution for our public safety building. Our goal at this point is to continue through that process to try to, determine best sites, best location, actual need, and then start to refine our costs. And I think in a goal of moving forward with trying to fund this thing, probably not this fall, but the fall of 2027. I think it's likely it would take a bond issuance in order to do this. And I think that would be our target, to have something on the ballot in I guess, November now of 2027. You'll also see that, what also came out of our street assessment was they recommended an increase in our crack sealing and seal coating, regular annual maintenance. We had 50,000, correct me, 50,000 in the FY26 budget. We've increased that by 75,000 in this budget to bring that to an annual amount of 125,000. All of this maintenance on streets, all these capital projects on streets, I think what's key to understand, this is just so we can maintain the current level of roads that we have overall, like a combined overall rating. I think we were 76, somewhere 78. This is what it's going to take for us to maintain. We're not trying to pave with gold bricks here. We're just trying to not deteriorate overall as a city. But it takes that investment. I think it also continues our forward-looking approach. One of my projects I have in here is to work with council and develop a strategic plan for the city. And we'll talk about that when we get to the city manager's budget. Again, we're using some of those tools that council provided us funding for. The street assessment report, I think, is invaluable to the work that Lee's doing, and informed them on the roads that we need to be working on. We've got that streetlight assessment that they'll be putting to work this year. Also, I'd highlight that there are no decrease in service levels in this budget. And we have continued the tradition here of no change in the general fund mill rate or projected sales tax rate. So we stayed within our current revenue streams. We have seen, and I think the finance director will speak to this, amazing growth in our sales tax. We continue to see some appreciation of property values. So while we haven't increased the mill rate, people are paying a little bit higher taxes because their houses are worth more or their property is worth more. But we haven't, there's no projected mill rate or sales tax rate increase in this. So with that, I would turn it over to our finance director, and just looking forward to the conversation today.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for showing up today. You're taking a day out of your weekend like we are. It is appreciated. It's a really valuable day for us because this gives us kind of our guidance and direction for how we move forward in the upcoming year. And just kind of to go over kind of how the process of all this, we've got this big book in front of us today, but this really started back in November. The HR director sends out her request for any position changes that staff wants to make. It goes out to all the directors. Everyone puts those submissions in. Then in early January, or the end of December, early January, we have our budget goals meeting with council work session, and then the city manager sends out his directive to the department heads as to what we're aiming to do with the current year budget, and so once that goes out, finance staff also at that time prepares and gives them what are off of our audited financials where we ended in the prior year. So, in this case for fiscal year 25, we gave them their final numbers for 25. We gave them a 5-year average, gave them the current year budget so they have some data to work off of as they look through and prepare their budget for the year. They get those submissions in, we then compile all that, we put it all together to where then the city manager can review and see those numbers, and we can see where we're at in total. We look at our revenues and our projected revenues and see that we have a balanced budget, that as he referenced earlier, that we have a sustainable budget. Then we sit down and meet with each department head and we go through their budgets, and during that time also we discuss any special projects, and you'll see that's part of what you'll see in here too, is we list what city managers approved, but we also threw in this year as a slide what he didn't approve that was requested. And so you can see it's about 50%, but during that process we take a look at what are the needs versus wants, what are priorities, and so those are the discussions. Hey, you have 10 items in front of us here today. All right, give us your top 3. Why are they your top 3? Hey, there's this other one. Why would that not be in the top 3? And we have those discussions and help kind of flush that out to where what we're putting before council is the needs of the city. And so from there, we compile everything, put it in this book, and here we are as a group today to go over this. And I think the well, I guess I can get started with a clicker here. I think you have to aim it. You got it? Oh. So what we're going to cover here today, and not necessarily in this order, you'll see that we'll bounce around a little bit. We try to keep departments together. There's a couple of department heads that have multiple departments, so we try to not have them be here and then leave and come back. We try to nail them all at once. But we'll go over our budget goals. We'll talk about some of the key budget factors that are impacting this budget, which city manager's already spoken to a number of those. We'll cover the special revenue funds, the airport, senior citizen, personal use fishery, water and sewer, utility, congregate housing. Then we'll get into the general fund. We'll talk about debt service fund, our permanent funds, and then our internal service revenue fund, or internal service funds, the employee health care, the fleet and equipment replacement funds. So in regards to the goals, just kind of the overall goal of this budget was for it to be fiscally responsible, making sure that we're meeting the needs and priorities of the community, and but to also be mindful of some of our non-essential services that we have, such as our parks and rec, arts, library, and senior services. And we believe that we've achieved, well, not believe, we did achieve this. We do, it is fiscally responsible, it is sustainable. And so we consider this to be an achieved goal. Now getting into the specific goals, we want to make sure that we can meet the long-term financial obligations and that our mill rate and sales tax rate meet that. And the city manager said previously, we believe we have a budget that does not make any changes to either one of those, and that it is a sustainable budget. We're not kicking the can down the road on anything. that is going to pop up later on and be costly to the city. As you mentioned, we're actually increasing some of our street maintenance in this budget. And so that goal has been achieved. Well, and I guess maybe just to touch base, like as we talk about sustainability for the general fund, for instance, you'll see in here, we're showing that we're going to operate at a deficit of 317,000 is a projected, but of that 2.18 is capital, 167 is special projects. So it's that one-time spending. You'll hear that kind of a little bit throughout this too, is our capital projects and our special projects are one-time spends. They're this year only. They're not something that's ongoing year after year. And so that's where, we could easily adjust that and make it that we're not operating at a deficit, but we've been at the top end of our fund balance requirements. And so we're seeing that this is an opportunity for us to spend at a deficit and not put ourselves behind the eight ball on that in the future. So the next one is talking about the salary schedule and making sure that we're competitive. And city manager referenced that earlier, looking at some of our public safety positions that we have is how do we, stay competitive with our other neighbors that have the potential to pull people away from our organization. How do we maintain and retain that? But also like with the paramedic pay, when you look at the work that they do, it's not a requirement, but yet here's how we provide even better care and better service to our community. And so that's one of those things that kind of enables us to do that. And so in looking at this and looking at using the CPI and having that 2% increase in staff is another thing that helps us just citywide kind of keep our staffing levels where they are and not have people coming and going on a regular basis and ensure that we do that. So that goal is achieved as well. Reviewing our health plan, he touched on that a bit too. What we did make a change this year. In the past, we've operated at employee share has been 13%. We modified that to where they can clearly see what that percentage is, because sometimes it's not just their premium. It includes broker fees, things like that. We've adjusted that to where it is 15% of the premium. They saw a slight decrease in their amount that they're paying this year. Again, that helps us bring that fund balance down, but it also makes it affordable, puts us at that 15% for the employee share just on the premium alone, and they can easily see that number a little better when they look at their pay stubs and that too. So it just kind of clears that up. So we feel that we've achieved that. We're still providing good, excellent health care to our employees. And so that goal is achieved as well. Identifying opportunities for cost savings and operational efficiencies. This is something that we covered as we met with each of the department heads and discussed their budgets with the city manager and myself. We're always looking at reviewing previous spending, or their future needs or priorities that we can establish in the budget, and how do we do things more efficiently. I know I think the fire department just added a software this year that kind of brings a bunch of programs together. I think Public Works is looking at one, or that we just recently did an appropriation for them to do one that's going to help bring some of the building permitting processes and that and stuff and make them more efficient for both our consumers, our public that interact with those things, but also for the staff here that helps us better track things and do that. So we're always looking at ways there, and that's always part of those discussions. And so that was achieved as well. Compiling a list of capital projects. What you see here is actually our depreciation for fiscal year 25 and kind of the different areas that occurred in. And so as we look at capital, we want to look and make sure that we're reinvesting in our capital. And, when we see our depreciation is about $5 million a year, we want to be looking at investing that each year. And our recent capital plan, we had 152 million in that, 9 million in general fund, almost 10 million in general fund dollars. $5.5 million in airport fund, $5 million in water sewer, and $500,000 in the congregate housing. Of that, we're looking at 131 in grant funding. So sometimes these projects don't happen in the timeline we'd like them to happen. Sometimes it's based on the grant funding available. But certainly, and you'll see, the airport's one where we really benefit from the grant funding and get a lot of good work done for the community through obtaining those grants. And so that again is a goal that has been achieved. Number 6 here is looking at the rates, charges, and fees across all funds, seeing that they're in line with inflation. We do have some rates that will be changing, and we'll get into that as we get into each department. But we did review all of that, and so that goal is achieved, and we believe that the rate increases that are proposed are reasonable and justified, and that we can support those increases. Number 7 was to utilize the 2025 community survey to inform budget development by identifying areas that were of high interest to the citizens and prioritize. And I think, that's been achieved. We discussed this with each department, but the area you're going to see this the biggest is going to be in our roads. And like the city manager mentioned, the crack sealing, the maintenance on our roads, we're bumping that up. But you'll also see in the capital project that we've actually pushed forward the timeline on a couple of projects in there also, and I'll get into more detail in that later on. But we are, we're utilizing that along with utilizing the road assessment presentation that we had not too long ago. That information, that was kind of our, one of the things we used as a guide there is how much should we be investing? That was a really good thing to have come out of that. And that's where the increase in the crack ceiling came from. That's where looking at how much we're investing in the roads and the capital projects, that we're utilizing that information. So while we have these studies and we're getting this information, it's not something that we just put on the shelf once it's done and say, great presentation. We're actually putting that into effect and putting it into the budget and making use of those. And finally, number 8 was looking at project ending fund balance of retained earnings of at least 50% in our other funds. So that was partially achieved. We nailed it on the airport, the water and sewer and congregate housing fund, personal use fishery. We fell short by a little over $7,000 there. We go back to that one-time spending in the budget for personal use fishery. We've got 2 utility vehicles we're looking at replacing to the tune of $43,000. So if we were to not purchase one of those, we would have hit that target. But looking at the needs for that fund and for those operations, we felt it was important not to game the system and make this look like we achieved our goal, but to actually look at what are the needs for the city and prioritize those. And so we're comfortable with that and not meeting that goal on this one. So for key budget factors, kind of the 2 big groups here are going to be our personnel changes and then our capital and special projects. For personnel changes, city manager, the first one there is looking at a staffing increase for the IT department with wages and benefits, and then some equipment. Looking at an increased cost there of $140,000 for the finance department. That position will give us some redundancy. Currently, we have 1.5 people, essentially. We have a part-time desktop technician primarily, and then we have our IT manager who handles all of the server-related stuff. And so this will give him some redundancy there, some backup there. Every time he takes vacation, we kind of cross our fingers and just hope nothing goes wrong. But this will also provide us an opportunity to look at other departments, and in some departments, there's some IT functions maybe that we could bring in-house back to the finance department. I know for the police department that they have one of their officers spends a lot of time on one of their things. So that'll be those will be things we have further discussions about. And I think, when we talk about being comparable to other departments or other organizations our size, they often have 3 to 5 employees. So this is a good step for us. Looking at our cybersecurity, we did our cybersecurity assessment. We've been making some changes there, but we realize we need some additional staffing to really move forward on some of that stuff as well. And so that's part of what this position will be bringing to the table and providing the city with is just greater security. The firefighter paramedic increase that city manager talked about, moving that from 5% up to 15%. It's about a $74,000 increase. Having how we said, kind of a temporary or looking at 6 months worth of a police officer so that we can kind of get a jump start on some of the attrition that we're going to be facing here. And again, primarily due to the timing of academies also, that there's only 2 opportunities twice a year for us to hit those. And so that'll be a $75,000 increase there. The police officer certification pay, moving it from being on step A of their position to their current, based on their current wage. And now we're looking at about $16,000 there. We've also got a part-time janitor position. This position will be kind of the float, so they'll, anytime there's a vacancy, they'll cover for vacancies. Anytime someone's out on vacation, they'll be covering for that. That'll enable them to do special projects, go do kind of some deep cleaning and things like that, provide some assistance to the other areas where we have janitors. And that's a $14,000, almost $15,000 increase there. And again, we talk about the CPI increase of 2%, and so that across the entirety of the city, it's a $215,000 increase to salaries and wages for that. The other thing we have in here is the PERS on behalf. That amount increased from 7.84%, or up to 7.84%, up from 6.3% last year. So that's a $220,000 increase. At the same time, our revenues increase that amount, so that those are funds that come in, but we still show the expenditure that as we're paying that out, we have that expense, but we also have the revenues coming in, so it really kind of washes out. But that's where you'll see in the departments, you'll see their expenses for salaries going up, and that's one of the things that impacts that. Sure.
And I just wanted to let council know, if you haven't heard in the news, but one of the things the legislature has passed is a return to a defined benefit retirement system. That bill's been transmitted to the governor, so we'll see what Governor Dunleavy does with it. But the one key thing that it will do is it does increase. Right now, our employer share, cost share for a PERS employee is 22%. So we pay 22% on covered payroll. That will increase to 22.5% if that law goes into effect. I don't know that Dave's ran those calculations yet, but it's definitely something we're monitoring, and it will have an effect on every fund in the city that does have an employee. So we'll let you know as the governor decides. Just looking at how the votes went in the legislature, it's certainly not, I don't think it's a veto-proof package. So if he ends up vetoing it, I don't think the legislature will muster the votes to overturn it. But we'll just have to wait and see here. I think he's got a couple of weeks while they're still in session to decide what he wants to do. Sorry.
I think with that, just kind of looking at the numbers we have in front of us here, we're seeing about a 1.5% increase. So that would probably be about a third of that 222 or 220,000. So it'd probably be about a $70,000 increase. That would be the impact of that. Just high level, rough numbers looking at that. Capital and special projects. Under the 5-year capital plan, we've got $3.3 million in capital projects and another $300,000 in special one-time projects. So $3.6 million in that. kind of that, again, that one-time spending that we're looking at. Go back a couple. So this is just kind of a little more on personnel changes, kind of just highlighting them, kind of on here. What I didn't have listed before is we're also looking at in planning and zoning, bumping their admin up from 20 hours a week to 24 hours a week. One of the changes that, and I won't steal Kevin's thunder too much, but one of the changes we identified with planning and zoning is that his other admin is spending a considerable amount of time on lands. And certainly as we see kind of some of the things that's going on when we talk about the gas supply and those lands, he's spending an incredible amount of time researching and looking into that stuff. So we've actually moved him to 75% lands, 25% planning and zoning. So these additional 4 hours, basically that's 10 hours a week that we're taking away from planning and zoning and dedicating to land. So this additional 4 hours a week will help kind of fill some of the gap that's going to be created by that. The other thing is library assistant position upgrade. A couple of years ago, we did that employee assessment. This is kind of one of the positions that we're like, did we really get it right? Maybe there's some movement here. So looking at moving that one from a library assistant up to an admin 3. There will be some additional responsibilities added with that position, but looking at kind of what they were doing, it wasn't really on par. And so through some lengthy discussions with the library director and HR, the determination was made that that position really should be an admin 3. And so we're looking at making that adjustment there as well. Again, that PERS on behalf increase, it's about a 1.5% increase, the 220,000. And then the CPI, on the right-hand side there, you're gonna see that's kind of the breakdown of where the different funds that are impacted with the projected pay increase based on CPI of that 215,000 that we talked about earlier. On to capital projects. So here we've got the general fund. A couple of things. These are really right out of the capital improvement plan. However, there are some changes that have been made here. One of the things that you don't see in here is the comprehensive plan. We had that in the capital budget for 250,000. We were looking at 50,000 of that being grant funded through the borough. We didn't receive that grant. 200,000 for the city, so we will be putting in for that next year from the borough again. But at this point, so we decided to pull that off of the capital plan for the current year. But in looking at taking that road assessment into consideration, we decided to put the Lawton Tinker Swires repaving design for 250,000. That was slotted in for 2028 in the capital plan. We bumped that up into 2027. Also, by doing that, the 1.9 million construction for that, we moved from 2029 into 2028 also. And so you'll see there's kind of some movement there with that capital plan so that the construction can follow in 2028. The other thing we added in there was the public safety building replacement renovations, the plan for that, and we put 300,000 in there, recognizing that there's more work that needs to be done on that, and that it's something we probably need to do sooner than later, like the city manager said, that given the scope of that project, it's probably gonna be something we're gonna put before bond more than likely, and so we need to better prepare for that so that we can have that in time for the election. The other thing was that on the capital plan is for 2029, with that 1.9 million moving to 2028, we did add an additional 1.3 for roads. Again, kind of going back to that recommendation on how much we should be investing in roads each year. So we did make that change. Then special projects, we've got those all listed out, total of $300,000 and $300, $167,300 for general fund. Looking at, some chairs at the library, cameras. You'll see cameras in a number of different places here that we were doing a renewal of some at the library, and then also adding some office furniture for the police department, fire hazmat response. I believe that's for trailer. I'm sure Chief Teague will have more about that, but with that, we have, I think some of that equipment was kind of outdated, and so we're looking at refreshing or expired equipment that we need to replace. Website redesign. City manager touched on this too, also the strategic plan development. He's got that in his budget, and he'll speak more to that when he gets to that. Rec center, we're looking at some additional cameras there. Bridge over at the golf course. Some latches for kennels at animal control. For the clerk's office, some mail-in election envelopes. And these are not, it's $6,200, but it is not a one-year thing. It's like a 10-year supply or something. So it's just it's something she has to order in bulk, so she ends up getting a number of them. And so it's a pretty big cost because she does it in because of the quantity she needs to order to get good pricing in that. Some tires for dump truck, radios for street operations. And then for personal use fishery, we're looking at a sign laminator, a ranger replacement for Parks and Rec, and then a ranger replacement for public safety. I believe the one for public safety, I think we did one for police this year. The one for this public safety would be for the fire department. So the difference in cost there, it's they're gonna have to have that to where they can put a stretcher on the back, and so they'll have to do some modifications to that. So that's why you see a difference in the pricing between those two vehicles. Airport fund, air terminal RTU, and I'm drawing a blank. I'm sure Mary will speak to this. I want to say remote.
Rooftop unit.
Rooftop unit, okay, so not even remote, so, okay. So again, I'll defer to Mary on that one. Over at Congregate Housing, we're looking at doing some blinds replacements, and they've got the dry sprinkler heads over there. It's due for replacement. They're kind of like your smoke detectors. They have a shelf life, and we're to that point where they need to be replaced.
Except for when they fail. It's like a little bit more than something beeping at you every 5 minutes.
And then over at the Senior Citizen Center, a condenser repair for $20,000 there. And so the next slide here is items that were not included. And again, this is where we have those discussions. City manager might want to touch on this a bit, but we look at priorities. We look at needs. Do we really need to replace this? I guess, and also just taking into consideration, I think one of the things I expressed to one of the department heads was like, let's take a look at all these kind of little things that you have. You have a pretty good list here. Maybe we look at spreading it out over a number of years, and we do a few each year, and we prioritize which ones are, at the top of your list, and hit those this year. And so those are some of the discussions we had. I'll go ahead and let city manager chime in here.
Well, thank you. I think what I would say here is I don't think any of the items on this list are frivolous. I think they all have merit. I think they all have reasonable basis. I'm just, I think we're trying to, still be a little bit conservative. No, we can't get everything we want all the time right when we want it. But if council has any questions, I really encourage you to talk with, and the department directors are here today, talk with them about some of these projects that didn't get funded. And if it's your prerogative to want to put those in, I would support that. Again, when I'm looking at everything, trying to balance, some departments had 10 requests, other departments had no requests, and just trying to balance the whole model. Not everything gets put in, but I think, again, I would encourage you to have those conversations, and if you think something in here warrants that, then we can absolutely include that in the document before it gets ready for approval for you guys.
That list of not included is not in this document, is that correct? Is there some way that we could get a copy of that for our understanding, please? Thank you.
And I probably should have stated earlier, this is very much an interactive type of thing. So at any point, if you have questions, feel free to interrupt and ask. We expect to have questions throughout the day and to pause at we're not going to just grind through this, but to take a moment and clarify anything or answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you.
Under the general fund is the kitchen work table, and then under the senior fund is there two tables involved or just one?
Just one at the senior center, working with the clerk's office on the ones for council chambers here. We looked at pushing that till maybe some modifications get made back in some of these closets so she has a place to store. And so she was comfortable with pushing those when we talked about them, but they originally came in as a request for like here in council chambers and things like that. But it is something, these are heavy and difficult to move around and get into tight spaces back here.
But it says under general fund, senior center, kitchen work table, 4,500, and then under the senior citizen fund, it says kitchen work table, 4,500. Is that just a duplication or is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, misunderstood.
It is. I guess I didn't catch that. Well, I caught it and moved it up because the one thing we did is the senior center is really general fund dollars. And so what we've done is you'll see that in some of the capital, in the capital numbers and that we don't call out the senior citizen fund separately because it's really general fund dollars that pay for that. And I had made that change up above, but I must have gotten interrupted somewhere in between making that change and I forgot to delete it off of the bottom there.
I have a question. The previous slide, can you go back one? Hold on, let me put my glasses on. The numbers are really little. The website redesign for 10,000 looks like, I mean, it's hard for me to connect the number to the words because there's a space in between this far away. Is that right? The $10,000 for website? Okay. So what does that entail? I'm asking because you're adding an IT position and including $10,000 for website redesign. Is that not something that IT, which would be potentially fully staffed with 2.5 positions, would be capable of doing?
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a great question. And I want to be clear what that 10,000 gets you is I think the complete redesign of our website is a $50,000 to $100,000 project. So what that $10,000 is getting you is for us to get with a consultant that does website work to define what we want in a website. There's a lot of interest by, I believe, council and the administration to develop, I think what traditionally has been an app that can link to a lot of city services, an app that you can interact with the city and report potholes, report needles, report, other problems. What I'm hearing from staff is that, those are now called progressive web apps, or it's basically your website that functions mostly like an app. That is the new trend, and apps are going away. We do not have staff, we don't have the expertise on staff to in web design, in the newest and greatest features of web design. So we're looking at getting some help to help educate us on and teach us what is out there, and we can decide then what we need. And then we'll likely be back before council to request funding. The IT department, I think, is capable of managing a project, but I don't think they have the skill set. And the position we're hiring is a network administrator position, is not to do web design and things like that. So I think we're capable of managing a project and managing, consultants to help us with that work and then maintaining into the future. But we do not have web experts on staff, and that's not in our wheelhouse. So the $10,000 there is not to redo our entire website. It really is just to help us define exactly what we want, what we estimate that's going to cost. Then we'll bring that back to council, ask for the funding, go forward with the solicitation to find a service provider, and then do the work.
Thank you.
Two questions for you. One about the system admin position. I noticed that it's currently sits at a total of about $127K. Do you feel like that's going to be enough to hire a system admin for this role? I just know that those are pretty high-paid roles outside of, just even in the area. And so to try to find a good person, it might be worth adding more to that fund.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I'll just kind of let council know what our process is. So when the conversation comes up about either a reclassification of an existing position or adding a new position, the process is it starts with HR and the department director. And they work together to define what the job roles, responsibilities, all the qualifications. Basically, we're writing a job description. So the job description is prepared. Then HR takes that job description and they go through our classification model here at the city, which provides some level of insight into, how that stacks up to other positions here in the city within that algorithm, and, what that dictates the pay should be. Then HR takes it one step further and they go out and they look in the market and they're comparing, trying to compare best they can position to position with competing organizations or organizations. And so I trust the process. I'm not telling you that, it's foolproof every time, but I do trust the process. So based upon that work, I think this is a place we're comfortable starting. And, if we end up unable to recruit for it, or, then we're not above coming back and admitting a little bit of shortcoming and asking for additional funds. But I think we're comfortable with this starts. And like I said, I think we work that process every single time, and it seems to work 80-90% of the time.
Thanks for that, and yeah, that makes sense. My other question was the AV upgrades for this space. I know it says 120, which does seem like a lot, but I'm curious if there's any room for discussion on somewhere between having challenges with the system that we currently have and 120K, so something in between there.
I had the same question. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, and I think it's a great question. Actually, Shelley emailed me and asked me if I'd be able to speak to this. So her and I discussed. My concern with that is that I don't know I've never seen like a layout of what that $120,000 gets you. It didn't get vetted through our capital project process. I think it came in relatively late. I think that, over the next year, we need to decide exactly what we want in these chambers, what council's looking for, what staff's looking for, and take time to put a real project together, better define it, and then be back with a funding request. I think this is basically this is based upon similar work that Lee, I think, did over in council chambers at the borough. But I don't know that that's the level that council's looking for in these chambers. And so I just don't think the project's been vetted enough to throw $120,000. That's a fair chunk of change to throw at something if we haven't vetted it, but.
Yeah, so the dollar figure I put together for that was for AV upgrades, similar to what we did at the Borough Assembly Chambers when I was over there. And that was around a cost just for doing all the audio equipment and cameras. And they've got some fairly fancy cameras over there that are swiveling and pivoting to pick on individual people and put their faces up on the camera. That doesn't include all the reconstruction they did of the chambers inside, redoing walls and the dais and all that type of stuff. So there is a level of, uncertainty there as far as, what council's willing to move forward with as far as how depth or minimal depth you want to go. But I know Shelley was concerned about audio issues with our existing equipment.
Thank you, and thank you.
So the AV is not air and ventilation, it's audio and visual. I appreciate the opportunity to have acronyms spelled out so that I have greater clarity in understanding what we're speaking about, just for your understanding, for my understanding.
And I'm
Thank
with
you
Ms.
so.
Petty too. I thought it was air and ventilation because we have an issue with that here. And so, okay, thank you.
We are working on the air and ventilation here as a side project.
That was not a criticism, that was just my shortcomings on not knowing acronyms. And I appreciate this document, it's a huge document, and it's very well done. Thank you.
Any other questions related to capital or special projects at this point? All right, we'll go ahead and we'll start diving into the Airport Special Revenue Fund. So we'll be covering the revenues, proposed fee schedule amendments, capital and special projects, and then just kind of historical finance performance. What we got? Do we need to take a short break? Or?
They didn't have a copy of the budget, and last I saw, they were
Oh.
back on the clerk's dais or the counter there.
Okay.
And if you would, don't forget that as we move forward on each one of these, you can tell us what page we're on, because it's not sequential.
We do. I have that mapped out.
A lot of bubbling around, anyway.
So page 206 is kind of where the airport starts. Get there myself. Okay, so for the revenues for the airport fund, you can see that the interest on investments is, 37% of that budget. And then we have our terminal revenues at 28%, rents and leases at 19, usage fees at 12. Some of the state and federal, that's primarily the PERS matching that we talked about, the revenue that comes in on that, and then the other is 1.8. And just kind of a note there that when we talk about increases, the increases that we're going to see in revenue here are in the airport operations agreements, or the AOAs is for acronyms that you might hear. And we just renewed those recently and they're good for a 5-year period.
And I'd just like to highlight for council is, I think it's really critical to understand that 37% figure there that of investment earnings to fund the airport. those investment earnings are coming largely from the permanent fund of the airport. So each time we sell a piece of property deeded to us by the FAA, we put those funds into the permanent fund to honor the mandate that we utilize those lands for the betterment of the airport. I know sometimes users at the airport look at these rates and they feel like they're too much, but in all reality, 37% of the operations out there are being paid for from those investment earnings and not from the users. And I think, I'm not suggesting that that should change. I'm just wanting to point out that we significantly subsidize the operations out there with those investment earnings. And that's a luxury I think we should really, really, really appreciate to have, $30 million in a permanent fund right now that spins off a little over $1 million a year for us is an asset that would be very difficult to manage that airport without. So, yes, the airline operating agreement called for annual 5% increases. That was discussed with all the operators before they signed it. And, this is year 2, Mary. I think this will be year 2 of that agreement. So you do see a 5% increase in the AOA airline operating agreement fees.
And so then that's what you're seeing here on this next slide is looking at the changes in the landing fees, the terminal building rent for exclusive space, and then also terminal building rent for joint use space. And so when you talk about joint use spaces, that's space in the airport that's shared by, like multiple carriers that they share the same space. So for capital projects at the airport, we have a taxiway rehabilitation, and then we have a perimeter and security fence line improvements. One thing I want to talk about here about the airport is oftentimes we pay up front or we allocate money. In this case, we've already allocated $247,000 in prior years for the security fence and $650,000 previously for the taxiway rehabilitation. We often have to do the design phase first, and we often pay for that out of pocket before we start seeing any of the matching in that from the FAA. So oftentimes you'll see some of our expenditures kind of lead ahead of our revenues as we get reimbursed for things that we've paid for out of pocket that later on we recapture a portion of that back. And so you'll see this when we look at how the fund performs, you'll see that that's kind of what drives some of that year to year. And then the airport terminal RTU that Mary's going to tell us more about.
It's just a rooftop unit.
And so here's a reflection of the kind of the red one there is our revenues, the blue being the expenses, and you can see how we have years where our expenses far exceed our revenues, but later on our revenues exceed expenses. And the yellow line there is where our fund balance sits. And so this is kind of a real healthy look of how things should go. We should see that fund balance going up and down, certainly as we have bigger projects. This year we've got, I want to say it's about a $23 million project for the runway rehab. Our portion of that's going to be almost a couple $1 million on that, I think. And so when you see this moving up and down, and some of those big peaks and valleys are caused because we have a major project happening over there where, something for a couple $100,000 for a snow blower or something might not impact that as much, but a taxi runway certainly will. And so I think this is a good example of how this fund should function and operate, and that we're doing a really good job with it. And at this point, I will turn the airport over to Mary.
Thank you. Have patience. 5 years, here I am again. So I'll go through, it's nice to be back. I'll go through the 5 different departments of the airport, starting with the terminal, and that's on page 208. So the mission, provide high-quality, safe air service, travel services to the citizens of the Kenai Peninsula and visitors through facilities and services. There's no change in staffing. The performance measures, you can see for employments, we just went up about 2.5%. Again, we're pretty conservative. We're still not back to pre-COVID levels. You know, we were around 100,000 at one time. The good thing about, even though we're down to like 80,000, the FAA still gives us our entitlement money, which is around 1.3 million every year. And our percentage of tenant areas leased is down. It's 78%. That's due to Kenai Aviation leaving that space, and we still have 1 car rental space that's empty. The goals that were put in the budget last year, you know, the leasing 100% of terminal, of course, not achieved due to the vacancies. There was not a survey of tenants and travelers, but one will be done over the next fiscal year. And then 3, Terry, you might, this is one you told me we're going to turn over to a new director, the policies and procedures, document department, policies and procedures. So the goals we are implementing for this are getting 100% of the terminal spaces leased, do the survey, and also proceed with our security camera project in and outside of the terminal building. That project's been around since about 2017, and I'm very happy to say that we are moving forward. We are going to put, we had a meeting last week, and we're going to move forward with cameras outside the terminal building and in the baggage areas. Unfortunately, we've experienced damage both from snow removal and our tenants damaging the outside of the terminal building. So, yeah. And the same with the overhead doors. So this way, if we have cameras in there, you know, we come in Monday morning and door 3's busted, we might be able to go look and see who did it and what happened. In the past, if we did know, we did bill the tenant for it, and they graciously paid it. So we're excited about that. Future considerations, the terminal parking lot is reaching its end of its useful life. It is in the capital improvement program for fiscal year 28. Terminal expansion to accommodate a jet service. That'll entail a lot. There needs to be TSA service, or TSA area, passenger secure area. You have to get into bagging, security badging. And this is also being looked in the master plan as an alternative to be considered then.
I think, Mary, one thing I would point out on your amount of lease space in the terminal, I don't know if council, I think it just came out yesterday, the packet for next Wednesday. So don't blame me if you hadn't had a chance to read it yet, but what you'll also see in there is a new carrier that's liking to come into Kenai, Fox Air. They currently operate, I believe, out of Bethel.
Bethel.
But they're also looking to start service here in June.
June 1st.
They also will be flying the Caravan, so same 9 passengers that Grant's operating, but we will again have 3 carriers at the Kenai Airport. So that 78 is going to go back up a little bit. So, but that will be before you guys on Wednesday.
Question, Mary, on the damage to the building. I noticed by the exterior wall, and I think that's what you're talking about, where the baggage door is on the south side of the building. It's like a 3-part question. How did they do that? Because they had to go between bollards and hit the wall. How do we repair it? And probably a 3rd part to that.
Yeah, when I came back last August, I noticed a lot of things on the outside of the building and contacted Blasey and talked to the crew, and that specific damage at the south end, the crew thinks was one of our tenants that had a tote there of de-icing fluid and probably went in between them and to pick that up and smash into the wall.
Like a
Yeah,
forklift.
yeah, with their loader, with their forks and crunched it, so.
What's the repair cost?
Well, I asked you for about $28,000 for everything, and I think I got half of that. But
That exterior siding is special and unique. Each
it
panel
is,
is numbered.
it is. So Blazy was able to give me a quote, and they will be fixing that and a couple other areas down by my office. Then unfortunately, you know, were damaged during snow removal, so. Yeah. But now we're gonna see.
I'm surprised that there isn't already some sort of camera system there. I mean, I guess I just always assumed there was, because there seems to be, in most public spaces, that you are being monitored.
That's correct. Think that in your airport there is cameras. We did get a small amount of money after 9/11, and we had security cameras in place, but they, what they were used for is not what they are intended to be, and it's not, our security program at the airport is a Cat 4, which does not require that. Now, one of the reasons we split the project up between the inside of the terminal and the outside is that should we be successful in getting our grant and having jet service, then everything's going to change there. We're going to be writing a 100-page security program, and we're going to get cameras and hopefully FAA funding for the cameras that are going to be inside the terminal. And then, you know, and this happens so many times, people get to Anchorage and go, Mary, I left my iPad on the chair, can you go see if it's there? And it's gone. I mean, that happens a lot. Somebody left something on the chair, or their duffel bag or whatever, and I go down and look. I mean, probably 45 minutes has gone by and it's gone. So it'll be nice and it's a start. I mean, it'll be good to have, you know, sometimes bags disappear. We've had complaints about baggage. So, yeah.
And I think the most critical thing Mary just said too is that, you know, because of the security classification of our airport, the FAA will not pay for these cameras. They will pay for them in the sterile areas, those secure areas, maybe some of the baggage and things like that. They will not pay for it out in the terminal. All of that changes depending on the security clearance or security requirements of the airport. So I think that's why we're taking a little bit of a conservative approach in how much we're going to spend, because we could be spending money now that we could get 93.75% paid for in the future.
I think cameras also have the potential of reducing liability over time, not just property. I mean, property liability. I mean, if somebody's poking holes in the building with a forklift and now we're paying for it, you know, that's coming out of our pocket, but also parts of the airport that, you know, maybe things are being stolen or people aren't behaving properly, whatever the case may be. It's an investment in reducing liability in the future.
If you were to prognosticate, how close are we to securing an airline that would need those sorts of security opportunities?
I'm very, very hopeful. I mean, the application is going to be submitted today or tomorrow for the Small Community Air Service Development Grant. I was lucky enough to go to California a couple weeks ago and meet with different airlines and promote their service into Kenai, and I got some very good positive feedback. Of course, fuel was the number one consideration. I mean, and I'm sure you saw Spirit Airlines went down this morning. Yeah, so we're in this environment again where aviation is really tough. I know airlines are adding surcharges for fuel. So yeah, it's it's just one of those times again that we've gone through in the past where here we are because of the war, we're in a fuel thing again. Aleutian Airlines did not fly for April and they're not flying for May, stating that their fuel allocation was reduced from 120,000 gallons to 90,000 gallons. So they did not come to Kenai and they're not coming to Gold Bay.
And the only thing I'd add to that is I think we're one gas pipeline away from it happening for sure too. So I think when that decision gets made, I think you're going to see a lot of movement because when you bring thousands of individuals here labor-wise to the community to build the liquefaction plant in Nikiski, they're coming through the Kenai Airport. And that's always been the plan. I don't think that plan's changed. I think, so I think between this grant and those facts, and I think just demand, I think our leakage study says that this is economical, says that there is a demand. I think we're close. I mean, nothing's for sure, but I think we're close.
Well, and Terry had brought up a really good point when we were working with Fuller Air about President Trump's executive order to unleash Alaska's, natural resources. So that was also included in the grant. So we hope somebody pays attention to that. I think our grant package with the support letters from around the community, I thought was really impressive. We may know something by September. Okay, we move on to airfield on page 212. Mission to ensure the safety and security of aircraft and the traveling public and to operate the airport in compliance with rules, regulations, and standards prescribed, but not limited to 139. We propose no change in staffing. Our performance measures, as far as hazing activity, has gone down, went down last year, but we are seeing an increase. We're hoping that all the construction this summer keeps the sandhill cranes away and all the geese. We've had no bird strikes. Our work orders, we're maintaining a good presence with those. And we just had an FAA annual inspection last week. We don't have the final letter back. We're probably going to get a letter of discrepancy on the certification manual, the training of the fire department and the ops staff, an obstruction light that's not on the wind cone at the floatplane basin. And there was some issues with a couple of the ARF trucks on the proportioning system that we need to work on. But a lot of paperwork stuff, but nothing that can't be corrected in the next 30 days, 45 days. The goals that were carried forward were that received no FAA findings during the annual airport certification inspection. We'll probably have 3 or 4. And then the reduction of the wildlife interactions and our hazing events. The goal again is to get no FAA findings during the airport certification inspection, continue reducing our wildlife interactions and hazing events, and then successful completion of the runway rehabilitation project with the opening of the runway in September of 2026. And that's consuming most of our time at the present moment. And the future considerations for the airfield will be the completion of the master plan and the new capital improvement program, looking for grants for the perimeter and security fence line improvements, taxiway Sierra with access control, lease lot developments, of course, snow removal equipment, the markings, airfield markings, apron, and Willow Street extension. The one thing I want to mention about the airfield markings, that is now going to be FAA eligible. So I programmed it in our last capital improvement program. That can be a really costly item if the airport was to have to pick that up. It could be, it would depend on the wear and tear on your markings, but before I retired, we were, fortunate to have projects going that picked up that airfield marking and crack sealing project. And the last couple years I was here, that wasn't happening, and so we had to, kind of pick up some of the markings ourselves. Of course, your center line gets the most, your lead-in lines, your old short lines. So you look at those, we kind of spaced it out like 1, 3, and 5 years to approach it. It would be my recommendation when we put this RF invitation to bid out for the airfield marking, that it be like a 5-year contract, so the contractor knows that has us in place for 5 years. Airport administration, on page 216, mission of the Kenai Municipal Airport is to be the commercial air transportation gateway to the Kenai Peninsula Borough and West Cook Inlet. No change in staffing. Department goals, of course, is the Air Service Development Program. It's partially achieved. The leakage study was completed, showing there's a market for additional services. We worked with Volair and reached out to airlines to showcase Kenai. The administration, which I just told you, I went to a conference in April with Volair to talk to interested parties. It was interesting how many people there didn't even know where Kenai was. So I took visitor guides, the 2025 visitor guides. When the new one comes out, I'd like to send it to the same parties that I talked to. Hats were a big hit with the airport logo on them, so it was a good experience. So department goals are for 27, of course, the continued development and work towards an air service development. Market for an airline to fill the void left by Kenai Aviation, which is going to be Fox Air coming in June 1st. Their fees will be anywhere to $8,100 to about $8,500 a month. Kenai Aviation was considerably bigger than that because they had more landings. Fox Air is going to have 6 flights currently. Right now, I believe their schedule is going to be like 8, 10, 2, 4, and 6, and 8. But it'll depend on the demand. But they will be flying a 9-seat Caravan. They've been in business in Bethel for about 6 years. And of course, as always, future considerations is the diversity of the airport's revenue sources and pursue additional revenue opportunities. One thing I wanted to add that just came up in the past couple weeks, we've talked to the finance director about, we had a Gulfstream 5 in a few weeks ago, and the pilots, we were collecting the parking and landing fees from them, and they're like, why don't you have Plane Pass do this for you? And we said, who's that? And they explained to us that there's a company out there that has agreements with Flight Radar 24 and this ABS, 3 different companies that track airplane traffic. And they do all of the billing and even parking fees for the airport, for a percentage, of course. We've discovered in our meeting the other day that we probably are losing about 25% on the reports that we got for them. So we're looking at that. We're gonna get a memo for city administration, get some more reports. So they track everything. They track your signatory, they track your non-signatory, and like I said, they'll be able to know when they arrived and when they departed, if there's a parking fee involved. And did I say they have a 99.6% collection rate at 1 year? Yes. We would be the first in the state of Alaska to use them. Because of that, they are willing to negotiate a lower price for the first year. So we're excited about that. It's interesting to see, because we're not there all the time. We're there Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Planes come and go all the time. We don't see them all, unless we're out there, like Alaska Airlines that came in on December 8th. I just realized we hadn't billed them for parking and landing fees. It was $210. So that type of thing, we're missing some revenue that could be coming to the airport. And this company does that.
Oh, jeez. What was the company name again?
Plane Pass, PLANEPASS.
And Mary, since we're talking about costs, for you to charge that $220 or whatever you just said, I mean, how much effort does that take your department to go through that?
Well, we take the time to contact Alaska Airlines, and luckily I had pictures of the planes, so I knew what the tail numbers were. I knew the date. So then we had to reach out to Alaska Airlines and get, the information of where to send the bill to. And it'll save time because, right now, parking and landing fees, even for signatory and non-signatory, is an honor system. So even finance may call me down, well, they did actually when I came last fall and said, we don't have any landing fees for Aleutian Air. And Aleutian Air forgot that they needed to pay landing fees. And so I contacted them and, so it's finance time, it's our time, tracking, trying to make sure we're collecting these landing fees every month. So our signatories are supposed to pay it on the 15th of the month following the end of the month. And we've got to put a good rapport with Tina and she keeps track, but sometimes, she gets busy too. And, it takes time to track.
And I think what you're saying is reducing staff time equals saving money, which would potentially pay for, I don't know how much Plane Pass costs, but I mean, if we started tracking the amount of staff time involved in tracking these down, and that wouldn't count the people that aren't being truthful and fair in the honor system, that, maybe all those things told would make this more than worth it, more than pay for
And
itself.
that's what we're looking for.
Well, that's where just looking at, if we're missing 25% and they want to charge a fee of 16%, I told her, let's push back to tell them the finance guy wants 10% and see if we can't get to 12.
We got 12.
But did we?
We got 12.
Okay.
For 1 year.
So looking at that, if we're collecting 25% more and we're only paying 12%, then that's a 13% increase we're going to see in our fees. More importantly, like she said, it's on the honor system. Well, now we have some form of data to tie back to what people are reporting to us and that we can, it's kind of trust but verify, right? And so that just gives us a data point that it's, that we can trust that we're being told correct numbers. And so I think that'll be beneficial too. But yeah, I think just notwithstanding the staff time that we'll now save,
That's what I was gonna
that
say,
we're
it's-
looking at
yeah.
about a 13% increase on
13%
revenues.
plus
Right.
that number that we
Exactly.
don't account for.
Right.
Plus these pilots, they, I go driving down there and say, hey, we have parking and landing fees here. A lot of times they don't even know, well, can you bill my office? We certainly can, just give us the information. We'll bill you. So it's a lot, there's a lot of money out there that I think, we've talked about it in the past of maybe having Crowley, the fueler, do it on weekends or after hours, but they also wanted a fee for doing that. Yeah, and they don't have such a good call-out program anymore for transient aircraft, so, yeah, and they're really excited about it because we would be the first in Alaska, and they've been in business for 6 years, and we're going to call for references, talk to other airports with our size, and hopefully it works out. And it's cost-effective for us. More questions? Okay, page 220 is other buildings and areas. To encourage growth and development of airport land by simplifying and streamlining the leasing process to support the airport and city's goal of a thriving business community. No change in staffing. Our performance measures for airport lands. You can see the airport land sale permanent fund. It's just under 30 million. And the airport, as Terry said earlier, receives about 1.1 million from that. Our land leases is 687,000, parcels in the reserve, outside the reserve that are all leased, and our special use permits that are inside the reserve and outside the reserve. And that special use permits are for like parking on the apron, like FedEx's planes are on our apron, and Empire's planes, excuse me, that fly for FedEx. So those are what the special use permits are. The floatplane basin, we have 35 slips available for lease. We normally have about 14 of the same tenants that use that area. We will have 2 commercial operators in there this spring. One is going to start, I believe, around the middle of May, and one around the 1st of June. So the FY26 goals: develop the west side of the airport next to the floatplane basin. That involves subdividing the lease lots in conjunction with the design of Taxiway Sierra, advertising for potential lessees, and exploring funding options. That was not achieved, but it is in the capital improvement program for fiscal year 28. And it is also in the program for fiscal year 27. And I might add that it was a #1 goal of the Airport Commission also, that the development on that west side and subdividing. We plan to start the NEPA process. The way the FAA process works with your grants is you do the NEPA process and then you move the design, which Dave spoke to earlier. Those we normally forward fund. The FAA will not even look at a grant until you finish the NEPA process. That has to be done first. $225 is the Alaska Fire Training Facility, to be the premier aircraft and firefighting training facility for the state of Alaska by encouraging the use and maintenance of the equipment and buildings. We received information from Greatland, who does the fire training over there. He had about the same number of students last year. There is 2 aircraft rescue and firefighting training facilities in the lower 48 that shut down last year. So he's hoping that, that traffic will come up here. The facility repairs and maintenance items that are listed here are directly related to the fire training equipment. We just issued a PO to a contractor to come up and work on the props again, and that's just under $25,000. 26 department goals: rent out the unused office space to another business, partially achieved. 1 office is leased to the American Red Cross, and we do rent out the area downstairs. We've gotten a lot of use. We have a couple of safety companies and the borough that come over and rent from us those buildings downstairs when they're not being used by Greatland. Department goals: rent out the unused office space to other businesses and look for additional ways to market the space, generate revenue, and establish long-term relationships. We do have currently a couple of parties that are interested in leasing space, 2nd floor.
And then we also have the partnership for workforce development with Cape Ed, potentially Avtech, and to bring workforce development to this side.
One thing we're gonna do, there's gonna be a 40-hour, I hope, I mentioned to you before that we did the virtual scan of the airport terminal building and added it to our website. Did anybody go in and take a look at that? Well, we're gonna do that to the fire training facility in the next week or 2 when they have a 40-hour fire training. So they'll be over there with their drone, and we'll also add that to the website. Yeah, we're excited about that. That's all I have.
Or just a, kind of a quick question on the fire training facility there. I noticed Chief Tig is here too, but how does your department and the fire department, how do they coordinate some of the activities that go there? I mean, I see the black smoke every other day or so lots going on, over there, but I was just curious how that.
Well, the
that works.
admin assistant at the airport, she has a calendar and she tracks everything. So the fire department wants to use the facility, they have to let Julie know, and then Greatland, he supplies us his schedule also. He's in there basically from April to September, but it's worked good. Everybody's been able to work around it. And I think the city's gonna be over there a couple days this month on the 12th and 13th, or 11th and 12th of May for some safety training. So yeah, we have a calendar and it works out good through the airport office.
So before we move on from airport, I just want to take a special minute and just say, Mary, thank you. My goal, my intent is for you to not be sitting in that chair next year. I can't tell you how thankful that I am. I can't tell you how thankful I am that, we have a lot of employees that are willing to come back after they have left the city and do special projects or act as interims for us. I think that speaks to the organization, but it also speaks to these people. And, being able to send Mary to California to talk to prospective airlines about coming, there's no better spokesperson for the airport. Nobody knows it better. Nobody's more passionate about it. Nobody's more energetic and excited about it or can talk about the airport better than Mary. So I was very thankful to be able to send her, and having you here this last year while we were trying to recruit for a new airport manager has just really been a benefit. So thank you.
I will say, if I'd known I'd been here for this meeting, I would have turned in a whole different budget.
Can I request an at ease before we start this next presentation?
Absolutely. Want to take 5 minutes?
You can request it. It's done.
You want to be on the record?
I just
We're
want to be
record.
on the record to say that, other groups could also bring delicious snacks every year. And
So we get back on track here. So talking about senior citizen revenues. Go next slide. The majority of this comes from state grants, about 30%, so about almost a third of our funding comes from state grants. We did see an increase in that this year. That's part of what drove the new sheet. We had some other tweaks too that had to clean up the numbers there. But long story short, the benefit of that is what you'll see in the upcoming budget is that we will see a decrease in what the city comes to the table with for funding for the senior center. We're seeing about an $85,000 decrease because they've bumped that funding up with the state. So it's a real benefit to the city for them coming to the table with those funds. The other areas we see USDA grants, that decreased by about 10,000 this year. But choice waiver, the Kenai Peninsula Borough grant that we get, rents and leases, donations from others. And we have the senior connection. We kind of break them out separately because, that's 10% of this budget comes from them. And so we felt it was important to really call that out because we really appreciate the work that group does and the funds that they bring into the city. And I'm sure Kathy will talk more about that as she talks about March for Meals and stuff. And then just others, kind of 300 miscellaneous stuff, and then the general fund. And we are seeing that decrease down to about just a little over 200,000. So in the upcoming year. So that's really beneficial there for us. Capital projects, we don't have any major capital projects going on over there. We do have the condenser repair for the 20,000 that we talked about that's on our special project list for the year. And then our revenue, the kind of financial performance, the goal of this fund is to operate at zero, essentially. If we find that we're coming in under budget, then the contribution from the city decreases. In the prior 2 years, we've actually, our revenues, Kathy's done a great job managing the expenses. It's our revenues. We had some decreases there. The state cut back on their revenues that they provided us in the prior year by a little over 40,000. So we saw that bumped up to about 54,000. We were like 8,000 the year prior, 54,000 in total for 2025. But with this additional funding, we just did an appropriation for about 72,000 here recently. That's going to help us bridge that gap, and we should be back at zero. And that's so our target when we budget this is always to hit zero. Have a net impact of zero. And so we're back on track with that in a large part to the work that Kathy's done to kind of maintain cost and keep them reduced as much as possible so we can do that. And with that, I will turn it over to Kathy.
Hi. It may be hard to shut me up. I'm very passionate about the senior center and seniors, as you know. But thank you for being here. Thanks for, this is our time to get to talk to you about our department, and it's exciting. We're excited. I do want to say, I want to give kudos where it's due. If you, on the new Title III summary that you got today, that increase that we got from the state, the 72,000 that we had an ordinance to increase our budget this year, was directly related to AgeNet going to Juneau. And Red Piercy, who is our admin 3 at the senior center, was on the board for AgeNet at a previous job at Frontier Community. And so when she came over, and we were lucky to get her, fortunate to get her, she came over, she asked if she could be a part of it. And AgeNet times that they meet they meet at the same time on a monthly basis that our Council on Aging did, so I wasn't able to be a part of it. And so she's taken that on, and they went to Juneau, lobbied for that money, and we got it. So it's a big thing. She's going back to Juneau again in February. So I'm on page 231. Our mission hasn't changed. We're still a community focal point, and just a fun place to be, as you could say. Going to page 232, we don't have any staffing changes. We will be very thrilled with the additional janitor that is going to come over, for instance, when our janitor is off or out. This janitor will be able to fill in at various points, and hopefully working, excuse me, to have them do janitorial duties for after rentals for the senior center, which is also, that may be worked into that as well. So that's a positive. Moving on to page 233, if you look at our performance measures, things are increasing, seeing a gradual come back up again after COVID, but happen in place for sure. New participants, you know that the Kenai Peninsula is the second largest area in the state outside of Wasilla where seniors are moving to, and seniors are the #1 demographics that's moving into the state of Alaska, up by about 18%. And whether people are retiring and staying here and their folks are coming up, you know, who knows? I can't believe it's the winter weather, but we do have a lot of things. The state is very good to its senior population, and I think I'm excited about that. 100 new participants for a year for this year is a lot. That's exciting. Looking at our department goals for this last year, marketing and promoting a positive active image. We saw that in the community survey that went out, that folks were pleased with what we're doing, happy with that. Also, Council on Aging worked on that, and that was some of their goals too, reaching out to college students and schools and doing some intergenerational. We got a lot of positive feedback about that too. Number 2, obtaining certification. Kayla Feltman worked through that in the fall. All last summer, she took classes, and she gained her activity volunteer coordinator certification through. And I think that is, to say somebody coming in as just an activity volunteer coordinator, you have to understand the demographics of who we're working with, not just folks my age who are retiring and up. We're in the baby boomer age, but we're also in an age that has a lot of dementia, a lot of Alzheimer's. And how do you create participation and activity levels that can speak to both groups? How do you generate that? And she did, from somebody from a business background, she did learn a whole lot. So number 3, we're still going to be working on updating policies, and this is significant because the state updates policies. The state, we're on Medicaid waiver. We just, this week, we submitted a recertification, which is quite a bit. It's a big project, but they update their policies all the time, so we have to update our policies. And the same for home and congregate meals, transportation, anything along that line. Number 4, we're still working on the admin group that Christine and Stephanie have started and been working with. They are targeting, Kayla or Red will come back, and they will have different things that they've been working on in that admin group for the city website. So Kayla will say, hey, I know how to do this now, let's add that. So that's a real positive. We'll continue to do that this next year. Increase volunteer engagement, we did that. We have, we continually have people walk through the doors. What can I do? How do we help? And you'll see that in fiscal year '27, some other ideas for that. Creating emergency preparedness and support plan. Well, we did that as well. Those of you who came and we did the whole presentation for Council on Aging, and it's now part of the city's EOP. Document 20 department policies and procedures within the new format. And it's kind of exciting. Something was just launched this week that Christine put out that will be, all of our policies will be accessible. And so this is a continual gradual process that we'll be going through this next year, and we're continuing to work on that. 234, department goals for fiscal year '27. Again, the state updating our policies that coincide with what regulations are, enhancing the senior center website, documenting new policies, and recruiting and training 3 volunteer transportation and meal drivers. Now, 3, you say, why not 20? Well, these aren't folks that just grow on trees. They're difficult to find. We currently have 2, and they have to be background checked. They have to go through driver certification. They have to be, first of all, willing, and retired. Most of them are, you want to be retired. Well, one of them likes to take a 5-month cruise, which leaves us in a limbo. And so we're working on, he was a former driver. He was a retired FAA, and he started working with us as a driver, Paul. We get pictures. He's been around the world. This year he's been around, not the southern hemisphere, but he's been around more the northern hemisphere. And but wonderful that they like to come back. And he says, I just want to be a volunteer. So that's great. Future considerations for the senior center, we're working with Public Works on our long-term maintenance, the condenser issue, that is a special project this year. That was, where the condenser is a problem, and getting to it to fix it is a problem. So they not only have to replace it, but they also have to reposition it. And it's in concrete, and it's on steel bars and everything. And so Carmel has worked up quite a bit of a study on what's going to happen and how that's going to take place. So thank you for that, for putting that in there. So the senior center, if you look at a funny thing I wanted to share, the congregate meals, I noticed over the last month or 2 that congregate meals were lower, and even pickup meals. And so I got to okay, so we knew lettuce. We knew we weren't going to, if you read the newsletter, we didn't have iceberg lettuce because they had freeze outs in places around the country. So we weren't supplying the lettuce for meals. But so I started looking at our menu, and what our beloved cook did was rename some of her good things that she cooks. And so instead of having, so she had, let's see, I can't think of the spice of it, lime something pork. And I went to her and I said, lime something pork, isn't that sweet and sour pork? She goes, yeah. And I said, well, 20 people came for your sweet and sour pork, and we normally have 50. And so I pointed out another one. She had a blueberry almond something salad or whatever. And I said, isn't that your homemade dressing that you put chicken and Thai noodles under? And I said, yeah. I said, people don't know what it is. So if you notice on the main menu. So she goes, well, I was trying to get more restaurant-like. And I said, we are not Charlottes. We serve baby boomers and up. And I said, and they want meat and potatoes, they want meatloaf, they want fried chicken, they want liver and onions. Yes. So if you notice on this month's menu, she has gone to strictly what she's known for. And oh yeah, we had liver and onions already last week. You missed it. So
Well, that was April. We're in
yeah,
May.
yeah, we are in May. We are in May. Yeah. But she is amazing. But one of these days we're not going to have Missy. So we're getting the cookies. Yeah, we
So we
don't.
learned rebranding does not work
Well,
with that
it-
set of consumers.
It is our team at the senior center is amazing. It is, when one person is down, David was ill this week. He's our he's our kitchen assistant cook, and he lives in Anilchik. He's in every day. His wife works she is the food certification manager for Kenaisi, for the Kenaisi Head Start, and for the food programs at Kenaisi. And their daughter goes to the junior high here in Kenai Middle School. And so he called in and goes, "We are all down." And so teams fill in. If a meal driver's out, teams fill in, and we may be, everybody's willing to pitch in wherever they need to, and it makes a great team. We have a lot of good folks, and we do a lot there. So, anybody have questions?
I was just curious about the shades or the replacement. There was something about that.
Vantage Point.
Yes. Oh, at Vantage Point. Okay,
Vantage Point.
no worries. I thought it was over at the. Okay. Oh, we haven't, I've got the cart before the horse. I beg your pardon.
I was thinking about the senior connections.
Yes.
And a picture popped up on my feed, like a few years ago with the check for $55,000. Well, that's changed quite a bit, and now they're a 10% of the budget. And if you want to elaborate a little on.
I would be happy to speak to that. So March for Meals this year brought in almost 75,000. And funds are still trickling in, but we're ready to say it's just under 75,000. A couple of years ago, it was a little higher than that, closer to 80 because of one significant donation that happened in the fall. So we start collecting March for Meals funds in September because folks contribute out of their IRAs, and they have to do it by a certain timeline, and so we will get some of those as they come in. Senior Connection voted last week again to fund fiscal year '27. I asked for $120,000. They were happy to do it. Knowing that the state contributed as much as they have this year to our budget. And so they will have $75,000 or around, there's about $5,000 in expenses. So $70,000 will come from March for Meals, and then they take the other from one of their investment funds. And very much appreciate that. They're very supportive of our program. The hardworking group, matter of fact, they're over at the flea market today. We have a quilt over there, and we were given some clothing a couple of years ago from an oil company who wanted to get rid of clothing, and it's fireproof work clothes. And Howard's over there selling clothing at the flea market with raffle tickets for a quilt that was donated. So very energetic, very energizing, very appreciative of what they do. It's a significant part of our budget. We'll be back again to council.
Okay, so we'll move on to the congregate housing, Vantage Point. So again, we'll review the revenues. Really, the revenues here come from the rents and leases and interest on investments. And then the small other portion is the PERS-related portion that covers employees. Speaking of the rents, if you go ahead and go to the next slide here. Last year, we had that study that was completed. We had it completed in time for budget. So in FY '26, in prior years, we had been trying to bring rents up to market rate. In budget '26, we did do that. So this year, we're just seeing a CPI increase of the 2.11%. That is the annual, based on the annual CPI for Alaska. And so all rents will remain at market rate moving forward over there at Vantage Point. Oh, I'm sorry. We are now 265. Thank you for the reminder. Capital projects, as we mentioned earlier, We've got 50,000 for hallway refinishing and 50,000 for apartment kitchen and bathroom remodels. And even in the long term, we're typically trying to invest about $100,000 a year in kind of replacing, refreshing, and keeping things up to date over there. For special projects, we have the blinds. We're looking at doing 12 units this year, and then the dry sprinkler heads. So that gives us a total of $137,000 that we'll be investing in capital projects and special projects over there. For the financial fund performance, generally we're kind of tucking away money. Where you see that big drop there is back when we had the generator and boiler replacement. And so that's we're doing some of these little projects every year, but occasionally we have these more higher dollar projects over there, and so that's where you see those spikes or see those drastic drops.
And I'll let Kathy make sure she speaks to the details of it, but we're on the cusp of, the next big remodels we've got going on. We have 40 units that the kitchens and bathrooms are 30-plus years old now and in need of refinishing, and the architects in there doing the design on that stuff now. So that'll be the next big capital thing that you see start to come out of this.
I'm on page 265, and speaking to that, the remodels, I'll just jump right in since Terry brought that up. Chris Parker is working on the architectural design study for what would go out to bid for construction for these. Some things we definitely wanted to work on in increasing the size of the shower, decreasing a footstep into a shower, the kitchen, making them more accessible, but not completely ADA accessible, but making them more usable for somebody who may not be 5'10". So they were in need. The laminate cabinetry is from 1992 when the building was built. Bill has replaced it many, many times. We're in the middle of an RFP out for the contractor that ends in a couple of days, and we're anxious to see how that develops. But when that goes, we already have funding in the capital project that was put in over several years. So with that will be when the RFP goes out for the contractor to start that, we'll take an empty apartment. We'll take the one, actually we'd have to start with, say an empty apartment was now, we would move the first apartment that needs it the most. And Bill has a list, our current contractor has a list of which apartments need the most work the most. And so we'd move the tenant into that building, into that apartment, work on the apartment that needs it, and then move them back out, move the next one in. So it's possible we would have one apartment that wouldn't be rented for a period of time until the funding. Now, finding a contractor who's willing to do that on that level, that will be a little bit of a fun time. But anyway, we're very optimistic about it. So our rents start, if you look on page 265, our rents start at $10.51, going up to $12.62. Two-bedroom Oceanside, $12.62 seems pretty good. So looking to page 266, we have no staffing changes for this year. You can see we have had recently, we've had a lot of folks moving out, whether it's due to a multitude of physical, mental, sometimes even just passing. So a lot of folks from here, they'll go into long-term care. And we've seen that also recently too. We currently have 117 on our wait list. So we have gone through quite a few folks this year. Some have moved off the wait list, but every week we're gaining about 2. So we encourage, but we may lose 2 or 3 that week as well. So.
Can I ask you a quick question? What's the average length of time on your wait list?
It is, right now, it's over 2 years. It is, at one point, when I was calling folks for the wait list for years, I would say it's 6 months to a year and a half. We now tell them it's going to be 2 or 3 years. Fiscal year 26 goals, We are working on the finalizing design plans. That's still in the works for that. I'm hoping that this will be done before fiscal year starts. Number two, implementing a schedule for antiquated lighting and heating system. We had some leak issues this year, and so we're pausing on the lighting and until those are properly addressed and we can get those finalized. Number three, the RFP award for construction phase, that will be moved over into fiscal year '27. The hallway and commons areas lighting, that will be moved over into fiscal year '27 as well, as that came up on the capital project. Number 10, back to department policies as well, and working through that next year and initiating the comprehensive long-term maintenance, the same thing that we do for the senior center. We have a building, the senior center is older than Vintage Point. So what we're seeing, the dry sprinkler system is air. It doesn't have water in it, it's air pressure. And so there is a compressor unit on the second floor that does that. It goes through the attic because we know now that if you have a wet sprinkler system in the attic, it will freeze, as we found out several years ago. And so some of the heads on those are embedded into sheetrock and ceiling. So the cost of replacing those, it's not just the dry sprinkler points. It is the sheetrock around it that's got to be fixed and repaired, and that added a cost to it. So on page 267, while we did the emergency op plan for the senior center and the continuity of operations, we're going to do the same thing for Vintage Point. We're going to start on that. What does that look like? And already started, matter of fact, to work on that. And so letting our tenants know, okay, here's what happens in the event of an emergency, here's what we're going to do. They know there's vans out there that will be taking them away from the building if something happens, but what does this look like? Again, number two, the modernization, first floor east hallway and commons areas contingent on the funding, finalize an implementation of the comprehensive long-term maintenance and renovation plan. So brings me to the blinds. Glenyce, your question on the blinds. So we have the drapery, the drapes that were initially put in the building in 1992 had specifically designed railways for this. They're very specific. And they were all ordered. Everything was perfect for each one of them until we had to go replace them. And then trying to find a company that would fit this railway system that doesn't cost $5,000 an apartment. Until about 2 years ago, I'm in a budget meeting and our city manager says, why don't you try blinds? And I thought, well, that was an easy one. So we are replacing all of them with those that need it. Some people still have nice curtains, they want to keep those, but those that we know the curtains need to come down and need to be replaced, we're taking out the railway system, finishing up so it looks, and we're putting in a wide panel vinyl blind into the apartments, and they love them. They really love them. So that's what we're continuing on this next year with the blinds. That is all I have, unless you have questions for me.
What is the current occupancy of Vantage Point?
40,
40.
yeah.
And you have almost triple the waiting list for that.
We do.
So, I was speaking with a former mayor, and if we had a mirror image of Vantage Point, we could completely fill that. And, I'm just putting it out there that our community could actually utilize more space for current market price for those. And I would like to see a long-term goal, maybe shorter term, to do that for our community. And I would have to speak with the city manager, but if we have the space available, and with the bluff erosion project having been completed, I think it would be a great addition. I'm just throwing it out there, saying that it looks like a need for our community, and it would be a great asset for that space, and an asset for the city. Thank you.
If I could address that, I believe in our long-range capital plan is a feasibility study for additional senior housing. And the issue, feasibility studies have a life expectancy. They do, they only are good for a period of time. And they're going to be over 300,000 for a feasibility study. We have the one from 1988. It goes into everything from, it goes to demographics, to where it's going to be, what it's going to be for city utilities, what it's going to be for, where it's going to be. And I have no doubt that a feasibility study would show that there's a need for it. Ours are unique in the fact that what happens if somebody applies for an apartment, say, in one of the apartments that accepts low-income housing in this area, that folks who are homeless and are on low income get prioritized. So I've seen that this week where a couple came in and they say, we can't get it, we're on a wait list, but we keep moving up because people who are homeless or lower income, they get first priority if they accept low income housing, whereas Vintage Point does not. But I think, I think it would be interesting to see. The biggest issue would be funding. And from what I have talked with Senator Sullivan's staff, and there is not funding right now for a building like ours. There may be funding for feasibility, and we hope to find that, but the biggest issue would be funding.
And I know right now, in our current low interest rate, putting out a bond for that might be advantageous. And I have some questions for the finance director in regards to that. Thank you.
Well, not to carry it on too much, and I tended to agree with that whole idea, but there's a lot of private activity going on with senior housing in the area right now, some that hasn't been built that's going to be and whatnot, and I'm not sure how that's going to impact the need. And do you have a feel for that? Is it going to make a whole lot of difference?
Is that, can I see?
Yeah, in particular.
Yeah. What did you say? KPHI. KPHI also is, they do have low-income units, and they are prioritized. They have Chuda House, Woodridge Apartments, anybody on a government program. One of the issues with Kenaitze, we're getting folks from the housing that is owned by Kenaitze in the building, that folks are losing their leases for these. And so we're seeing a lot of that. They may come to the senior center to get help on senior housing, not just for Vintage Point. But it is a huge issue. It's a huge issue. And I don't know that it will fulfill all the needs. I know it will be very beneficial to a group of low income and members of Kenaitze group. I know that. So, and I would hope KPHI, we do have folks who live in those apartments who come to the senior center and are active.
Okay, up next, we're going to have personal use fishery. Be page 188 is where you'll find that in the book. Get that clicker. And so this is just a graph of the revenues, showing kind of the different areas that we've got budgeted for the revenues, showing the beach parking, investment earnings, beach camping, participant drop-off, dock launch and park, dock parking, and then PERS grants. So we're looking at about 536,000 there for projected revenues. We did in FY '25, we did hit over the $500,000 mark there for the first time. So it's continues to grow and is healthy. So for capital projects, we didn't have any for the PU fishery, but we did have a few of the special projects. One is a sign laminator, and then the 2 Ranger replacements that I spoke to earlier, one for Parks and Rec and the other for public safety. And then again, here's the, showing the performance of the fund. That yellow line again being the fund balance, and again, real healthy, seeing how it kind of bounces up and down as we make additional investments in, and like just seeing the drop down a little bit last year. We did replace, like I said, we replaced one of the side-by-sides for police last year, so, or we are in the current year, so. So again, that's looking real healthy and functioning the way we expect it to. So again, turn it over to Tyler.
Hi, so over the years, we've done a number of changes at the PU fishery. Nothing too crazy this year. I think one of the most significant ones we did several years ago was on Spruce Street. We added a bypass lane so you could drive around the shacks. That has been, a lot of people have really enjoyed that. The public has enjoyed that. It doesn't seem like we had many issues with Boys and Girls Club moving in there. The church has enjoyed that. And then our return customers have enjoyed that, where PU fishery members can now leave, and if they have a valid permit, don't have to wait in line. And I think our locals have enjoyed that because we haven't had any major traffic backup on the highway. Which, if you kind of look at our views down here, we have our total transactions are 18,400, and then we're projected that to keep the same. Last year, we had good weather and lots of fish. So the fact that, I think our 5 a.m. is when we open up and our fees change, you can buy a day use pass. I got it reported twice we were back on the highway, but never going towards town which is huge. My first year with the fishery, there was one Saturday where traffic was backed up to the visitor center. And I came in and the PD came in. We worked for about an hour to get that line brought down, but we haven't had that issue since we've expanded that bypass lane. So that's been really cool to see. We had a consistent vendor all year last year. They also brought in a coffee cart. I think we've had interest come out again. So we're reviewing our current kind of vendor policy so we can share that with the public to see if we can generate interest down there for local vendors and everything. But we had a person go down there and sell ice for the whole fishery last year. So the fishery members seemed like they really enjoyed that. We also had a couple days of a coffee cart and a couple days of empanadas, I think so. Going down to our department goal, we've done signage replacements. My first year at the fishery, we had contradictory signs that were left down there. We always have faded signs. We always kind of battle that. One thing we haven't had is a sign inventory. We started that process kind of during the fishery last year, and it was a big bite to chew off. And so it's partially achieved, but one thing we've succeeded in doing, I'll say at our dock, we've set up a really good map where it can kind of be easy for our team, logistically, to set up, where we have, there's a number 1 on the map, and that's this sign. And that kind of started building our inventory in itself. So you'll see in our next year goals, it's to create and complete detailed setup maps, because that will double as an inventory and just help our park staff and our PU staff, and even I think our temporary enforcement officers and everyone to see a snapshot of what it's going to look like when it is set up. And then we have move and repair one of the walkways on North Beach. So we have a lot of pathways that go over the dunes on North Beach, and that protects them, and they're building up. Sometimes some of them wash away. In November, the last 2 Novembers, we had some very big tides and it moved the bollards. They're still there. We go back in and repair those, but the dunes are building up and those pathways are getting covered, and it's more and more becoming what I call it trail maintenance. So one of the best ways to do it is to probably dig out and destroy part of the dune, not really destroy it, but so you can excavate the sand off to the side. It's common when you do pathway maintenance in national parks and everything to protect the woods. You have to kill some of the woods to make the pathway so people stay on the pathway. One technique we found is we have our backup snow blower that is a good way to move sand on a beach, turns out. That is a life hack that one of our maintenance staff finds. So they were walking with a snowblower after we used our backhoe to dig sand, going up over the walkways and blowing it off to the side. And that worked really, really well. And it's still functional. We spray it off and clean it really, really well. So that's been really cool to see as we battle maintenance with those every year. And it can also depend on the tides. They can push sand up on the pathways, they can tear it off and make it more increased. So it was really cool to see our staff be really successful with that. Our FY27 department goals: create and complete detailed setup maps. We have a lot of maps, a lot of setups. We kind of want to standardize those. And I'll give an example. You know, we put up a bunch of signs on the beach that say, you know, please bring your fish down to the tide line and dispose of your fish properly. Do not throw it away. We just have a lot of those. You know, sometimes they break, sometimes we replace them, but to do a detailed map and have an inventory, I think would be really helpful for park staff. So it's not someone going off in-house knowledge of where and why they go there. I think we always have that question every year, like, oh, where are we going to put this Jersey barrier? Where are we going to put this sign? So I think this is a really good goal to see there. And then restructure the website. You know, one thing we're kind of looking at is our DipNet app. If you look at the DipNet report that comes out to the council in the fall after the fishery, is our DipNet app numbers have been going down consistently. And the city manager mentioned it earlier, progressive web apps are kind of taking over. So as we look at new websites to see what it would be like to restructure that and put all of our information in one area. So right now you can go to the Kenai DipNet app, you can go to the city website for information. But if we can funnel that all to one congruent site, that would be really nice, I think, for staff and patrons. As that the apps are kind of progressing out as well too. I think you hear more and more, I don't want to download an app. Yep. And then future considerations. This one has been on here. Participants in the fishery have repeatedly mentioned that the city of Kenai should have a permanent campground available during the fishery and other summer months. So just one of those things, as you'll hear me talk about probably a little bit when I talk about the Parks and Rec budget going forward. But I'm happy to answer any questions. We don't have any fee increase suggestions or any big major operational changes besides, I know we're doing some dock work, but that is all in Public Works, managing the dock, not directly related with the fishery.
So did I just hear you say that there were no fee increases?
Yes.
So with the cost of everything going up and the cost of running this PU fishery, why would we not increase those fees to compensate for our increase for running this, please?
I'd say we increased our fees, I want to say three years ago. And then in the discussion, it was also to be mindful of that this is a resource for Alaskans. So if we're covering our cost and we don't see the direct need for an increase, just to always be mindful of that. So we're not making that resource hard for Alaskans. But it's something I think we'll keep our eye on as, you know, as we get bids for like our toilets and everything, and we do see increased costs, so we can cover those.
Great. I just want to make sure that we do not go as a city in the hole to provide this opportunity, since we don't have any compensation for the state who mandates that we do this opportunity for our fellow citizens of Alaska, and that the bulk of it falls upon the citizens of Kenai. So I want to make sure that that cost is spread out so that our citizens are not unduly yes, subsidizing this fun thing for our whole state. Thank you, and I appreciate all the hard work, because I know that this is a huge endeavor. Thank you.
No, from all departments, you know, I think it's really an all hands on deck for the whole city. And it's been, Parks, I think, took on to be the one point of contact as it goes forward several years ago. So it's been really cool to see how the city comes together and puts this on.
Well, and I wanted to sort of, I guess, piggyback on that a little bit. I live, the fishery is between where I live and where I work. So when, in the month of July, it's in my face every time I come or go from my house. And over the last, I would say 15, 20 years, there's a marked difference in how much better it is being managed. I, as a resident, don't feel as inconvenienced or annoyed, I guess, by all the things, by the traffic backed up. Because of my work, before you had that lane, the bypass lanes in, before Boys and Girls Club was Boys and Girls Club, when it was the care center, and I was going to the care center regularly, that was a problem. Or when I was going to Our Lady of the Angels regularly, that was a problem. So little things like that have just, there's been a little bit more every year, and they've continued to build on themselves, which I think has reduced the negatives as far as quality of life stuff goes for residents over the years. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is I can see a marked improvement, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I'm in love with the snow blower idea, and am going to take that home to my husband the next time that we're trying to sweep it all out of the driveway or the grass or whatever. So I'm gonna give it a shot.
The only thing I'd like to add is, I think, I agree. I think over time, we've really matured in our management of what I will still characterize as organized chaos. It really is. I mean, it's something new every year and a new challenge. And I think that, our staff do an amazing job in meeting that stuff head on and dealing with it. The thing I think we still, as a city, as a community, need to improve on with the fishery is learning how to capitalize on it still better, learning how to, enhance our revenue streams from it. We did have some vendors, I agree with Tyler, that were able to locate down at the fishery, but that's been really, I mean, in the almost 20 years I've been doing this, we haven't had consistent vendors down there. I mean, some figuring out a way to, generate revenue for the community in a way that also provides, something that the visitors want when they're coming here. I think we still have a long way to go, and it's one of the biggest events in the state of Alaska for Alaskans for a 3-week period, and I think there's opportunity here for both them and us, and Kenai can benefit from that. But it's going to take new ideas. I think working with chamber, working with businesses, just trying to capitalize on it a little bit better.
Which I would sum up in one word: campground.
Since we have you here, Tyler, and the city manager, do y'all have any suggestions on where this city of Kenai campground would go? Because once upon a time, when I lived here, there was a city campground, which was on Forest, and that has since been stopped. So I was just wondering if y'all have some ideas about where y'all might want to place that opportunity for our visitors in the city.
I can try to tackle that a little bit. Actually, we had multiple campgrounds in the city. There used to be one right where Walmart's located. And so, I think when you get to see and take a look at your master plan for the Parks and Rec Department, there's some thoughts on that. As the city's able to grow and things, the sports complex heading out of town to the north side, maybe moving some of the Little League fields and things like that out there and consolidate. That plan's looking at. I think that area right there on South Spruce, right heading to the beach. I will remind council, there was a proposal by the city at one point in time, and it's now land that's been donated to the Boys and Girls Club, but there was a proposal to put a campground there, and it met a fair amount of opposition. So, I think this is something we need to work with the community. I don't have specific sites. I will say that there is information in the Parks and Rec Master Plan that does talk about it, but, it's going to take conversation with the community about what they want and where they would like to see that, but I don't disagree with you. I think a campground is, it's hard to be a tourist town and tell people you want them to come stay in Kenai. And, for a long time, the only place to camp was in Walmart. we do have 2 working campgrounds in town now. One at the old Port of Kenai privately, and then one out towards Beaver Loop that gentleman is trying to work too. So, I think private enterprise is trying to move in and greet some of this, but I think there's still opportunity.
We're up to general fund now.
We're going to move on to the general fund, and Tyler will be the first one up when it comes to that. So we'll kind of do them back to back here, but at this point, we're going to page 66. So with general fund, we'll cover the revenues, sales tax and property tax, talk about our capital and special projects, fund balance compliance, and our historical performance here. So for the general fund, sales tax makes up 50%. And if you look at page 47, kind of shows you a breakout of the different types of businesses in that in the different percentages. So 75% of that's retail trade. But it does amount to 50% of our budget, followed by property taxes. And then the other that's all of the fees and charges that we have in the city. So ambulance fees, inspection fees, traffic fines, plan reviews, permit fees, rec center, multipurpose facility rentals. So any type of fee that we charge, that's where those all go into that line item. Our central admin fee, our interest on investments, and then our transfers in. So that is one thing that with the PU fishery, we do transfer in $75,000 a year is what we've been able to transfer into the general fund to cover some of our overhead cost related to more of our central admin type of stuff, where those that are directly doing work, like the streets department, the parks and rec, we actually charge directly to the PU fishery. 75,000. So in regards to tax revenue, that's been increasing. I think when you did the state of the city, I want to say you said 34 quarters consecutively it's been increasing. And we're seeing that continue. When we budget for this, current year budget, we did 2.25%. This year, we're doing 2.75. In 2025, we saw that number for the year was at 3.3. What we're seeing currently, just in fourth quarter this year, the most recent quarter, we were up 7%, 7.28. The quarter prior to that was up 2.2%. So that continues to be doing really well. And that's one thing that certainly as we see gas prices go up, so does our sales tax on, every time we pump gas at the pump, right? So we're seeing that is continuing to stay healthy and stay strong and enable us to support what we do here at the city.
Dave, do we have any way to track which sales tax is which, what the main, you said fuel, which I was thinking about, but then there's retail and other things. Do we have that data?
I don't know that we do. I could probably reach out to the borough and see what they might have. Again, the information on that page 47 does kind of break it out by the types of businesses. But yeah, I imagine that under retail that, probably, things like we're paying for gas is probably under that. So I'll try to reach out and see if they can qualify that better. But when you're talking a store like Three Bears that has a convenience store and gas, I don't know how well they get that broken out, other than it's just retail sales. We can certainly inquire though and see, because it'd be interesting to see the impact that has.
Aren't they taxed just slightly different? Because food versus, when you're talking about if you're Three Bears, whatever, the gas would be, that's all taxed. but if you're at Three Bears, the store buying things, food's going to be taxed differently than
Right, and that's
a
where
gun,
Not by the city,
not by the city.
not by the city.
It's only the borough that's
So the
taxing.
borough has a non-prepared food tax exemption that goes into effect for half of the year. We did not, as a city, adopt that. It's also that was the primary driving reason why our sister city decided to go to be a home rule city, because they didn't want to adopt that non-prepared food tax exemption. But I think what I really want to emphasize is, I think sometimes people question how the economy in Kenai is doing. When you see our sales tax, for 34 consecutive quarters have year-over-year growth, our quarter ended December of 2025 was up over 7% year over year. Okay? And that wasn't fuel, folks. I mean, I'll give you probably some utilities because I know what my gas bills were at my house during this last cold winter. But this first calendar quarter of 2026, we should be getting that data here in the next week or so. I expect our sales tax to be up significantly because of gas prices. I mean, gas is one of our larger contributors on sales tax because it's high volume and it's virtually all taxable, right? And so our sales tax, I think, is going to well exceed our 2.25 is what we were for fiscal 26 year. So our retail sales continue to be incredibly strong. And, I think, this graph shows this is all related to sales growth. There's not one rate change in here. There's not one exemption change in here. We didn't start taxing something we didn't before. Some of that may be online sales too, as we've implemented online sales, tax there. So some of that may be a little bit new, but this really speaks to how well I think our local economy and our retailers are doing. Doesn't mean there's still not room for improvement and help there, but I think our sales tax, it's over 50% of your general fund revenue now.
And I think Terry just covered this slide. So this is our property tax revenue. And so what you see here is the green is personal property, kind of the red there is the gas and oil property, and then the blue is the real property, so like your home values that we see. And I think Terry spoke to this previously. We've not changed our mill rate, but what is happening is the value of homes have been increasing. And so that's where we're seeing that, along with some of the development that we're seeing within the city as well, though. But to keep in mind that as your values increase, so does the taxes that we pay and that we collect on those. And this is a great slide. This is one where, hey, I'm a homeowner. What am I getting for the money that I pay? And so we've broken this out to show, we take into consideration like the exemption, the $75,000 exemption that the borough has that they put in, where this is based on a $350,000 home. And so you're looking at 207,000, of which 105,22 goes directly to the city. And then we've broken it out into the kind of different categories here as to where that money's spent between departments, between general fund, between public safety, public works, and parks and recs. And so I think this is a really good tool to be able to show citizens, here's where we're spending our money. Here's how we're responsibly spending the funds that we receive from you for your taxes.
Yeah, the thing I'd like to throw in here too is, Lee and I got an email this week from, a citizen, and, they live on a dirt road here in the city, and, it's a tough time of year to live on a dirt road, I gotta tell you, right? I mean, it's breakup, and until we can get the water to dissipate and the ground to start taking it, it's difficult to to keep things smooth without actually causing more damage to the road than just leaving it alone for a little bit. But, this individual wants to quote to us how much they pay in property tax. And it's a slide like this that helps us remind them that, hey, we get it. We totally understand where you're coming from. But what you have to remember too is that, out of the $1,500 that this $350,000 house pays to the city, $650 of that just goes for you to have the opportunity to pick up the phone and call 911 when somebody at your house gets hurt, somebody gets sick, or your house catches on fire, or somebody's stealing something from your house. I mean, there's a whole bunch of these other costs that people don't think people take into account. And I think we want this to be here for council to provide you a tool to talk to citizens about, these are the services that the city pays for, and here's a dollar for dollar representation of what, your tax dollars go to when you pay a bill.
I don't know if, if this could be a forefront on our website so that our citizens have a greater understanding, because I know it greatly opens my eyes to recognize that for my property tax, this is what I'm getting for my property tax. And I think this goes unsaid and it's unknown, and it's not because I'm not appreciative, it's unawareness. And so if there was some way that we could incorporate this in some of the city literature to educate our fellow citizens, I think it would give a greater appreciation. So, thank you.
I think it's a selling point for Kenai overall, though. I mean, I think that the things that the city provides, in many ways are more than other communities, and that makes Kenai a more attractive place to live, to work, to raise a family. I mean, I'm thinking about the master plan for parks when the man was explaining it to us, and he was talking about, I guess there's a ratio for those things, and we're ahead of the curve. I mean, things like that Kenai has to offer, they cost money. But the payoff is you can take your kids, your family, whatever, to do these things. So I agree, it would be really great to have it on the website, but I think this is something that we should consider when we're talking about come live in Kenai. These are the things that I think people would be interested in knowing.
I must say that when it snows here, I frequently send pictures to my friends in Anchorage. And let them know that it snowed last night and it's 7:30 in the morning and I'm driving to work and my street's already plowed.
And not into the middle.
I think there is a lot of value to what you said there, that we do provide some great services, and I think that's just one example, but I do frequently remind my friends about it. I have a lot of fun with it. So capital projects, we kind of showed these earlier, the different street projects that we have going between Willow and Airport Way, repaving, the construction of that is happening this summer, public safety building, design for Lawton and Tinker, design for an Old Town playground. I'm looking at rec center locker room refurbishment, gravel road improvements. Maybe that guy will be on the list for this, Terry. Streetlight decorations replacement and senior door center door project. Over at the special projects, I went through all these previously, so I don't think I'll repeat those again. But those are all kind of the general fund projects that we had there. The next slide is our general fund balance. Looking at our policy compliance here. Just, real quick, the minimum fund balance is what that red line at the bottom is. The blue line at the top is our maximum fund balance. That blue block that you're seeing, that's kind of the sweet spot in between the two of those. And for a number of years, the yellow line represents where our actual fund balance is at. We've been riding along the top side of that for a number of years, primarily due to all of the funding we received during the COVID period. And council was real good at putting those additional funds, extra money we had during those periods, putting those into capital project, projected for future capital projects, as opposed to spending it on operating cost. And now we're starting to see where we've got some major road projects. And so that's going to kind of bring us down off the top end of that. And we've had other projects that we've done over the years that have, we've been able to do because of those funds being available. And so that's where you see that yellow line dipping down. And certainly in 28, I think that, moving that $1.9 million road project there, I think is one of the things that's really impacting that. And so you'll see that as we continue to build out our capital projects, that we still are able to do those, but stay within our fund balance parameters. And then general fund financial performance. Again, you're seeing how that's kind of moving up and down as it should, the yellow line being the fund balance. You'll see there in 25, it's kind of the third one from the right. We came in about $2 million to the good that year. Reasons for that is on a $22 million budget, we had projected a $1 million lapse. We typically look to come in 5% under budget is kind of the challenge that we put before the directors. But also that year, our sales tax was almost $500,000 higher than projected. The other thing that we saw happen that year was our SEMT, our Supplemental Emergency Medical Transport Funds. We typically get one payment a year. We've been submitting that reimbursement in March. We usually get it in October. Last year, we submitted in March. We received it in October. We submitted in March for 25, and we actually got it in June, literally right the last week of June. So it came in a year ahead of, in a budget year ahead of time. We're hoping to maybe repeat that this year. We'll see how it goes. We got that turned in earlier than March this year. So it seems that maybe the state's kind of finally getting up to speed on that process. They typically, once we submit it, they have 6 months to get that out to us. And they usually wait the full 6 months. They didn't last year. So we'll see how that impacts us this year. And then our investment portfolio was up $93,000 higher than projected. So with those things, we saw that we had our revenues came in above expenses pretty significantly that year. But again, we're looking at, that fund balance and seeing that decline a little bit. Again, it's moving up and down, and that's just what we want that to be doing.
And the only thing I would add there, again, I think Dave mentioned it earlier, is I think there needs to be a real understanding and emphasis on recurring expenses and one-time expenditures. And while you see a projection for fund balance to be decreasing in the next few years, it's decreasing as a result of one-time expenditures. Okay, if that was because of reoccurring operational, recurring type expenses, I would be very concerned, and you should be very concerned as well. Okay, in my opinion, that's what the state's graph looks like, but it's worse, and it's heading in the wrong direction because of operations. They've virtually cut all capital at the state. There's very little capital except for what they have to invest to get federal match now. So I think that's a primary difference, I think, that we focused on here at the city. And yes, fund balance is projected to go down. That was planned. For the last few years, council has taken action to set aside or to allow for our fund balance to exceed what the policy calls for, specifically to hold those funds for future capital projects. Now we're starting to roll those projects out. We've got staff in place. I think that we can get these projects on the street and get them done. And so fund balance is going to start coming down, but it's not because of recurring expenses. It's these one-times.
What you're saying is we were effectively planning for the future for whatever rainy day fund, and now it's raining. So, it looks, if you just take it at glance, it looks like we're spending more than we should be, but we were bulking up our savings so that we could spend when we needed to.
Well, and that bulk up of savings, I think, is critical for taxpayers to understand. The majority of that came from Dave said, from the tranches of money we got during COVID. This is money the city never expected. If you go back and look at our budgets before COVID happened, we were rejecting seasonal sales tax increases and some other things because we didn't have the money coming in for capital. We got a significant amount of money that came into the community during COVID. We pumped a bunch of that out to local businesses. We did a lot of things that we could to try to mitigate the effects of COVID here in the community, but we didn't take the rest of it and just spend it. We held on to it. We knew we were going to need it for these to get our capital plan kicked off, as state funding has almost been completely eliminated for local capital projects. And that's where that money came from. It wasn't like we taxed people to generate that. And I think people really should understand that.
No, I agree. Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, and with that, we'll go back to Tyler, page 171. We'll get into Parks and Recs, or do we need to?
Before Tyler starts, you've been here all morning, so I think we ought to complete that portion, for parks. There is some food that has arrived, and right after Tyler's done, we can actually bring some of that out. But anyway, just wanted to mention it. I got a note here before, Yeah. Yeah, I can smell it too. I don't want to have a riot going here,
All right, Parks and Rec. All right. So I'll start off with going over just some of our performance measures. Our total rec. 172. The budget starts on 171 with the introduction of the budget, or the introduction of the department, and kind of overall what we manage. So if you turn to 172, we have our kind of year-over-year performance measures we go over, and I talk about those. Our total record center visits are just slightly down. I don't know if that's due to a new building that went up or if anything in those lines, but one thing you'll see in the mid-month reports I provide council, a number I've started tracking over, these numbers reflect our total sign-ins. So if you're there for an activity, if you're there to work out, play basketball, take a sauna, play volleyball, we have you sign in. But one thing it's not capturing is, mom and dad bringing their kid and watching them practice, or, a family coming in and watching someone play City League. So I think that number actually underrepresents the department and who we're serving in the total number. So if you look at my mid-months, I think you'll see I'm going to throw this off the cuff, 3,000 sign-ins. But then if you start looking at our tracking data that we've started picking up, it's 5,000 visits. So I think, that number could change in the future. If you look at previous narratives, you also notice there's not this huge paragraph underneath there, which when I inherited this list, I didn't have really an operational definition for all of these. So I don't think our total program-based activities really increased. I think we just accurately captured it at 16 for some events we do and stuff we do at the rec center. Our total pedestrian trails, as we were getting ready for our master plan, we kind of remapped those. We did add about 100 feet of trail at Dobbin Speck Pond because if you walk around that trail, it's a gravel trail, but it went down onto an open beach and it was super sandy, and just accessibility. It wasn't the most accessible way to walk in there. It was a sharp drop off. So we added a bypass around there. When the library installed a story walk, we partnered with the library and got a story walk installed around that loop. But accessibility was a big concern. So we actually added a little pathway along there. We haven't added that much path, but we've recaptured what we're actually taking care of. And then total shelter reservations did increase. Ice reservation hours were down. That was probably most likely due to our super cold winter. We get a lot of cancellations when it's below zero. Something you'll see in our goals is to develop policies, and one of those is to probably try to help mitigate that, because we've had teams cancel, and then one team says we'll tough it out, and then they leave, and then we're paying our contractor to be there. So it's one of those things we're trying to look at. How can we kind of mitigate those costs in there that we see with that? Because if our contractor is scheduled and there's a team that cancels, what's an act of God? What's our balance? So you'll see in our narrative goals of the policy creation, so we can kind of follow up on those. Volunteer hours, I think in the last few years, we've tracked these better and we've pushed, to get more volunteers, whether it's, we do get called for a community service or court mandated volunteers, but we also have a lot of great people that show up. We had pickup day last week and we had 25 volunteers there who probably did 2 to 3 hours each. We have a log of it, and we try to keep those people that show up at our events and help out in our plant days, and we have some really great people that do that. We just had a senior service project. A senior came in from Kenai Central High School, and he did a new coat of paint on our hockey nets. So they're gonna look super nice and fresh, and it's always cool to get calls from the local high school for kids looking to do some service projects. So big shout out to that program.
I know we talked about, I got a suggestion from a council member about, when would you like? I got a suggestion about make sure we're reaching out to our commission, informing them of opportunities to volunteer, reaching out, even the council. And I know you guys are going to make a concerted effort in the year to make sure even reach out even more to get more participation.
You guys are going to see a lot more signage that includes a term that our assistant director Jenna started using that we've gotten calls on when she posts these. Volunteers needed in a big yellow with a red lettering. Just that line, we've said it in smaller font and everything, but just that graphic gets us phone calls within 24 hours. So yeah, we are going to do a more concentrated effort to get those community volunteers. And I think also work with our community volunteers, and you'll see that in my goals with some of our local nonprofits and everything as well. Tree removal permits, this came about right before I started with the city. As we have beetle kill trees falling and getting cut down. People can apply for a permit and remove trees for their personal use if they clean it up. I've only issued 6 of those so far this year. Another way we're trying to benefit community members with this, we do have a general pickup area right next to our cemetery off of First, where we have a sign that says harvest at your own risk, but if we cut down a tree, we'll go put it there and clean off some of the slash. And we'll put every time we put a tree there, it's usually gone within like a couple days. So that's been kind of a cool benefit to the community as we've had some of these beetle kill trees come down. And one thing that's not in my report, and I know I mentioned last year, but as trees keep on coming down, last year we did successfully get a grant from the state, and we planted over 700 saplings and seedling trees throughout some of these areas that have been mitigated. So we are always looking for those grants and those opportunities. The city manager just forwarded one to me about putting forest back out there, because I know there have been calls and concerns. So last year we got just over 700 seedlings that we went through and planted. All right, going on to our department goals. The most exciting one that meets all of the strategic City of Kenai Comprehensive Plan goals 1 through 8, is our master plan. This is a project that went out to bid last year, and we started it, we kicked it off with a meeting at the Kenai Chamber Center where we invited the public, we served them hot dogs, we did a community survey. We got a lot of community feedback, and then our contractor started developing the plan. Myself, the city manager, our city planner, and Christine were all in a working group that worked with the contractor throughout the winter to develop this plan to really fit Kenai. Again, I think with that public input really focused in there. The plan was presented to the Parks Commission at their last meeting, and then it had a discussion item to discuss if there's any changes needed. Planning on bringing that forward to the commission for recommendation of approval to council. And then in the next council meeting, you'll also see I'm requesting a work session to get that plan presented to council to review it as well. This is huge though. I think when I started with the department, and I've read old meeting minutes, I've heard conversations, I've heard, hey, there was once talks of a sports complex by the Oiler field, there was a drawing. I saw one drawing once. I don't know how they fit that many fields in a small space. So I questioned some of those drawings, but there's been so many conversations and great ideas that I've also seen on repeat. I'm like, oh, here's an idea to do this from 2003 that came up again. So to have a full plan that the public has seen, the council has seen, I think it really supports the public process and will support me in development of our capital projects. This is what the community wants from Parks and Recreation. And it also identifies funding opportunities, and it also helps with funding. If you find a grant, you're like, we have a plan for that. We want to do that to benefit our community. So this is something I think that's going to guide our department for the next 20 years, and it's going to be a really cool tool for me and awesome for the city of Kenai. Again, it's marked as achieved because it's planned to be achieved in the next month in this fiscal year as we're closing up the budget. Any questions on the master plan? That's kind of, I think, the most exciting one we have right here. So.
I loved it. I just want to say, sitting through his presentation in Parks and Recs Commission, I loved it, and I learned a lot about the whole process. It was very, very informative, and I think it's going to give you some really great directions to drive.
Let's see, I know when I was formerly on the council, we allocated resources for a bridge that went from the playground on Forest that goes across over to the ball fields back behind the Boys and Girls Club, and there was supposed to be trails that go down back behind Boys and Girls Club all the way down to the beach access there. Do you know anything about that, and how's it moving forward?
I know a little bit about that. That project was identified, I believe, through some funding that was available during COVID. There was a handful of projects that were identified, and that one was identified for between $80,000 and $100,000. And then, oh, did you shake your head? I was like, okay. Myself and the current director at the time, who had a lot of experience with bridges, I think identified that that was nowhere near enough money. So through council action, that was actually changed to replace the playground at Green Strip Playground. That land is also heavily protected. There's a lot of historical sites on it, like fish catches and old cabin and stuff. So we saw issues with developing that as well. So that money was reallocated to replace the playground that's now at the Green Strip. Because that was identified as a possible funding source through the grant. There was multiple projects there. But that was done through, I believe, council action in like '22.
Okay, thank you so very much for clarifying that. I graciously appreciate that. But I still think that it's a great project that should be continued to be looked at. And I think it would be greatly beneficial for our whole community moving forward. So that's my 2 cents. And that path could be moved from back behind where you're saying that there's issues with sacred grounds, that perhaps it would be more advantageous for a trail that goes along the road there to make access for our community a great path opportunity down there. Thank you.
All right. And then going on to goal number 2, which was not achieved. Last year, I attended a lot of Kenai Community Garden Club meetings, and I was trying to promote our community gardens that we have over on our Green Strip ground. We have 8 raised beds and I think over 20 on-ground plots, and we've only ever rented a handful, and we really went through a marketing spree to promote it, and we ended up only reserving 1 bed. I think there are several issues with that location, and with even the approach I took was I think a lot of people in the Kenai Community Garden Club have gardens in their own houses. I think our site also lacks some accessibility, and I think it's something our master plan does address, but it's not something we're stopping. I want to be very clear. I'm not stopping trying to promote a community garden. As Councilmember Grimmie said, there is a national standard in our community at its size. A community garden is a standard. So that's something we do want to keep promoting. We added flyers to the Agro Expo that happened a few weeks ago, and we rented from 2 people 4 beds. So it's something we're not stopping. So and we're going to keep promoting and keep pushing in the community, and maybe one day have better access or a new location for it. Any questions on community gardens?
You said access, it's behind the green, it's on the side of the Green Strip.
Yes, but we don't have a parking lot. We don't have a pathway that goes
So you
up
have
to
carry
it.
all your stuff and,
Yep.
okay.
And then even if you look at location, I think if you look at standards of like, are we going to put a community garden in a neighborhood that has, acre-sized lots where everyone could have that, or where there's more multifamily homes and duplexes and it's walking and bikeable.
Thank you.
Oh, here we go. I almost skipped to number 4. Establish and support a volunteer group dedicated to help grooming and maintain the ski trails in the city of Kenai. One of the first things the Parks and Recreation team does when it snows is we start removing snow from city buildings. And then we go out and, one of our guys does a walking trail at Municipal Park. We do the pond at Dobbin Spec, and we also do the ski trails. And another one of our laborers goes and removes snow from fire hydrants. Sometimes we fall behind, or it's incredibly windy, and then we don't have our main staff on there on the weekends to go groom the trails. There has been an ask to say if we could start a volunteer program where we could get some volunteers out there that could help and start grooming. We did a online feedback. We got 3 people who showed interest. Other coaches called us too. I worked with the city attorney to work on a proper volunteer form to where we could have someone go out there and drive a piece of equipment to help groom the trail so they can be readily available for the communities. Our local high schools use those. I don't know if we'll have our volunteer. We shoot down the road from the Oilers parking lot and we drive around on the school fields to give the middle school one training ground. It's a lot of work for them to like just go out and ski on ski trails with big hills. So we'll do a couple circles on the middle school field and the high school field so kids can just learn how to ski. And it's really fun when you're grooming. And this year, when a couple staff were sick and on vacation, I got to go groom the trails. It was really fun. As I was pulling into the Oiler parking lot, there was a mom skiing from somewhere with her kid in a wagon, like a ski wagon, and she was using it as an access point to skiing down the road. So it's always fun to see the community out there. And I had one guy who chased me down and asked if they could go sledding, and I asked him not to on the ski trails, but he lived right off the golf course. Councilmember Benoit?
Was that my husband? No, we know where to ski, where to sled and not to sled. I'm not sure if this would fall under your purview or not, but on one of the capital project lists that was up there earlier, there was $15,000 allocated for the Kenai Golf Course Bridge. Does that fall under your purview?
Yes, it falls under my purview. Last year, the contractor who leases the golf course was able to get some funding to replace one of the bridges. And they were able to work that out really quickly, and they may be able to do that with some match funding. Now, that bridge benefits us and our skiers because some of the bridges out there are falling apart, they're wooden. So he worked with state funding, I believe, and got funding for it. So he asked like, hey, if there's another opportunity, I'd love to work with the city. So that's why I put some of that money out there, so to work with our contractor.
Right, I was just curious as to which bridge it was, because I was thinking, and maybe it's just my memory, I thought that bridge was just recently done, like 4 or 5 years ago.
So there's the one pretty bridge that's like the big arch that we don't ski on. And then last summer, they did a new bridge. Like they installed one last summer.
Okay.
And then there's a wooden bridge that hasn't been redone since I've been around, so about 5 years, but it needs to be redone.
Right,
And
because
this-
I know there's bridges that go over 1, 9, 8, and 2, like that, 1, 9, 8, 2, across where that stream goes through, and I was just wondering which bridge.
I think it's one closer to 9 and 8. So they did the bridge at hole 1. That's the one they did last summer. So it's just
So
moving
that's what
down
I'm
the,
thinking of.
moving down the creek.
Gotcha, okay.
As a former skier and I get out there, I don't golf, so I know the trails, not the golf course numbers perfectly. So sometimes I get a little behind on that, but that was our contractor down, or not our contractor, the leasee down there was just looking at getting those replaced and safely replaced since it's like a watershed.
Yeah, because I did notice that at least the one far down towards the swamp, which would be hole number 2, but the one way down, lots of new lumber down there. Looks like they're already getting started on replacing some of those rotten bridges, which is definitely needed because those cross bridges there are rotten. But it looks like they've gotten started, so that's good. I was just, when I saw the $15,000, I was just like, wait a minute, didn't they just do the pretty bridge?
And and I don't know when they did the pretty bridge, but it hasn't been in the last 5 years. But the last year they did replace one with a metal bridge too. They took an old Connex container and modified it to go across there. So that shouldn't rot anytime soon. All right. Goal 4 was to develop and implement 5 key procedures, policy, and task outlines for Parks and Recreation Department to improve efficiency, accountability, and consistency. These procedures include employee scheduling, covering PTO requests, scheduling posting and advanced tracking, an improvement action plan, department task management, a reservation policy, and a contract management procedure. This is something we're also, I think Director Romaine touched on. We're working on citywide. There's an admin working group. where we're developing standards for our policies and procedures. But I'll give you an example. We had an ICE reservation form that had 2 or 3 rules on it. That was kind of our policy and procedure. We've developed a much more comprehensive one now that says, that's for me and my staff to say, when you reserve ICE, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. And then these are also our rules and our expectations along there. That has an updated on there. Christine Cunningham, who's led that, I think that working group, has provided us with a really good book that I think we're trying to go uniform across the city, where you can have updated dates on it. And it can just kind of clean up our task and procedures and make that stuff a lot easier. For even shelter reservations, we have an online form. We didn't really have a calendar when I started for me and the assistant director to share to look at or away. So sometimes we were feeling a little Wild West, and I think this is focusing us in a really good direction. And I think that's going to help with, with community garden rentals, shelter reservations. If we can clean up that process, it's just going to be better and better.
Well, and it's critical as we have staff turnover that we have continuity of how we do things, because we have those things now documented and written. So I think that's the driving force behind why we're doing all of those.
And then going into our 27 goals, we have, going back to the master plan, prioritize and execute projects outlined in this. Again, this is a huge document. This is going to be involved in my narrative goals for a long time. And in the goal plan itself, it does, bring up, you need to do an audit of the plan every 5 years. It's a living document. So again, just to really refocus on that master plan, especially since we have sought out community input. It's gone through the public process. That's a very strong document for us to follow up on. And then develop 5 key procedures, policy, task, and outlines. I think me and the assistant director worked really hard on our 5, and we have identified maybe another 5 we could work on for those consistency things we want inside our department. And I think that just helps us internally. It helps anyone else who may come in if there is any turnover, and it cleans up the whole transition process and gets us away from the Wild West sometimes. And then this goal 3 is where I mentioned earlier about working with volunteer groups. Attend 3 to 5 board meetings of frequent users of Parks and Recreation. I've already started this. I recently attended a Kenai Little League board meeting, and it generated possible volunteer hours. They want to try to coordinate 2 field days with us, where we can show up and help direct some traffic and everything. So that's something I just want to do, because I have a lot of these people on my contact list. I've talked to a lot of people. Someone on the Kenai Little League board was like, "It's so nice to see your face," because they always meet after hours, and it's really good to connect with everyone. And just tell them what our goals are, what do they need, and they're like, "We got a bunch of dirt donated. We just need help spreading it out and someone to direct the project." So I said this is something I want to do regularly. I'd love to come to at least one board meeting before the season and maybe after the season, and just connect with the community members. So I think that's a really strong one. I also met with our adult softball league. KPHA would be another example, and any group that wanted to meet with me, if they called and reached out, it's something I would plan on attending their board meeting or their group meeting. But I think it's great to get that face-to-face time. It's easy to send an email, but I think having that relationship built out helps us a lot and can increase volunteers. Like I said, they were like, "Hey, we want to do field day," but we're kind of like, "What do we need to do?" And I'll give an example of working with a group that did Eric Hansen Park last year. A group reached out. They wanted to fund a renovation of Eric Hansen Park. They bought a bunch of gravel. They had 20 volunteers for 4 hours, and they were like, "We want to do this." And I was like, "I think we have to do less." Not to say they had to do less, but those little things can take a lot of time. And so just to set them up logistically, where it's like, we're going to get X, Y, and Z done, and they're like, "Okay, we'll do that." And they were so excited. So I think even helping these groups, they're like, we could paint a dugout, we could fix the field. I'm like, "Okay, I will create a task sheet and we can start assigning those roles for volunteers." So again, that's been super fun to start, and I look forward to doing that throughout the year. Oh, and those are my goals. Future consideration, again, establish a structured process to regularly review, assess, and update the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. In the plan itself, it calls for an audit every 5 years. So, and I think that's something that's going to come up regularly in Parks and Rec Commission meetings and then in my budget narratives.
I just want to say thank you. I said it earlier, I'm going to say it again, and then we can eat lunch. But I think it's important, so I want to say it again. I think that a lot of the things that your department provides for our community are the things that make Kenai different and special and make people want to be here. I think it attracts young families. It keeps families as their kids are getting older, and it connects kids to their community to want to stay or come back. I mean, and for the kid painting the goalposts, for example, that takes time and effort on your part to facilitate that and make it happen, but that's something that is going to be there. That kid's going to remember forever. Other people are going to remember. They're going to be connected to their community in a way that can't be duplicated in another way. And I think that is a huge asset that we have as a community that we're fortunate to have. And I think that all of these things that you talked about really emphasize that and reiterate it and make it possible.
Sorry to hold us back from lunch even more, but just having sat on Parks and Rec Commission for a long time and talking about a lot of the things that are in your master plan or the accomplishments you had this year, I think just have nothing but kudos to say to you and the efforts that you've put in since you've been in this role. To see the things you accomplished this year that I think have been talked about for years is awesome. So to you and your staff, I just say thank you for that effort. Thank you for your plan that you have for this year, and excited to see what you guys do.
And then the last thing I did want to bring up too was we had a couple of fee changes proposed where we added $10 to our ICE reservation fee. We had a year-long locker rental policy. We had a request to change that to 6 months. So we added that in there, and we changed our shelter reservation hours. We had them available to book at 8. That is when our staff shows up. So if you did rent a shelter at 8 a.m., we wouldn't be there to go check on it right away. So we just changed that to 9. And then we've struggled with high school verification at the rec center. The students don't always get IDs, and we've had people, I've called someone out with a tattoo, and then they showed me a student ID that was valid. It threw me off. So we used to be high school students, and then now we're changing that to just 18 and younger can access the building. I don't think we'll see any big changes or losses in theirs, but those were our changes on our fee schedule that I wanted to make you aware of.
Tyler, thank you for going the extra mile and meeting face-to-face with those community groups. It definitely, for in the future down the road, it will set the stage for ironing out wrinkles and just facilitating an ease of relationship of those groups dealing with the city. So thank you very much.
Of course. And a big shout out to my staff. I want to say, I think as we were hiring for the summer, I think they've facilitated a really good environment. I think we have almost a record number of returners for the PU fishery and for our temporary maintenance staff, which is a great value for the city as well. So.
Well, thank you very much for the very complete report, and I do appreciate the comments from council members here, and I absolutely agree with that. And I'm excited and looking forward to your master plan work session so I can learn more about what's in it.
Thank you.
So at this point, how about we take, it's got 20 or 18 after, we take about how about 12:30, take a break, refresh, and we can bring food back in here too for the next presentation. Okay, thank you.
Barriers everywhere you turn, and so I think if you're not able to,
Okay, we're back on the order, on the record. It's 12:30, and next we have planning and zoning.
Good timing. Thank you. Transitioning from other duties as assigned to planning and zoning. Thanks for everyone for being here. This past year has been, I'll say, a year of transition for the planning and zoning department. Last year, I was pretty green when I got here. It had only been about 6 months on staff. Full year now under me, and I think we have a good direction that the planning and zoning department's moving. A couple highlights that, oh, sorry, 113. And lands will be later. One of our big things that we've seen this past year is starting to work with other departments and either writing, or we may also, well, now we do have one, to administer grants to help move some of these projects forward, knowing that our city dollars are limited, but everyone here pays taxes, and we want to take whatever we can get from the state or the federal government whenever those opportunities are available. We're also looking to pivot a little bit more, we've historically always looked at economic development, but really using that information that we got from that survey to really take it to the next level. And in that stead, I'm currently on the board with KPED, so learning what a lot of things are going on around the peninsula, but also how can we tailor some of that to the city of Kenai. Housing has bubbled up quickly over the past year as something that is decidedly needed here in the city, but we also want to focus on how do we, the planning and zoning department, get out of our own way to ensure that we're, doing all the safeguards we need to do, but also making sure that the regulations are easy to navigate for developers, for landowners. So that has brought on a lot of code changes. I've given you guys a lot of legislation over the past year and a half. That probably will not slow down, so you get to see me at a lot of council meetings in the future. One big push that we did have that will tie into another department here shortly is lands administration has grown. So that has actually pulled my colleague Brandon, most of you know him, he has been focusing a lot more of his time in lands as we have a lot of land leases coming up for consideration. So for the planning and zoning department, we've actually, he was last year half and half lands, half planning. He's now, we've transitioned him 75%, 25%, which still might be undercounting how much he's doing with lands. That is why we did request a slight bump in the admin 2 position from 20 hours to 24 hours to kind of fill some of that gap because we desperately need, we had to keep up on everything else, including code enforcement, planning and zoning meetings with all those applications. But we also know that lands is very needed. So that's why the staff request was asked for. The conditional use permits, some performance measures, pretty status quo, not a lot of change there. I'd say our biggest change that we had over the past year is a concerted effort to develop policies and implement the policies for code enforcement. So standardizing, when we get a complaint, what are all the steps? And if it's a serious emergency, that's going to be abbreviated. It's going to be very quick. It could be within 72 hours. If it's not critical, could be somewhere between 7 to 14 days. And then if it's kind of your run of the mill, someone might have trash in their yard, like they get the notice, but then they have up to a month to rectify, and then we'll go check it and make sure that it's going. So over the past year, we have received a significant number of violations, but we've also been able to usher that through the process and actually get a number of them cleaned up and cleared out. So having that policy, which, thankful for the city manager's office, for legal, but working together to help us hold people accountable, but also get our city cleaned up when needed. Last year, one of the goals for the department was to look at Kenai Municipal Code specifically Title 14, which is planning and zoning, but also where it touches other parts of code with other departments, and address inconsistencies or if there's ambiguity. The sign code is one piece that's historically been brought up. That is partially achieved. We did initiate a review of the conditional use permit process, we being the Planning and Zoning Commission, along with myself and my staff. That is ongoing. We've had some other council directives to handle, and those are navigating through, so we'll return back to the conditional use permit process. We also worked extensively with the Public Works Department with the Harbor Commission sunset, and that did kind of take a little oxygen out of the room when it comes to making some of those updates. We looked at conditional use permits overall. Again, I mean, we did a holistic look, but we also wanted to see where it might be appropriate to rezone, where the development has been there historically, or has possibly changed maybe in the past decade. So because of that, we actually did rezone a couple of properties on North Forest Drive where the greenhouse is. That has been there for quite some time, has been functioning as a commercial property, but has always had a CUP. We were able to work with the property owner. They got that rezoned, and now it's an extension of the commercial corridor that goes along the spur, and now it goes up Forest slightly. We also looked at Redoubt Avenue, where KPHI, the city, has donated quite a bit of land there, and those larger developments were in a rural residential zone, as it was historically, which required a conditional use permit, but the housing, those buildings aren't going anywhere anytime soon. And we realized that the development pattern there along that corridor was more urban residential in nature, just because of the number of units. So we were able to work with not only KPHI, the city owns some land there, the borough owns some land, and Canarsie as well owns some land around Redoubt. And we're able to make the zoning up there more appropriate. So some was urban residential, some's now suburban residential, but when a developer looks at the map, they can, it might be able to pencil out that, because now with those new zones, they can have slightly smaller lots. They don't have to have half-acre lots, and a development might, like I said, pencil out better with that allowance. We did intend to work on the hazard mitigation plan. However, this past fiscal year at the federal level, they eliminated the grant that the state used to fund those updates. So we still have a hazard mitigation plan. It is technically expired, but we are looking for other types of funding that would help us get that. We were preparing staff for a comprehensive plan update. We did push that out 1 year, but we have gone through. So last summer, we actually went through with the split zones to get rid of those and really start cleaning up, getting everything in order, so that when we do kick off a new process, it's on a sturdy foundation. We did want to look at an economic development framework to guide our efforts. We deferred this into 2027. Again, things just got a little squirrely towards the end of the calendar year, and then with the ramp up on the lands administration side, this kind of got pushed a little bit, but I think with pushing the comprehensive plan another year, this actually gives us ample time to get something put together. And to continue to progress the waterfront redevelopment project by seeking grants. We also deferred that to this coming year, again, just with the number of things and with some staff turnover. Last summer, it was a little challenging, but we're back on track. This year, we want to take a full review of the code enforcement program. Now that we've had the policy in for about a year, we've been given quarterly updates to city leadership, but and we continue to tweak the process and make changes where needed, but we also want to document everything so that this does not get lost in the weeds in the future. We want to continue to review and update that conditional use permitting process. That'll be a project for the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Excuse me, 1 second. Is your code enforcement program, is that driven by complaint only? Is that a complaint-driven code enforcement?
Yes, code enforcement is complaint-driven. Complaints can be anonymous because we don't want to have, if we want neighbors to feel safe if they have a complaint, that they're not going to have retaliation. So we have developed a form. They can put their name, but they're not required to. But it also gives them a way to submit photos. They can call the office directly. They can stop by. We try to make it as easy as possible, but also have everyone feel safe to report. So yes, the conditional use permits process, there's going to be a lot of work sessions coming up for planning and zoning, and it's probably going to be a lot of food for them, but hey, we welcome their input. We're excited to hopefully get to implement a new records retention policy and kind of get our paper and digital life, if you will, in order. Right now, planning has to keep everything forever. That's our records retention policy. So I have a couple file cabinets I would love to see in the auction this coming year. We acknowledge that there will always be a need for some sort of paper, but we're also trying to be as digital as we can, working with people. That helps us streamline, automate procedures, and keep things moving quickly. We're going to review our public notification processes, which is going to lead to an ask that I have. We want to ensure that we have the widest possible distribution to the residents of Kenai for our meetings, for any other information we're trying to push out. We're going to continue looking at Title 14, and we're going to, I will ask that the FY27 Goal 6 be stricken, only because we pushed out the comprehensive plan to next year. So that was a later decision that we have, but in the final draft budget, we'll take out Goal 6 on this one. Looking ahead into the future, I have to bust out my crystal ball. Comprehensive plan is 10 years old now, so it is about time for the new one. So we're kind of setting ourselves up for next year to be kind of spot on. And then we can take in all the stuff that we've learned with the Parks and Rec master plan, the airport master plan, and make it a much more robust document. And then we're also looking at Titles 14, which is planning and zoning, and 21 and 22 are city-owned lands, so it's a joint effort between those two departments. And then also working with other departments to ensure that we're not changing something here that then muddles up a process later on. So to jump back to page 314, which is in the fee schedule, for the planning and zoning fees, there's only one change, or no, there are two changes that we were going to ask for. One was for the Board of Adjustment appeal filing and records preparation fee. And this is going to be common with lands administration. The fee was $100. The request is to go up to $150, and that is driven largely with posting it in the newspaper. Our standard legal notice just for our normal meetings went from, when I started in November or October of '24, it was about $75. Now they're $130 per meeting. So their fees have gone up, and in an effort to keep up with that. And we're also buying the, not necessarily for the Board of Adjustments, but those get bound and prepared. But for other instances, we also have to go get the yellow signs that we put up. They kind of look like, almost like election signs. They're about that same size. It's another way for people to know that the public process is happening because they may not read the paper.
Can I ask you a question about that? Because, I mean, as we know, the Clarion, I mean, our local paper, the Clarion, subscription numbers have been way down, it's been sold, you know, all these different things. And just across the board, people are using print resources less and less. Is there another option to be doing this that would, one, be more cost effective to reach more people?
We are actively researching that. I just want to ensure whatever we do, because of the quasi judicial nature of the Planning and Zoning Commission, I want to make sure that anything we do to replace it meets all the requirements for any state statute that we have. So that's going to be part of our review. If we were to find a reasonable alternative that, you know, passes legal muster, everything looks good, we would then probably come back to council and ask to reduce these fees back, but right now, we're not prepared to make that transition.
Okay, because I do just, I mean, I want, I guess, to put out there that increasing an appeal fee might reduce accessibility of appeals to people. And I mean, and it's increasing by 50%, which is dramatic. So I just want to put out there that the appeal process should be accessible. And if it's cost prohibitive, it is no longer accessible.
I would definitely agree. This is, and on this one in particular, I honestly could go either way. I was just, the big thing was to highlight that the cost to the city is grown substantially. I mean, it has nearly doubled in just over a year and a half. So kind of balancing that, but ultimately I'll defer to council's discretion on this, especially on this particular fee.
Thank you.
And then we did want to remove the maps and copies. We provide everything digitally. Most of the other stuff that is given to some of our people, it's already wrapped into their application process, so we didn't want to double charge them.
The only thing I wanted to add for council on planning and zoning is, this is something I tussled with, worked with Kevin, worked with Stephanie in HR, actually developed a job description, got pretty far along in pricing a new position. I really think I could have justified a request for an expansion in planning and zoning to bring in an economic development director for the city position. I backed off and I didn't bring that, but I think that's something we should really, council should be thinking about, potentially considering for the future. I think you see a number of projects on Kevin's list there that got deferred or pushed because there's so much other activity going on or things come up that we'd never really envisioned, like, gas storage in the city and leasing of pore space. And, there's been significant amount of proposed development. We're working, with developers right now on some big projects and trying to, coordinate those and help, facilitate them and bring them to fruition. And I'm just afraid we're potentially missing out. But I also want to be very measured in what we do. I don't want to, go too far too fast. So something Kevin and I talked about a lot, and something I just want to put on council's radar, put in the back of your mind, think about it. I do think it's a direction the city could potentially go in the future and could pay dividends.
I would like to say thank you for thinking and having forward thought process in regards to that economic development position process. And is that something that we could bring on temporarily? Because I know that we do have that opportunity for a temp. And if it works its way feasibly, that it is advantageous and profitable to the city, that we could transfer that over to a permanent situation.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think it's a good one. I think in the case of like an economic development director, that's a difficult one I see to be temporary, because I see that as a position that's, realistically takes a person, 1-2 years to spin up into and really learn the city, learn our economy, learn what's working, learn all those growth things. So I don't know how conducive it would be to temporary. But I think those are all the steps we always go through when we look at new positions, or, how else can we do this besides bringing personnel on? Frankly, personnel are one of our biggest expenses. So, are there consulting services out there that are available? And temporaries available? All of these things. But that one might be a little bit difficult to do as a temporary. And that's also part of the consideration is that, are we creating a one-off position for PERS that requires us to keep it around forever because of their rules? And, those are big hurdles for us to get over before we finally bite off that piece of the apple. But I think we put a lot of time and effort into the conversation because I think it has merit, and it could be something you're hearing again in the next couple of years.
sorry to switch gears a little bit, but back to the little yellow signs, it just reminded me of a question I've had is there a GIS layer or something that we have publicly available for folks to go see where those little yellow signs might be, short of having to like slam on the brakes on the Kenai Spur to look at a little yellow sign? And I was just curious if that's either something that exists currently or planned for maybe this year to help with visibility.
Yes, we did have one. However, due to some changes on the back-end software, our GIS went to more of a browser-based. Some of the older maps, our utilities map actually went down. We had to recreate it, which that is back up. But the conditional one is one of the ones that needs to be rebuilt due to older technology, but it will be back online.
Thank you.
A suggestion, if, and that question also, the strategic plan that we might be funding, it probably ought to be included in your departmental goals if we do, just kind of footnote, because that'll fall upon you. But I thought maybe it would be a good time, just briefly anyway, to talk about, we're not going to do the comprehensive plan. The strategic plan is different. If you're comfortable about discussing, the differences and how they would be implemented. I mean, the plan would be created. That could be a city manager question if you want to defer.
Yeah, actually, the strategic plan won't be under the Planning and Zoning Department. The strategic plan will be under my office. And a strategic plan is really looking and focusing more on the operational side and operational priorities for the city. Your comprehensive plan is more focused on long-term growth and land use and the planning side of life, where, again, the strategic plan looks at operations, and it could encompass, public safety, could encompass airport, I mean, all the different operational priorities. So it won't be, planning will be a big component, like every single city department will be a component of that strategic plan, but it won't be the focus of planning necessarily. It's more of a conversation with, frankly, council and the administration and the community about what are the community's priority projects for us operational that we should be working on for the next 1, 3, 5 years. So pretty condensed or, narrow timeline, not out 10, 20, 30 years like a lot of these comprehensive plans, but very short-term, narrow focused, what we should be doing immediately, what the community priorities are. So that will be managed through the city manager's office and won't be under the planning purview.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, because I heard what you said earlier, but it just sounds like it's something that would be under your hat over here. But the other question, just for clarification, on the planning has been growing, but the salaries and benefits and stuff dropped about, it's expected to come down 16%. And I was wondering if you'd give a clarification on that.
Yes, thank you. I should have mentioned that a little more in detail. Part of that is, as our finance director said, some of that is driven just by the overall costs, especially with healthcare. But a lot of that is just a transfer from 419, which is planning, to lands. Our admin 3 was 50-50 split evenly between the two departments last year, and now we're asking for 75 under land. So it's a decrease from planning and zoning, but it's an increase in lands administration. So in the general fund itself, it's pretty much a wash so it's not really a decrease in the general fund overall, just from my balance sheet and planning over to the lands administration. Just reallocation.
Okay, very good. And I presume that the airport has a percentage of that too, since they have lands and you'd be working with the airport.
Correct. We didn't change the airport. So under the airport, the planning director is the only one, and we didn't change that allocation. That still is at 30%. And my personal, for the planning director, that one is staying the same. The only thing that's changing is that admin 3 position between 419 and 416.
And we're going to skip ahead a little bit here. Being that land administration is under Kevin, we're going to take that away from the city manager. We didn't do that here on this.
Good idea, too.
So we're going to go ahead and skip to page 105 to cover land administration. And we'll, since we got Kevin up here, we'll go ahead and just keep him in the hot seat here for a little bit longer.
It's all the pressure. No. So, thank you, Director Swarner. So, land administration is probably our biggest growth area in terms of staff time, staff resources, brain power for sure. This is a better reflection of where our Administrative Assistant 3 position is spending a lot of their time. It's probably not 100% accurate because over the past, I'll say 6 months, it has really just went into overdrive. So again, we're just trying to show the city where the effort is being taken place. I will say the underperformance measures, 2025 is our new baseline. We have scrubbed, re-scrubbed, and then scrubbed again the lease database to make sure that everything we're doing measures up. So you'll see that there are some numbers and some changes with the number of existing leases, land sales, acquisitions, that sort of thing. So for the first one, these are just general fund leases. And then on the next table, which is page 106, has airport fund leases. And again, all these numbers as of 2025, those numbers are solid. And so moving forward, that's our new baseline. That way, because both myself and my colleague Brandon have triple checked all of these numbers, and we are very comfortable with those. And that way we don't have to speak for previous planning directors or anyone else. So our goals were to create an interactive GIS map and a printed companion map so we'd have something static for all city-owned properties. We do have it mapped. It is not published yet, but this really came up when we're looking for subsurface mineral rights and various things like that to see what do we have with the FAA. Is there any other land that needs to be released or we want to request to be released? So we're expecting a final draft later this spring. Like I said, it's about 98% the way there. We're just trying to make it coherent on the other, on the public facing side. We wanted to recreate the airport reserve lease app, which was basically just a GIS map of available lease parcels. We deferred this one mainly because the final airport layout plan from the consultant is yet to be delivered. That's a project that's happening. It's going to go over the summer. I believe they're wrapping up in the fall. So our map that will accompany that will be right after that. So going to defer that one to this year, this upcoming year. We wanted to update a comprehensive GIS map of all city lands, but also resources, so utilities, various things like that. Again, that is achieved. We kind of had to fast track that one because it went down unexpectedly I believe on a Thursday night, and by Friday afternoon, Brandon had another one up. So shout out to him. We wanted to review and update the comprehensive plan and visual zoning map to ensure the compatibility and consistency. We are doing we have done a number of rezoning efforts in 2025, and there's at least a couple more in 2026 that are kind of better aligning both the land use plan and what we're seeing development-wise over the past decade. We wanted to consider incentives for infill and redevelopment of vacant properties. So these are not going to be your large subdivisions, but sometimes there's a lot where there was a house that got torn down. We want to incentivize are looking were there ways to possibly incentivize or at least bring attention to, hey, there may be some available land here, even if it's privately held. When developers call, we would have some sort of knowledge of it. We did not get to that. We've been tracking, kind of a parcel here, a parcel there, but we don't have a comprehensive list yet, but that is a goal for this upcoming year. We wanted to strategize actions for undeveloped subdivisions. Looking at one got built last year. We have 7 new homes off of 4th at Koa Circle. It was subdivided in the 80s, got built in 2020. So, 40 years lead time, but it got done. We want to make sure that if there's other places in town where that could happen, are there ways to bring that to the forefront? We do want to market the availability of parcels for lease and then communicate those development incentives that the city does have on city-owned land, which may include an option to purchase. We wanted to update the city lease lands brochure. We need some new drone aerial imagery for the updated brochure because some of the lands changed a little bit, especially with some of the trees out. But we've identified every city-owned parcel. We're just needing to update the actual document itself, which means I have to go fly a drone, which I think might be a hardship. But it will definitely, I anticipate it getting done, hopefully by the end of this fiscal year. May take the end of summer, but it's going to get done. And looking at software subscription to manage leases and implement solution to streamline the city's process for lease management. It hasn't been fully achieved. We have rebuilt the lease database. It's been reconfigured and completely updated. Once we have that, then it's just a matter of putting it into software that'll make it easier to administer, which we already have. It's just a matter of making the two talk to each other. Our department goals for 27 is to complete and implement a brand new lease database will have all kinds of hyperlinks with fully digitized lease files. We want to be able to, when someone calls, we want to be able to get them the information as soon as possible. We don't want to have to go track down a folder somewhere, rifle through 300 pages to find the one thing that they're asking for. We want to make sure it's easy and readable PDFs so we can search them and get questions answered much more quickly. We do want to create the interactive map for available lands within City of Kenai. Like I said, we're about 98% the way there, but got to function check everything on the back end. And then look and review and suggest updates to Title 21 to 22, which deal with city-owned lands inside and outside of the airport, reserve, and general fund. So ambitious, if nothing else. And we just want to make sure that our land management plan, which was done, I believe, in 2018, 2019, is up to date. We have had a number of sales over time, so we just want to make sure that everything's up to date and then make it easier to navigate. The one we have is good, but we think we can make it great, so we're just trying to take it to the next level. And I'm available for any questions. Just kidding, sorry. Back to page 311. Back in the fee schedule, I'm sorry, make you flip all the way back. Again, like there was a prelude to this with planning. The land lease application fee and the amendments, all of these require this public noticing. And we, again, right now are compelled to put it into a newspaper of general circulation. So that's why a lot of these increases went from 100 to 150. I know it's a steep jump. On these, I feel this is more of a personal feeling, but if someone is coming to the city with a proposal for development in the city, generally those proposals for that they're going to be in the several $100,000 to possibly $1 million plus range. So jumping from 100 to 150, that's pennies to them, just pocket change on the scale of that project. So we feel more comfortable with these. Again, if we find a way to get public noticing that we think is effective for everyone, and it may require some code changes, those fees could possibly go back down. But right now, this would help us recoup our costs for publishing in the newspaper. We've also eliminated the tideland filing fee and lease filing fee. They've been baked into the fees above. They were separate. We brought them over from Title 11, where they were when we sunset the Harbor Commission. And then we realized that we could just get rid of the word land out of the lease, and then all of them kind of fit better. So just making it more simple. And then we do have a recording fee. We do utilize a service that they'll grab all the documents, get them recorded with the state and bring it back, and just documenting those so that it's easy to show everyone when we do say, here's your recording cost, where we're pointing to. So we just want to make sure that was documented here in the fee schedule. So it's not a new fee, it's just abundantly clear where it is and what statutes drive it, or what code drives it.
Well, thank you for the report. And back to the drone thing, and I know you flew it a lot last summer, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate you going out last October during that 30-knot wind, during a 25-foot tide, and flying along our new Bluff project, which took some pilotage and some risk, but you did it, and I think that was very good data. And I was curious, and I realize it's a side note, but have you flown it again since all the ice has receded from the rock and all of that?
Yes, I will say during October, I was like, if I crash this drone, Terry's going to fire me, so I better not crash it. We did fly it in, was it January when it was like 20 below? We pretty much threw it over the bluff and said, here, look at it. Just when there was ice, we did fly it again at the beginning of April. I believe it was April 3rd, which is actually where we realized that we were having that issue along the road right there on the bluff, which unfortunately within the next week then went. We did fly a couple of normal, or what we used to do last year, where we'd start at Pac Star and make a loop down the river, taking pictures and then video. And that started when the sea ice had broken up, but the river ice had not. I have not flown in the past couple of weeks just due to weather and winds, but our plan is, as the sun comes back, to continually fly it. And part of that is monitoring for the grant, but also just so we have the information and watching how the bluff, now that the tow is stabilized, we've seen some additional sloughage around and just keeping track of that.
I appreciate that, and I did walk around down there, part of it anyway, this spring, and we know that the bluff is receding a couple of feet or a foot a year, whatever it is, or 3, and but it always kind of went away. It's not just going away, and it's behind that rock wall, and it's surprising how much material is building up in various places. So it's good to document the whole system. Thank you. It involved aviation, so I just had to.
Yeah, so next on the agenda is legal. And Mr. Bloom's unable to be with us today, so I'm doing my best impression, but I have no comments, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Please.
Well, in all seriousness, there's virtually no change when you look at his budget, so, but I know he would be more than happy to discuss or answer any specific questions if you want to email him.
All right. Police, dispatch, and animal control. Page 122. Been to a lot of these budget meetings. This is the one I'm most excited about today. You said that, not me. I'm just excited about the meeting. So for page 122, the police, our goal is for people to live safely and without fear. That's the mission statement. I was excited to see the survey results this year for the city. The over 88% were very satisfied with the public safety services in the city. So when we get into the other goals and stuff, they're important, but that's more important to me, really, that the people here feel safe and in the community. So if we go to the next page, page 123, there's not really anything changing about staffing except the thing that Terry brought up earlier. A lot of agencies across the state struggle with staffing. We've been pretty lucky at Kenai PD for a number of years. We've had a relatively normal rate of attrition. But when agencies really struggle is when the retirements mix in to the normal attrition. And that's going to come in FY27, not just my retirement, but there will be a couple others likely in 2027. So that with normal attrition could really set us back 2 or 3 years by the time you catch up in hiring. So what we talked about with Stephanie and Terry was adding the ability to pre-hire a little bit to maybe meet these academy deadlines ahead of time. So he did add a half a position into the budget so we can kind of strategically try to hire somebody in advance and maybe use up that time to get people on board to help with that, so we're not super short-staffed. So that's the only change in the staffing there, other than certification pay we looked at. He also explained that earlier, that basically it really comes in line with what most police agencies are doing, keeping us a little bit more competitive in that most certifications pay are tied to the pay of the officer rather than tied to some specific pay numbers. So those were the two changes related to staffing. If you go down to performance measures, I'm not going to walk through all those. They're pretty consistent with prior years. I will say this year, we saw this bottoming out, I think, of our call volume in 2024. We had a couple of years, or 2025 calendar year, of 8 or 10% drop. This last year, we're seeing about a 10% rise. So hopefully that levels off and isn't spiking back up, but I think we saw the bottom of that here last year. So if you look at our call volume, it's trending back upward a little bit. Down at the goal evaluation below, I'll talk a moment about accreditation. We're one of the very few police agencies in the state that is accredited. We were accredited in 2022 by the Northwest Accreditation Alliance, and we became reaccredited in 2025, so that'll last till 2028. These are 3-year accreditation things. I think there's 4 agencies in the state, and I recently saw a survey among police chiefs, and there's a lot more interested in it that haven't gotten there. And I'll give a lot of credit to Lieutenant Langham. He's been our accreditation manager. So I think it's one of the things that sets us apart, shows that we're operating within best practices in the industry. And I think we've done a good job of keeping that current. Last year, we added a 14-hour administrative assistant. So that was our other goal evaluation there. The state changed how they accept evidence at the Department of Law, and it became very burdensome in that office, our evidence office, to get stuff to them. So we added this position, and it's been phenomenal help to our evidence custodian. So I really appreciate that we were able to do that. And in that year, the Department of Law has changed again what software they'll accept their evidence in. So it's been great help to our evidence custodian to have this position to help navigate that. And we did have turnover in that position, but we have another good person filling that now.
Excuse me, does the state provide any type of grant assistance to update our software when they, it seems from my point of view, frivolously change their software, and we have to frivolously change ours to meet theirs so that we are in compliance with evidence?
Yeah, so it's fairly complicated in that what's happened over the last, I won't be too long on this, over many years is all these police agencies have got all these body cameras and all these car cameras and all this digital stuff. And we all want to give it to the district attorney's office all in our format. And so they're getting it in 50 different formats and they can't handle it either. So they're going to, you have to give it to us in our format, basically. So there's a good argument on their side too, that they need to not get it in 50 different ways, disks from some people, hard drives from some people. And anyway, that's the gist of the rub. So no, we're not getting money from the state to comply with their needs in that particular topic. The other goal evaluation there is we wanted to focus on shoplifting and property crime. So we did a good operation with Home Depot this last year. They brought down their security people. We had other agencies there. We spent the day there focusing on retail theft, and I'm hoping we can continue that with retailers here this coming year. As far as future goals, our drone program, I think the city now, we have 3 drones. There's the one for the Bluff Erosion Project, so the city has 4 drones that I know of. We have some indoor drones. We've used ours effectively for finding lost persons in the woods. We've used them for helping evaluate dangerous situations before officers went into them. So far we've had pretty good success, not a ton to report, but it doesn't take very many successes to make them worth the cost. So I'm pretty excited about the future of that. I think technology will continue to make that better. The next goal is really our percentage of available time. This is kind of the crux of law enforcement, is you got to keep pushing back against all the extra stuff and stay on the core mission of being out there protecting the community. So we try to strive to keep our time out there on patrol and protecting businesses and the community as high as we can. The other goal is to prepare for the upcoming transition in department leadership. You know, the 3 people that can retire this year have about 75 years of experience in police work, all at the Kenai Police Department. So it'll be a transition, and I think we've worked hard the last year to prepare, and we'll continue to do that in the coming months to ensure there's a smooth transition. Future considerations, just adapting to changes in technology. I'll just bring this up because it kind of goes along with what we talked about. The Department of Law accepts it in evidence.com. We have 3 different softwares. We have something that we put all our digital photos in. We have a car camera, and then we have a body camera that all go into separate softwares. And we've used online servers for that and saved a lot of money over cloud-based services. However, all of those vendors don't want to do that anymore. You know, they all want to push you to the cloud. So this is going to get expensive in the future, a lot more than it is now, and we probably need to go to what the Department of Law is using. Otherwise, we have to download it all to our server and then re-upload it to the Department of Law, which takes a lot of time with big videos. So I think that's something we'll be seriously looking at in this coming year, and maybe back next year to discuss what that looks like to consolidate it all to the same software solution.
Well, I was just gonna mention that the increase in liability too, when you're talking about all this criminal justice information, which is covered under CJIS, and which cloud operators you're working with, and how they're storing your information, how you're getting it there, how you're getting it back, can create a significant place for liability when you're talking about release of protected information. And I would just, as a side note, would say, since DPS moved back to Axion, I don't think that they're going to move to a secondary. I'm fighting the same battle professionally, so I understand. And I have been reassured that this system is designed specifically to be compatible with the increased amount of data that is created by law enforcement agencies based on, you know, you're not getting photos anymore. It's all digital video of phone calls and interactions. It's not recordings and pictures. But I've been promised that
They're going to stay.
that they signed like a 3-year contract. So at least it's 3 years.
I agree with all that. I firmly believe they've probably moved to the best solution, and they're probably not going to move away from it. Both the AST, the Department of Law have switched to the same software solution. And if we're in the same one, then we can send links instead of the entire video, and then they can just get the video that way. So, yeah. And then future considerations, the public safety building. We talked about that multiple times, so I won't rehash that. Really in the budget line items on page 125, nothing really changed. There was a small project on the list for some furniture, and another item, a small project. The negative 7,000 item on software was a small project from last year that we finished, so nothing really changed of any significance in that. So that's all I have for the police. If you guys have any questions about the police? I know Stephanie's timing me, so I don't want to go over.
Well, most everybody else has, but it's all good stuff, so it's fine. Quick question, maybe. I'm going to go back to the drones again, which kind of intrigues me. It's something new for here. I was wondering, can you fly those at night, and can you see heat from an individual? Can you utilize it, you know, thinking about your person in the woods?
Yep.
It's dark about half the time.
So yes, you know, we are in a, Kevin can probably speak to drone stuff better than I can. We have 3 drone pilots at the police department, and we're trying to get a couple more, and we're trying to get the fire department to get a few, so there's always a drone pilot. They can fly them at night. We are in an exclusion zone because of the airport, most of the city, so they have some special exceptions and for emergencies, and they have to coordinate to fly it. But yes, we can fly it at night. 2 of the drones, the big one and for the buff erosion, and the other one have heat seeking technology. So that's how they found the person in the woods, is the heat.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just want to throw in there too, because I have to. You know, when I look at a drone program, it really is, it really is a tool to help our police department be more effective. But I think the biggest benefit that I see, it's near and dear to me, is the officer safety and personnel safety that comes with the use of drone technology now, where we're able now to, insert a drone into a building rather than having to send an officer in there to see if somebody's hiding out or has a gun. I mean, we're able to, use technology where we're not putting officers in harm. And, I don't think we're far off from the day when you get pulled over on the side of the road that, a drone pops out of the roof of the police car and just watches the whole situation. I mean, they're coming that fast. But officer safety is absolutely critical. And I think if nothing else, it warrants our investment in the drone technology that we're doing. And I think Chief and the department have done a good job of a measured approach as we've moved into drones, but I'm super happy that they're working to put those in place.
Page 133, we'll talk about the dispatch.
The time to put you on the spot's kind of limited here, Dave, so I'm going to jump in and take my opportunity since it's here.
This doesn't count as part of my time.
I was just kind of curious, you talked about the reaccreditation, but you also talked about having some senior staff hitting the end of their terms. What will that look like for the city in the future come 2028? Is this something you expect to continue, or is there any kind of succession planning for that to continue?
Well, if you're specifically talking about the accreditation, I think, the timing is going to be good because we're accredited for 3 years before it has to come up again. So the next chief and the next administration will have time to get on board to figure that out. But we've already been walking through that. So I think there will be a good transition of that information, a good transition. What keeps it going is the policies and the annual reports and the reporting on use of force and the reporting on complaints and the things we're doing regularly that are all part of processes over there now. So I don't see any issue with continuing to be accredited in the future unless there's something that changes that I'm not aware of. Page 133. Dispatch. So our dispatch center, the mission is to protect the lives and property of the citizens of Kenai and its visitors through prompt, courteous, and efficient call processing and dispatching of emergency services. Our dispatch center just dispatches for Kenai Fire and Kenai Police. They do a good job for the staffing they have. There's no new staffing anticipated for them. Right now, we had 2 recent vacancies, so there's 1 dispatcher in training and there's 1 we're still trying to hire for, which is a lot for there. That's 25% of the staff, so we're working through that right now. I switched too many pages there. If we go to page 134, their performance measures are really based on the police and fire. That's the calls they handle. It's the police calls, the medical calls, the fire calls. Police calls are trending back up. So there's not too much to report in regards to the rest of those numbers. The goal evaluation, so there's 3 dispatch positions in there. And as time goes on, there's technical issues. We're really trying to make sure all 3 are interchangeable completely. So we're trying to get we only have 2 EMD licenses. That's emergency medical dispatching. So if you're having a heart attack or somebody is and the dispatcher is giving you instructions, they're doing it with the emergency medical dispatching. The computer's telling them what to say and how to answer your questions and what to ask. That we have a floating license that bounces back and forth. Anyway, so this was a goal to update that, trying to get that position 100% the same. Then if the radio breaks in the other position, we still have 2 fully functional stations. So still working through that. We want to get away from the floating license to 3 full licenses. Again, probably a little down in the weeds. So probably this was the huge one for dispatch this year. The state switched from Apson, which probably doesn't mean much to you guys. It's their primary software system for criminal justice information. And all of our dispatchers use it every day, all the time, as fast as they can to get information out to officers. And the state completely changed it this year, came up with new software. It has different features, different problems, different benefits.
They did change it. I mean, I wasn't part of that project, but it has impacted my professional work as well. But in fairness to the state with that one, the APSIN, the Alaska Public Safety Information Network, was still DOS-based.
Yes.
So, I mean, they were entering command prompts to get information, and it has literally moved it, I mean, I would say at least into the 1990s now. So it was a huge change, but there hasn't been, that we have experienced dramatic, like, fallouts from it.
Yeah, I think in the long term, it'll be better. I think you just take old, experienced dispatchers on the old system. We got this transition time that has been was a little painful. I think we're actually working through it. I was mostly speaking to how big of a project it was with our dispatch supervisor and them to figure it out, to get trained, and to immediately do it. You know, officers still want their answers just like that, and dispatchers are slowed down trying to figure out a new system.
And
So-
there wasn't much state support for that,
Yeah.
in fairness, yes.
So this was big, and that goal's been accomplished. We've gotten there, and I think in the long term, obviously, yeah, getting away from the old system was what needed to happen. So the other thing we've worked on with dispatch is evaluating whether they could join Northwest Accreditation Alliance with us. They do accredit communication centers. There aren't any accredited in the state of Alaska. It's not as common as police. But we did learn that they could. We talked to the Northwest Accreditation Alliance about it, and we've also talked to another agency where we got their policy manual. So we want to move in that direction, but probably over the next 2 years, and maybe they could become accredited at the same time the police re-accredit. There's a fair amount of work to do. Their policy manual would need to be significantly updated, just like the police was. You know, in future considerations, I guess I'll just kind of speak to the second one there is, that dispatch center is very small, it's dated, the furniture is getting very old, it's hard to get parts for the furniture that raises up and down. The floor is kind of a disaster, needs to be replaced. We're kind of in a holding pattern to see what happens here, because all that stuff will be a very expensive transition to see what happens with a potential new public safety building. But whatever we decide, yeah, it's only so long that some of that stuff's gonna hold up, and it's expensive to replace. But I think for now, it's worth holding out a little bit to see what is decided with the public safety building.
Chief, before you move on from that, I don't remember when it was now, a couple months have passed, but I went over, the police department had all officers in for some training, and also had your dispatchers there too. And so I went over and met with them that I just talked for 15 minutes, any issues they were having in the department, you know, we were starting budget. One of your dispatchers made it abundantly clear to me, and rightfully so, talking about the staffing in the dispatch center, and I think it's worth, would you just take a minute and talk about what that dispatcher communicated? Because I do think it's really valid. I know it's on the forefront of your mind too, and command's mind over there, but I think we owe it to them to express those concerns and things too.
You know, one of the weaknesses of our dispatch center is it's not always staffed by at least 2 dispatchers, and only having one in there is problematic. You know, if there's something bad that happens, it's slowed down because there's only one, and that is a frustration for dispatchers. Always has been, as long as I've been there for 25 years. That them working alone can be challenging. You know, if something bad happens, they can call somebody in, and we end up with another one there in, you know, maybe 10 minutes. But 10 minutes is a lot in an emergency. Yeah. So it would be nice, you know, to be to a 2-person all the time staffing, but that takes significant resources. It's not just adding a person. It's probably not just adding 2 people, because, you know, they go on leave and then all of a sudden you're back to the same boat. So it's a significant investment, but best case scenario, as dispatch center doesn't operate with 1 person. You know, that's not best case scenario. You take emergency medical dispatching and they have to walk through this questionnaire with somebody that's giving CPR or somebody that's choking or whatever, then they have other calls ringing, you know. It is if they ring too long, they're answered at Soldat and a dispatch. So people aren't getting their 911 call not answered. But best case scenario, someday we would have 2 in there at all the times is, I think, the gist of it.
Well, and you have to keep in mind that, 30 years ago, they would get one 911 call. Like one person would call in about an event. Now I bet there are very few events besides something maybe that happens personally inside your house that dispatch isn't getting 10, 15, 20 cars. If there's a car wreck, if there's a fire, they're getting dozens of calls that one dispatcher sometimes is having to deal with while dispatching crews, helping with, frankly, with officer safety. They're the officer's lifeline in a lot of cases. So it's a valid point, and I just wanted to make sure you got to hear it and know that I want those dispatchers to know that we hear and communicate their concerns.
So, Chief, I feel like that is an exceptionally high priority for our whole community, because any one of our citizens or any one of our guests who were the second one in line having a major event and it caused a tragedy in their life, I think that the cost that it would involve to add the necessary dispatching is actually priceless. And would it be, from your point of view, so that there would be 2 dispatchers there at all times, bringing in the thought process of time away, adding 2 new positions in that space, and just spitballing it, what do you suppose that cost would be for that?
So in advance of this, we didn't spend much time analyzing what structure that would look like. When we debated taking on Soldotna Police Department several years ago, we did a bunch of work on that because I said if we took on Soldotna Police to dispatch for them, we would have to have 2 on all the time. We can't add more work to them. And then when that didn't happen, so I'm trying to think back to what we said for staffing. I think it was adding 2 people, but it might have been more than 2 people, and I'm not sure. Dave could probably tell you what each dispatcher costs. I'm not sure what that is, but it was probably 2 people or a little bit more than 2 people. I agree with your concerns. You should also know that, there's a period of time during the night, there's almost no calls. There's a period that, when we staff 2 dispatchers during a certain time, they could have no calls. So that some sort of balance there has been reached over the years, and we don't have 2 all the time, but that's not a great scenario when the emergency comes in.
And maybe this is something you've already explored. I mean, I don't want to say creatively staffing, but you don't know when an emergency is going to happen. You don't know if it's 2 in the morning or 2 in the afternoon, or if it's a Saturday night or a Tuesday night. But if you've got 2 dispatchers staffed running 24-hour shifts, is there other duties that they could help with, like the evidence transfer or filing, clerk type things maybe that you're hiring additional admin staff to do, that maybe dispatchers, when they don't have calls and they don't have dispatcher work that they have to be focused on, that they could help pick up slack for? I mean, just as a way to negate the expense.
So I would say, that's how we've operated for years. Most agencies, AST probably has 5 or 6 admin over there at their building. We have 1 and a 14-hour one. So we've managed to shift as much admin work as we can to dispatch. It's really hard to shift more because, 1, they have a high turnover rate. 2, they do shift work and they rotate what they're on. So if you need stuff done during the week, then all of a sudden they switch to weekend nights, and they're not helpful. So you got to try to train somebody else. So we do that as much as we can. It's just hard to do it perfectly,
Right.
Anything else on dispatch? No. I told Stephanie I would stay under 20 minutes, and you guys have already.
Your last time.
Gotta make it count.
Yeah. Page 138, let's talk about animal control. So, I won't read the first page, but the animal control does animal control services for the city of Kenai. You know, they go out and find stray animals and respond to bites and stuff. For the city of Soldotna, under contract, they provide shelter services. So they provide shelter services for Kenai and Soldotna. When we have capacity, we also provide shelter services for borough residents. But we don't do any animal control services outside the city of Kenai. We don't go respond to bites or anything outside the city. If you go to page 139, you can talk about performance measures, but the real issue we've had at animal control that kind of drove these performance measures, some of them down, is staffing the last couple of years. We had a 2/3 turnover this last year. We had 2/3 being 2 out of the 3 people that work there. For a long period, we had 1 staff member working there. So I think survival was the mode there for a while, rather than building on these performance measures and conducting outreaches and stuff. They did a phenomenal job. The 1 staff member we had there for a couple of months did a phenomenal job. When she went on vacation, the police covered for a little bit. We survived it well, I think, and now we have our staff of 3 back. They're doing a good job. At the same time, 2 of them have less than a year here. 1 of them has about 2 years here, so there's a learning curve going on. The animal control chief had experience out of state, so he's got a little more experience in animal control. But we're excited to see them shift into some new gears and work toward the goals for this next year, which are kind of revisiting last year's that we didn't get to, which is community outreach, some of these events that help people know they can come get animals at the shelter, and that to get them spay and neutered, and all the things that animal control wants you to do to not have more unwanted animals out there. What else did I have on animal control? They are also working on this policy shift for the city to get all their policies in. They've been doing that this year. In future considerations, they really want to look at the municipal code and that section, and probably make some updates to that. In fact, I think you'll see one coming in the next few months with working with Kevin and planning on some changes where kennel licensing overlaps with conditional use permits. So they're working together to maybe streamline that part of code. You know, the only other thing I would say about animal control that we've seen is, like a year ago, that place was bursting at the seams with animals. Every kennel was full, and they were finding places to put new kennels, and we came up with some policies and procedures to only accept animals when we had capacity, and to slow that down, and to only accept burrow animals when we had enough space for them. And I think that was part of the solution, because today, we can't even keep cats in the shelter, and we're probably about half full of dogs. And I think part of it's a community transition of people wanting to adopt more animals, because it was an amazing transition in 1 year's time from being way over capacity to being really something our staff can handle and the facility can handle well. So we're excited to see that for our staff. It's pretty stressful when the place is over capacity, and you have to try to work out which animals can come and which don't for them. So that's really all I have on animal control. You guys have questions about animal control? Nothing. All right. Well, thank you all. It's been fun.
I just wanted to say, Chief, thank you for your final reports on budget. And I know how difficult it is for an organization to handle transitioning from especially longtime employees to new employees, or newer employees in a role. And so I really appreciate your plans for transitioning employees into this role, and what kind of success you're setting them up for in this budget. So thanks for everything, and look forward to not having to have you here next year.
Thanks, I guess.
Okay, next we have fire, but since Chief Ross went over so much, can you do your 20 minutes in two? I would love to. Okay, well, we'll give you the whole 20 minutes, whatever you take. How's that?
All right, we're going to be on page 127. That's the introduction page there for the fire budget. Looking at the organization chart and staffing, no changes from the staffing model we adopted last year with the 3 more firefighter positions. Just talking on that note, the one big change personnel-wise in the budget would be the bump in the CERT pay that we're looking at for the paramedics. I believe you discussed already. A couple of reasons for that. That gets us back up into an area where we're healthy pay-wise to compete with our neighboring agencies. The borough has been pretty aggressive lately at increasing pay, and one of the key attractants we had as a city of Kenai was our schedule, the 4896, which they also adopted in January. So that little bit of a leg up that we had, we kind of lost. But so the crews work 48 on, 96 off. It's one of the better schedules in the fire service, most desirable. It works at a fire agency that's not too terribly busy. If you're terribly busy, call volume wise, the 48 can become dangerous having crews on that long. We're at a healthy place here as Kenai Fire Department. Our call volume in our staffing model that we had before we added the positions last year had gotten to a breaking point. Great support from the city manager, recognizing some of the trends and risk factors that we were starting to see. We had firefighters working several hundred hours of overtime every year, some of that mandatory overtime, meaning they're getting off of their 48 and we don't have the staffing, so guess what? You don't get to go home today. And they get to call the wife and kids and say, hey, I'm working a 96 now or a 72. And so it was tremendously unhealthy. My first month on the job, I had 3 firefighters approach me and said, hey, Chief, no offense, it's nothing against you being the new guy, but we just want you to know that we're looking for jobs and we're going to get out of here as quick as we can. We're just burned out. And all 3 of those same individuals have approached me in the last few months and said, Chief, we love the changes. We love what the city of Kenai is doing for us, and we're no longer looking for jobs elsewhere. So it's been a tremendous boon. I've had spouses call me or come by the station and say, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, city of Kenai. I get to see my husband or my wife again. You know, they're part of the family again. So just want to relay to you, thank you so much for supporting that new adoption for those positions last year. I know it's a tremendous expense to the city, but it was greatly overdue and has made miraculous changes in the health and welfare for the crews here at Kenai. Any questions about the CERT pay for the paramedics? I do want to throw a little plug in there about that. I pulled some numbers for you this morning just so you could have some indicators as to the importance for those positions. If you go back a year from today, we had 950 EMS calls. Out of the 950, 755 of those were transports. If you do the math, that's about 10% of our population in the last year that we've transported to CPH. Probably be closer to 8 or 9% if we do look at repeat transports for the same patient over the course of a week or so. But 1 out of 10 people in our community that we've touched and provided life-saving services for and transported to the hospital. If you look nationwide at survivability rates, especially for cardiac and severe trauma, the nationwide average for survivability and walking out of the hospital for a patient who's coded, full heart attack, not breathing, no heart rate, is less than 10%. City of Chicago was 1 to 3%. They are now celebrating that they've gotten up to that 10% national average. Working with CPH to do an investigation to the turnout and survivability rates for patients that Kenai Fire Department has transported, we're hovering around 50%, 5-time higher survivability rate. You're better off if you have a massive emergency. You're better off in Kenai, the city of Kenai, than you are in downtown Chicago, downtown Denver, downtown Dallas, downtown New York. you're getting better services, better life-saving interventions in the city of Kenai than any of those departments. 4 of the 5 highest survivability rates for fire agencies are all on the West Coast, a couple in California, 1 in Oregon, and 2 in Washington State, Seattle being the highest. We're only 1% or 2% off of Seattle for survivability rate. If that tells you how great the EMS service here is in Kenai. And part of that, big part of that is we're able to get a paramedic on scene for every one of those major calls. The fact that we have not capped how many paramedics we can have in the department, and the fact that we're aggressively trying to recruit, retain, and maintain paramedics in this department is huge. So I just wanted you to be aware of how important that service is and the capabilities that they have over a basic EMT or even an advanced EMT, what they can do intervention-wise, the drugs that they can push and the things they can do in the field that normally most people would have to wait for until they actually arrived at the hospital. So thank you for the support.
And Chief, you know, Kenai is not a small area.
No, it's not.
So that really factors into it, and it would improve that. I mean, you got to go across the bridge, get over by VIP all the way northeast, west.
Yes, sir. Any questions about the staffing? Any more questions? I know you might have some about how the 3 positions added last year might have affected operations, anything like that?
I was more interested in the morale of everybody, and it sounds like you covered that. And that was really a selling point for me, because I didn't know if these young men and women wanted a lot of overtime to begin with. Maybe they want some but you know.
Yep. So we rely very heavily on recall, on a recall model. So if we have an ALS call that kicks off, that requires a minimum of 3 personnel. We typically have 5 or 6 on duty at any given time. So that puts us out of service for another ALS call or a fire response. But we activate a recall, and we have firefighters come in off duty to staff the station, staff the rigs, and be on standby for another call to come in. Our recall participation from staff was almost non-existent when I got here because of that burnout. We've seen a tremendous improvement in the numbers of recalled personnel that are showing up now because they're not avoiding work and avoiding coming in and doing more work because of all the extra overtime that's been required of them. And so if you look at all the markers of health for a fire department, we have tremendously in less than a year back into a what I would say is a very healthy zone for staffing and participation and involvement for calls and recalls. So it's been tremendous. Thank you. Looking at performance measures, if you look at, we changed the way we were reporting things like our fire inspections. While we have over 400 commercial entities or buildings within the city limits of Kenai, not all of those are required for an annual or even a biannual inspection by the fire marshal. So we reduced that down to that 237. In previous reports, you probably saw that 400 number. We wanted it to be more of an accurate description of the percentage that we were touching every year. We meet Alaska requirements with the state fire marshal's office, and every commercial facility in the city is inspected every 2 years or sooner. So that's where we're at. Yes.
You've got 28 and 12%. Is that actual so far this year or projected?
So when this was drafted, that was actual for just this calendar
Okay,
year.
all
So
right.
if we
That
were to
might
update
hurt
that to
some.
today, that would be up significantly. So you should be seeing 50 or higher % every single year if we're doing them on a 2-year basis. And you'll usually see higher than 50%. And when you do the math for 2 years, you're like, hey, that adds up to 120%. That doesn't make sense. Well, some of those facilities require a second inspection. If we have deficiencies and things, we have to go back and re-inspect that facility to make sure they've come into compliance. So that's why that number sometimes looks off. It's actually not, but it's sometimes just re-inspections on the same facility. Any other questions on that? So looking at our goals from last year, FY26, that first one there was update accreditation with the state of Alaska. And that's for teaching and certifying in-house. That has been fulfilled. We've looked at getting a couple of our instructors recertified and reaccredited to do training in-house. couple of our captains and deputy chief have been certified and accredited to teach and do certain in-house certifications. It saves us the money and time of having to send and pay to send someone else outside that department. We've also found other avenues and partnerships with neighboring departments where if they're hosting a class or putting one on, they're now allowing our firefighters to participate in their certification classes, which again saves us time and money for those certifications that our folks are required to have. Number 2 there, work with Public Works for that phase 3 of that forest mitigation grant. We had to apply for extensions and we're successful in doing that so that we could continue that work through into this year and this summer to spend out that money. I think if you looked around town, you've probably seen how many acres have been cleared of that beetle kill. I think the contractors, in my personal opinion, have done a tremendous job in Leaf Ray and Public Works at managing some of those projects and making sure that they're accomplished and paid out. Have done a great job with that. It's made the city safer fire-wise. Also, I think beautification-wise, it's gotten a lot of that deadfall and some of those hazards. You know, you probably remember in some of the most recent major windstorms over the last year, we've had a lot of power outages with dead standing trees falling on power lines. I think we ran close to 40 calls last year for down trees on power lines and several fires started by those trees on power lines. So getting those cleared out have been a tremendous benefit for the city. Number 3 there, improve and implement new personnel testing procedures to enhance candidate pool and acquisition. The first hiring I did when I got here, we think we had 6 or 7 applicants to fill a firefighter position. We're averaging anywhere from 30 to 45 now. One of the things we did is the city fire department previously required folks to come here in person and do their written and physical agility tests. And what we did is we adopted the national standard, the written exam and the CPAT, a candidate physical assessment test, which allows us to reach a pool of candidates in all 50 states. They can do a CPAT in their home of record, and we can accept that now as a physical standard test for them to be eligible to hire on with the city of Kenai. It's also allowed us to hire paramedics and more advanced personnel. I know I talked with a couple of council members, but we are still also working really hard to craft our local pool of candidates. We're partnering with the high school with job shadow programs, interview programs, and things like that to encourage our youth in the local area to attend KPC and then come do Firefighter 1 programs with us, Nikiski, or Soldotna to stay in the local area. Goal 4 there, consolidate fire department database services. Mr. Swarner alluded to that earlier. We had 7 different software programs for management of various aspects of the fire department. We were able to go and consolidate all of those with one software agency called Firstdo. Could you imagine every day doing reports and having to log into 7 different platforms and then the duplicity of information, having to re-enter the same data in multiple platforms? Now they enter it into one module and it populates across all of our modules in one software. So it's way more efficient, less time, better data reporting. One of the problems that the fire department's had over the years is the ability to data mine some of the key data that's required for ISO ratings and interviews and grants and so forth. So we're now 1 year into the adoption of Firstdo, and we're already starting to reap those benefits of being able to provide better data to our partners, to our leadership. So it's been a tremendous improvement. Goal 5 there, improve paramedic and advanced EMT accuracy when administering meds and interventions. We adopted and implemented a new software called HandHeavy. Every one of my firefighters has an app on their phone, as well as the iPads and the ambulances and the fire engines. And what HandHeavy is basically when you have a patient, they have to do a lot of algebra in the field when they calculate med doses. And you can imagine 2 o'clock in the morning, you've run several calls and you're half awake, and now you've got to push a drug for an individual that could be life or death. HandHeavy takes the chance of error out. They input the data for the patient right into the app, and according to our medical operations manual and national standard, it'll tell them you got to give this med and this rate and so forth. So we've eliminated that human component for a mistake or inaccuracy, that obviously would be a huge liability, potential lawsuit for the city. And so that was a great improvement this year for the fire
Chief,
department.
is that just a calculator then? Because it's not making a decision per se. So
Yes, depending on what the intervention is that they're looking at. So our entire medical operations manual is customized into the hand-heavy. It's customized specifically for Kenai Fire and State of Alaska and what our medical director requires. And so whenever they look up a intervention or a medication guideline or whatnot, it's tailored specifically for what we're required to adhere to with our medical direction in the State of Alaska. Did I answer your question?
I think so.
Okay. But yes, it does a lot of the math. Yes, it's kind of a fancy calculator. It does a lot of the math just to eliminate that potential for a miscalculation or inaccuracy.
It's not like talking to a doctor that's in a box, if you will,
Correct.
you know.
Correct.
That's kind of what I meant.
Yes,
I
sir.
wasn't sure what its limitations were.
FY27 department goals. Number one, improve the efficiency and effectiveness of our department response to emergencies, especially in limited access areas such as beaches and forested areas. Working with the fisheries budget and that side-by-side ranger that we have asked for to be funded this year is going to be outfitted for us to get into some of these back areas for wildland response, and then it'll also be used during dip net season for better access on the beach. It's hard to get we can't get our ambulances and rigs out onto the beach. So typically we throw everybody in the back of a truck with all their equipment to get them down to a patient on the beach. And half the time we get the pickup truck stuck. And so it's difficult getting patient access. We have had fatalities on the beach in the last 2 years. We had a cardiac emergency fatality summer before last. We've had a lot of trauma calls, a lot of fish hooks to eyes and hands and things like that. So getting out there and having that kind of access is huge. And so this goal really is pertaining to that particular piece of equipment, and then also some go bags and things that are able to be better easily transported into remote areas. And so
is the cost of that side-by-side figured into the expense and fees for the personal use fishery, so that this cost to our community is passed on to the user group? Is that?
I would answer that yes. I think Dave could probably give you more detail.
Yes, that is going to be paid through the PU fishery fund.
Goal number 2, develop a multi-year training plan and leadership development framework to develop our company officers and chief officers. We haven't had at KFD a formalized mentoring and training program for our officers. Our officers are tremendously squared away operationally, but as far as large-scale emergencies and even executive level management of programs and whatnot, they've never been afforded that. So we're kind of behind the curve there. I've already implemented several programs for our officers. They do a quarterly project every quarter. This quarter, they're doing a budget project. They're learning how to navigate and manage an agency budget, and they compare and contrast our agency with other similar-sized fire departments to see kind of the nuances and changes regionally for managing a budget. They have done communication mentorship. We've got a partnership with KPC. One of their communications doctors that runs out there at the campus has come out and done communication and skills testing and training with our crews, how to de-escalate a hostile patient, stuff like that. Things that they have not already been afforded in the past, we've brought online for the department. So we're still playing catch up a little bit, but the officer development program is looking good. There was a little bit of money added to the training budget compared to last year for 2027, $5,000. You'll see over there, if you look at the side of the budget, that is for A, sending officers out for some of that advanced training, and B, bringing instructors in to Kenai in order to host some of these classes and training that the officers need for their professional development. Number 3, continue targeted improvements in data reporting, training documentation, water supply coordination, and response reliability to position the department for a stronger score with ISO. That piggybacks off of adopting First Due, improving our data tracking capabilities. You recently had legislation before you to adopt our new auto aid agreement. That basically getting 2 bumped up to 3 personnel brought into Kenai, and then what we also offer is that auto aid agreement. So with the addition of the 3 staff positions last year, and then now with our adoption of the auto aid agreement, effectively, according to the ISO matrix, we're getting 2 more personnel on scene, which basically gives us credit for a whole nother apparatus as well, which bumps us into a much better category ISO-wise. So when we do put in an application for reevaluation for ISO, it puts us in a lot better state. I know the city manager shares some of my heartache with ISO, and most people are like, well, what difference does it really make? It can be huge, especially on like commercial entity side and whatnot, trying to attract businesses into Kenai. When they start running the numbers, ISO rating can be a pretty significant figure for commercial insurance rates. A little bit less on the private insurance rate for like private citizens, private residences, but there is an effect depending on the company. All the companies vary. A lot of the companies in this area have gone to a rate of occurrence or a rate of risk model. They don't particularly lean so heavily on ISO, which our rate of occurrence for the city of Kenai is pretty low, which is great for our residents insurance-wise. Number 4, build on recent recruiting success by implementing retention-focused strategies such as mentorship programs, structured onboarding, career development pathways, and evaluation of compensation competitiveness. Several things we've already talked about, the formal mentoring program, training opportunities that we've added to the department, the evaluation that the city manager has really led and pioneered for us with the CERT pay increases, evaluating our competitiveness to other local agencies is huge. I was trying to paint this picture for my crews recently because if you think about, small increases in pay, sometimes minuscule amounts don't seem like much and you're like, oh, well, I'm only getting a couple $100 more a paycheck or something like that. It may seem pretty minuscule, but when you translate that into life quality terms, a couple $100, that's a $2 to $4 million life insurance policy every month for your family that you could add to your portfolio. That's a new camper payment to take your kids camping and enjoy the Alaskan wilderness. That's a hotel room for your anniversary, when you start painting the picture of these small increases, and particularly this one that we put forward this year is not a small increase, it's a very massive, life-changing increase for these paramedics. The morale, the desire to work for the city of Kenai, the view of support from our leadership, from our city manager to our city council is huge. The transition I've seen in the 2 years that I've been here of how these folks feel appreciated and the willingness to go above and beyond and do extra work above the bare minimum has completely changed. So thank you for that. Number 5, develop a formal CRR, which is a community risk reduction framework aligned with national best practices to proactively address leading causes of fires, injuries, and medical emergencies in Kenai. So the fire marshal and I have really done a deep dive this year into how we can improve our public education programming. And then I've also worked with some of our paramedics on how we can minimize and even reduce call volume by providing better services with partners to some of our residents in Kenai. I'll give you a couple of examples. We have had over the last year and a half, we've had several, I would say probably a dozen to almost 24 patients with medical issues that are repeat call-outs. We've had a particular patient recently that we've run on 3 to 5 times in a week, per week, for the same patient. And part of that problem is a lack of regional resources to get them what they really need. A lot of times, they just don't feel good and they're lonely. And they're happy to see the firefighters come in and spend 30, 45 minutes with them. And you find out when you get there, they don't really have a medical emergency. They just want to talk to somebody. So we've really partnered with CPH. I have worked very hard to advocate for better services. CPH just brought a mental crisis team online this year. Our department, as well as PD, has used them quite extensively in the last 6 months. where we can call them out, and then they have other avenues and streams of revenue that they can tap into to get services for these individuals that have not been afforded to them before, whereas their only really lifeline was 911. So you've probably seen, and you will see, I hope, over the next year, some incremental reductions in our call volume. Another thing that has reduced our call volume and increased our availability time for emergencies has been doing away with reverse transports. Because there were no organizations or entities that could get people that were being released from the hospital, a lot of our senior citizens that don't really have a support network were reliant on us taking an ambulance out of service to go all the way to the hospital to pick them up and basically be an Uber service to bring them back to Kenai. And so we've really kind of held CPH, we've held some of these senior homes that are within our jurisdiction. We've kind of been holding their feet to the fire to increase availability of those services. We've even worked with Alley Cab, Alaska Cab, to bring on another handicapped accessible van. And we're working with a company called Mo on the Go, who is another private entity, to increase her capabilities and ability to go and grab people and give them rides back home, and also submit claims with Medicare and Medicaid. So we're partnering with all these agencies to increase capabilities and services for the residents of Kenai while also reducing our call volume so that we do have our ambulances available for that next call. Whereas when I first got here, it was quite often both of our ambulances were out on calls. Sometimes one ambulance was doing a reverse transport for a Kenai resident, and then we'd get a call in, hey, my husband's in the floor having a heart attack and I don't have an ambulance available for you. And then now you're waiting on Nikiski or Soldotna CES, if they're available. If they're on a call, they might not even be available. So now you're waiting on one of those outside agencies to bring you an ambulance within the city limits of Kenai, and I'm trying to avoid that at all costs.
I serve on the board of CARTS, and they have opportunity to do transport, and they have for handicap individuals, so that could be one of your other resources, and they're 24/7. So,
Okay.
just to let you know.
Yeah, on top of that, I don't think you mentioned the new bus service, because I know it goes to the hospital. I don't know its route, but I know where it comes back into Kenai at least, so.
And I don't know what kind of an impact that's making yet. I'm sure it is. And I have not looked into what kind of an impact the bus has had as far as reducing those reverse transport needs. I know Life Med and Guardian have also met with us too. Private entities, private for-profit ambulance services typically try not to step on the toes of a municipality. And municipalities typically don't want them coming into the area because it does maybe cost some revenue for ambulance transports and whatnot. But when you have a small entity like KFD, and if you look at our call volume and what we had, we need some of those entities in the area to provide services for our residents and keeping our ALS response ambulances in service and available. Any question on fire department goals? Okay. Just also to put on your radar, we were the first agency, I believe, on the whole peninsula and one in the first in the state. Deputy Chief Coots has been getting his feet wet with some pretty major grant projects. And the Rural Health Transformation Grant has come to Alaska to the tune of $272 million per year for 5 years. They've got hundreds of applications. We were one of the first in the whole state to get an application in. We've applied for the category. They have funding categories. We've applied to be in the $250 to $1 million fund category for this year. We have submitted requests for quite a few pieces of equipment and training supplementation with this grant. All indications is it's very, very likely we're going to get it funded. And just so you know, certain pieces of equipment like our LifePaks, our cardio monitors that we carry in the ambulances, we have LifePak 15s right now. The LifePak 15 debuted back in 2008. It's basically a 20-year-old piece of equipment, technology-wise. The industry is moving away and moving into cardiac monitors that go from 12 lead to 15 leads. And so the LifePak 35 is the newest model, which means we're going to have to convert because eventually they're going to time out the LifePak 15s and they're not even going to service them anymore. So for us to go to a LifePak 35, that's about 60 grand per unit. So we got 2 ambulances and we try to have one in reserve in case one goes out of service. So 60 grand times 3. And I would rather not bring a special project before you saying, hey, I need 180 grand to buy new LifePak monitors for my ambulances. And so we've applied for those through this grant to go ahead and get ahead of that and get LifePak 35s. Also, some other mobility equipment in order to better assist some of these residents that we have. We have quite a few bariatric patients in the area. I'll give you an example. We've got a 400-pound patient here within the city that we run on frequently. And I mean, you can imagine if I have 2 small individuals that are on the ambulance that day and they get there and they've got to move a 400-pound patient to try to get them into the ambulance, we don't really have the appropriate equipment for that. So we put in for electric modified stair chairs that would allow, they're basically a track system. We currently have the manual ones that are great. They control bringing a patient downstairs, but if you've got to get them out of a basement and up to the front door, they don't do anything for us. And so they have motorized versions of those now that we could throw a 400-pound patient on, and it's got little tracks on it, and we can take them right up the stairs and out the front door. And my smallest firefighter can do it almost single-handedly.
You did a little video online of that, didn't you?
Not those. We did the power lifts, the gurney lifts that you all approved the reallocation of funding for, which was tremendous. I mean, you can imagine the gurney by itself weighs about 100 pounds, and then you throw a 300-pound patient on it, and you've got 2 firefighters to try to lift 400 pounds up into the back of the ambulance. And they were doing it all the time, and now they don't have to. Now they just get to push a button and one hand load that patient. So thank you for that. That's another huge morale booster for the department.
Cost savings down the road for possible injuries of staff.
Absolutely. And we did have 2 pretty significant injuries this year. We had a firefighter that had to have a shoulder rebuilt, and we had another firefighter that had to have a pretty invasive back surgery to repair some damage. And so, yeah, absolutely. Preventing injuries like that is tremendous. Yes, sir.
Quick question for you. Could you just restate what that grant was and the bracket of funding?
Rural Health Transformation Grant. It's a federal grant that's been divvied out to the states. Alaska was awarded $272 million per year for 5 years. I think it comes out to a little over like 1.2 billion, something like that.
Compartmentalized.
Right.
There's huge sections for different.
And what was the?
And then we've applied in a funding category that's from $250,000 upwards to $1 million for funding.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you bet. And if funded, that's a huge, huge financial burden off of the city in the next 5 years, as we would need to look at how we're going to fund certain replacement for those that equipment that we've applied for.
I just want to point out, I like that your goals are equal part staff development and retention. I especially like number 2. I mean, you're saying we're training our replacements now, which I appreciate that it's future facing and it's focused on what I think is our greatest resource, and that's our staff. But it's equal parts that and meeting the needs of the community now and thinking forward. Community risk reduction programs, et cetera. So I just want to point out, I'm struck by how, I guess, even keel these are, and I feel like they're really good at focusing on the 2 most important things, the residents of Kenai and the staff at Kenai Fire.
I appreciate. I was my own critic on these goals because typically we try to do SMART goals, strategic, measurable, and whatnot. And you can give timelines and actual figures and things like that. And I know Terry probably prefers to see a little bit more strategic goals that can be measured and put into numbers. Being new here and not knowing the numbers very well and being able to have accurate data trends over the course of years, it's hard to develop SMART goals, especially ones that are accurate and make sense. I do hope to have a few more of those SMART goals in my goals for next year, but yeah, I appreciate that a lot because I put a lot of time and thought into, hey, what do we need now? What are the huge priorities we can't afford to neglect? But then also, how can we prevent problems in the future by addressing being proactive now. So thank you for pointing that out. Appreciate that. We had a project, a special project. I would have liked to have submitted 10 this year, but I was trying to take it easy on our city manager and the council, because you blessed us tremendously last year with a huge addition in our personnel budget. We've got some operational shortfalls as a department that the city relies on us for, one of those largest areas being hazmat. So you probably saw a special project for a trailer and some initial equipment. So we are, if we have a hazardous materials release in the city, we're the initial line of defense. Most of our crew is certified to the hazmat ops level, which gives us a very minimal capability. Really, we're only going into a hazmat area if we have to effect a rescue. We currently don't have the equipment or PPE in order to do that safely. And my worst fear was almost realized this year. We had a pretty severe ammonia leak over here at PacStar with some of the refrigerant units. That's a pretty nasty chemical, and you're not supposed to go into it with any exposed skin and whatnot. And fortunately for us, all of their personnel were able to self-egress and get out of the dangerous area. Had they not been able to, and we would have had to send firefighters in just regular structural firefighting gear, we would have had burns and injuries and things like that to our firefighters as they went to try to effect a rescue. And so in that special project, you'll see a trailer to house that initial equipment, as well as some initial suits, level A and level B PPE suits, that will allow us to safely enter a hot zone in order to rescue individuals within Kenai. And then also, you'll see some small amounts of mitigation and dam, dike, and diverting, berms and things like that. We had a pretty significant fuel spill over at Three Bears this last year, and when we got there, we were pretty much relegated to digging soil and throwing soil out there to be absorbent, and also create berms around storm drains and things like that. So you'll see in that request, and this is just a bare minimum request to get us to at least some level of functionality. I could have asked you for hundreds of thousands of dollars, but we're just trying to be realistic, be fiscally responsible, and I'm trying to get the bare minimum amount of equipment to protect our crews and still affect a positive response to that type of an emergency. Any questions about the hazmat project?
Yeah, thanks, Chief. Does that also include any additional training resources that you might need for that type of response?
So we would be looking at, we're fortunate right now because some of our employees have worked out at Marathon before, and we also have a few that are part-time employees out at Marathon, and they receive, funded through Marathon, that hazmat tech training. Myself and I think 4 or 5 other individuals right now are currently hazmat techs, which is a huge boost to our capabilities if we have the appropriate equipment and PPE. But we would have to look at developing some type of a partnership either with Marathon or with the state to send folks to go get that hazmat technician certification if that's the level of intervention that we want to maintain.
Thank you.
You bet.
Cooking with spill prevention and response is another good one.
Mhm. Yes, and we do train with them every year. The thing about relying on some of those outside entities is when they respond, there's a bill attached to it. And I'd rather, if we can mitigate it here locally and not make too big of a fuss about it and not incur a huge bill, I think it's best for us in the city. Let's see. I also wanted to just bring it back up to that we are hosting the 2026 firefighter conference this year, which will be a huge time-consuming project. It already has been for myself, but I think it's also going to be a boost to the economy towards the end of September and that first week of October if we bring 300 to 500 firefighters to Kenai for the fire conference. We're hoping to host the majority of the conference at the Regional Fire Training Center. We're also hoping to have use of the Challenger for a training space. And then we've reached out to the high school for their use of their auditorium for opening and closing ceremonies and so on. So see a whole bunch of firefighters walking around for a week here in Kenai. Any questions on fire conference?
Sounds like it'll be a very safe place around that time.
Yeah.
Thank you for hosting this for our community.
Oh,
I
you
think it'll
bet.
be a very wonderful boost economically for our community.
Yep, I think so. If you don't have any other questions for me, just looking at the budget and let me see if there was anything else there. Just, there was a note there under future considerations on page 130. With the recent expansion of the staffing, we've seen a significant drop in the reliance of overtime. Our overtime rate's been cut in half, and we haven't even realized the full benefit of those 3 positions because we did have some vacancies this year. We had some injuries and firefighters out on FMLA or light duty status. And then we've had a probationary firefighter that didn't make it through probation, so we've had to re-advertise for that position. And so we haven't even realized the full true benefit of those 3 new firefighter positions. And we've already seen a 50% reduction in those reliance on overtime for just minimum staffing. And then Chief Ross mentioned it, but we also helped and participated in the public safety facility feasibility study. We're excited to see what council decides for direction on that. I know my crews would absolutely love a newer, better, bigger facility. I know my female staff would like to not have to sleep in a room with a couple of snoring guys in a shared bunk room. So yeah, we're excited to see what direction the city takes there. And then also wanted to talk about, I know in our capital budget, we have programming for fleet replacement. One of the big elephants in the room has been our tower and replacement of our tower unit. Those rigs now fully outfitted and equipped, you're looking close to $3 million to replace that one apparatus. And so I've purposely drug my feet on replacing that apparatus and presenting an RFP or a proposal forward for replacing it because I wanted to get to know what we actually need for the city of Kenai, what's realistic and what's fiscally responsible for a particular fleet and maintaining a fleet. And we've been looking at some pretty creative solutions. So we maintain the same capacities we currently have, but we reduce the amount of cost to the city and then also maintenance and upkeep. Chief Coots and I, while we were in Juneau, we were able to look at Capital City Fire has the only, right now, they're the first to purchase a single axle Quint that has a ladder and bucket capability. It's a truck that is about $1 million less than a traditional tower, but has the same capabilities that we currently have with reach, safety for doing roof operations and things like that. It would be a significant rate reduction for the total cost of the apparatus. So we're looking at that as an option for replacing the tower. We're also, instead of replacing full engines that we currently only use as tankers, we're looking at replacing those not with more engines, but with tankers, because that's actually what we typically use them for. And, you know, you're looking at a $500,000 to $750,000 apparatus instead of $1.5 million. And so I've been really trying to take my time, be realistic about what our needs are, what we can effectively staff even in the city of Kenai, and then also what our rate of occurrence and what our actual response needs are. We have utilized that tower a few times in the last year and a half on some pretty significant fires. So I wouldn't say we don't have a need for a full tower. But if there's a cheaper option, like a Quint apparatus that does the exact same thing, smaller, you know, probably doesn't have the lifting and crane capabilities of a full tower unit with dual rear axles and the weight ratings that we currently have on our tower, but provides what we actually need for a fire service that saves the city $1 million to $1.2 million on cost of replacement. I think that would be the way to go.
So would you just help me understand, is a tower the same thing as what I know as a ladder truck?
Yes.
And when was that current tower? It seems like it was just yesterday that we got that.
It's a 93 model.
It was just yesterday.
So this, yeah, so the industry service life for a tower is 15 years. Your industry standards recommends highly you should move it into a reserve service status at the 15-year mark. We were finally successful at getting a company up here last year to do non-destructive testing on the tower beds and actually recertify our tower. So liability and safety wise, we're okay. Problem is I can't get parts for it. And so when something breaks, there's a lot of MacGyvered systems on that truck that, we've got bubble gum wrappers and stuff, holding stuff together. So that's an exaggeration, but.
If it didn't look brand new, it'd be easier to.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a beautiful truck and it's got low miles on it, but, metal and systems and electronics and things degrade over the years. The sea air is not kind to fire equipment. When you get rusting and pitting in massive structural members, it significantly reduces their safety and integrity. I don't know if you've ever seen a video of a fire department tower when the bed collapses due to stress and fatigue on the ladder bed, but it kills firefighters.
Well, now I'm gonna have to look that up on YouTube.
So, yep. I'm right there with you, Mayor. It's sure it's hard to replace a truck that looks that great and is in that great a shape. But serviceability wise and whatnot, it is a bit of a liability for us.
A few years ago, it was up on a rack because they had the company appreciation or party over there, and I'm looking under it
Yep.
too. And I mean, the tires are new, looking everything,
Yes, sir.
But at any rate, the numbers don't lie.
And the new rigs, particularly the one that we are considering and looking at, they maximize staffing on the fireground because right now that current model that we have in service, I have to put a firefighter in that bucket to operate that ladder and that tower and our elevated master stream. To me, the elevated master stream is almost more important than even the ladder and the bucket itself, because when we have a commercial fire or multi-story fire, that's our main access for getting streams, lots amount of water up high on fires or into the center of a structure that's on fire. And so the newer ones now are remote operated. So my firefighter that's down on the ground operating the pump and everything can also operate the elevated master stream and the bucket without me having to pull a set of boots off of the fire ground and put them in that bucket where they're just up there operating some joysticks. So I effectively gain a whole nother person for interior search and rescue and firefighting operations just by replacing that tower with one of these newer Quints that are fully operated down by the operator at the pump panel. Yes, sir.
Well, Chief, unless you have something more, I mean, we're kind of over a little bit, got a whole hour. Believe it or not. But every minute was worthwhile. I mean, if you have something else you need to add.
No, sir.
I want to say that I do appreciate everything that you've done for the department since you've been there. Everything I've heard, everything you just talked about, actually. And you bring great leadership and your forward thinking and all of that, and I appreciate having you.
I appreciate you all very much. More than you know. I was telling Ms. Askin earlier, I have zero complaints. The only complaints I have are the same that every fire chief has, but locally, with our leadership here, I have zero complaints. I appreciate the support.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, before we move on, I do want to just point out a couple things. When you're looking at the fire department's budget, salaries, basic salaries up 136,000. That's really, the majority of that is driven by two things. One is the COLA. You got a 2% COLA in there, but you got to look, original budget last year was 2 million in wages. So, 2% increase on that's, 40,000 of that. The remainder of that is related to that paramedic incentive that we've already talked about. When we look at overtime, I know Chief touched on it. I still think we're going to see some benefit from those 3 new positions here in the future too. We did have a bit of a miscalculation last year. There's actually an ordinance you guys will be hearing on Wednesday night to address that in this year's budget, and it dealt with some of the mandatory overtime. Simply the shift that the firefighters work. So our firefighters, correct me on this, Chief, I think we work 192 hours in a 24-day work cycle. That's how we determine overtime. So It's totally different than 40 hours a week or 8 hours a day or any of that. So with the shift that we're working is 192 hours in a 24-day work cycle. On a 48-96 schedule, those crews will work, just working that straight 48-96, they'll work 160 hours overtime each a year, just as a result of the shift they're scheduled to work. So there was a miscalculation last year when we put the budget together on some of that overtime. That's going to be fixed by this ordinance that we've got before you Wednesday night. And you see a $66,000 increase here. That's what is driving that increase in overtime. So I just want to call your attention if you're looking at this and looking back. And then the other increases mostly are associated with the benefits associated with those increases in pay, whether that's PERS or workers' comp or the other things too. So you're seeing it a lot in this department, that's why I wanted to bring it up.
Okay, thank you for that additional information. Now we have library.
There's a request for
Oh.
a fiver.
And then we're going to take a 5-minute break. So we'll be back here at 12:35. If you're kind of ready,
I can get started.
we're back on the record.
It starts on page 165, yep.
165?
I think it always starts on page 165, so it's pretty standard. I like that. I like that a lot, so. So the budget starts with our mission, which is to provide a welcoming space for people to connect, learn, discover, and grow. This is a mission that we actually, as a staff, worked on a couple of years ago. We added to this mission a vision statement and a core value statement, and also our customer philosophy. If you're at all interested in that, please check out our website. And I'm totally segueing right now. Moving to our functions and responsibilities. We function as both a community resource and also a community hub. We provide access to a statewide collection that's more than 3 million items at this point in a variety of formats through the Alaska Library Catalog, along with technology, internet access, and public spaces. Some of our community members come in every day, and for them, we are the primary access point for things like computer access, filling out job applications, filling out government forms, and printing and copying and scanning and emailing and faxing and all of the things. And all of those things actually also mean that we as staff help them with their basic technology needs. Looking at our staffing, I am requesting this year a reclassification of our youth services position. This is to better reflect the level of work that position is doing, and that includes things like program development, collection development, partnerships, nurturing those partnerships, and then also administrative responsibilities. Moving on to page 166. Those are our measures and our goals. As we wrap up this fiscal year, we're anticipating about 62 to 63,000 visitors, over 100,000 checkouts, both physical and digital. We are looking at over 760 programs serving between 8,000 and 9,000 attendees. And this was amazing to me because it keeps growing. Over 2,000 meeting room reservations and more than 4,200 hours of our room use. Some of our numbers in FY 2026 did go down, our circulation and our attendance, but 2025 was really, really successful. And so I would say this year, FY 2026, we are overall still pretty solid in our engagement. One thing that I wanted to mention too is our digital circulation. Since 2020, our digital circulation has gone up by 48%, which really shows you where the community needs are or moving toward. This fiscal year, we had 3 main goals. First was to be a community hub, and we met that goal with our strong visitor numbers, our library card applications. We added I think over 650 applications or new accounts this year, and also our facility use. Second was promoting literacy and access. This was partially met. Circulation did go down, it dipped a little bit. We also added fewer materials than we had anticipated this year, and this is mainly because of the rise in costs. Also, because we keep shifting to digital materials because those are the ones that are more and more popular. In terms of access to technology, we remain pretty strong and steady. The third goal that we had was offering programs and learning opportunities, and I would say we met that goal too. We had a ton of programs this year, strong participation, a little bit lower than last year, but still pretty significant and across all age groups. And then looking ahead to 2027, our goals are pretty similar. This is on page 167. They continue to align with the city's comprehensive plan. We expect to serve between 60,000 and 62,000 visitors. We want to maintain a strong circulation, offer tons of programs, again, between 650 and 700, expand our outreach and our partnerships, something that we've been doing for years now, and then also continue to improve our access to technology and to digital resources. I have to mention our community survey. We did see a very positive response with over 80% of the respondents saying that they're satisfied with library services. We did do our own research, our own survey last year, and we actually had over 90% of folks being either satisfied or very satisfied with library services. Looking at some future needs and future priorities, definitely wanting to look into improving our space layout and our wayfinding. This is something that we've also been working on for a couple of years now. We've been looking at shifting collections, looking at adding shelf dividers so folks know where different collections are located, things like that. We are also now, was it 14 or 15 years since the last renovation? I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure of the number, but our furniture is getting to be pretty worn and ratty, and so we'd like to look into updating that furniture in the main library, and then also adding more shelving in the kids area, because that's our major driver for circulation. And then lastly, the budget. There was actually a decrease. So a decrease in salaries and benefits, but then we did have a modest increase in maintenance and operations. And you'll see there's one account in particular that's repair and maintenance supplies. I'm sorry, operating and repair supplies, 2022, which has gone up pretty significantly. And this is because the special projects that Dave talked about earlier, it's part of that account. So purchasing new office chairs for staff, adding a couple of cameras, and then also renewing our current contract for the cameras that we already have, the maintenance. And that is all I have. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them. I know, fast.
You weren't even 10 full minutes.
I should get some extra points for that, actually.
Yeah, well, talk to your
Maybe a special project next year.
I think the library is one of our star features of our community.
Thank you.
And it is a beautiful representation of our city to our community visitors, and y'all host many guests, and I want to thank you for the excellent job. And it makes my heart sing every time you come before council, and we have a city ordinance to appropriate funds from grants that the library has achieved. So I want to thank you for that.
I was going to say the same thing. I'm consistently struck by how much money you're able to bring in through grants, donations, and other things. And I appreciate the fiscal responsibility there for sure. My favorite thing about the library for our community is that there's something for everybody, and it can grow with every member of our community. You've got the children's section, that promotes literacy from a young age, and moving all the way through all the age groups, providing opportunities for parents to come with kids, or with somebody with a friend or somebody on their own, to the different activities that you offer, all the way to assisting people with technology who are maybe struggle with it but need access to do certain things. You're touching every little age bracket on that demographic continuum, and I think that's a hard job to do, to figure out how to meet those needs of everybody. And it seems that you're doing it, and you're doing it well. And I loved going when my kids were little, and my kids are adults now, and I talked my daughter into going to one of your activities recently, and I loved it, and I appreciate that there's something for everybody.
Thank you. And just because you're talking about programming, our summer reading program is starting actually this month. Sign-up start on the 18th, so let everyone know, and also feel free to come and participate yourselves. We have tons of programs lined up for the summer, a lot of new stuff as well, and a lot of really amazing prizes that were donated by local community or organizations. So yes.
And it's for adults too. I
It's for all
participated
ages.
last year.
Yep.
And it's easy to do with 48% more digital
Very true.
materials. Yeah.
I just also wanted to thank you. I mean, my family loves it. My wife and daughter particularly love it and spend a lot of time there, especially in the summer. I think the resources you have there have made it really accessible for my wife as a full-grown adult to get really into reading in a way that she wasn't before. Not to say she didn't read, but just significantly more. And then to have them be excited to bring me to the library this year to actually show me all the cool things that they enjoy there, I think was a special moment too, just to share in their excitement of what you and your team provide to the city.
That is awesome to hear. Thank you.
I also, sorry, we would be remiss if we didn't talk about the Book of Things. Is that what it's called?
The Library of Things.
Library of Things. Like, that goes way beyond reading and literacy and access. The things that you're able to provide through that. We borrowed a metal detector. My husband was looking for a property marker. And, I mean, where else can you go borrow a metal detector or a VCR? I mean, there's fishing stuff on there.
Fishing
There's-
rods, yeah.
Yeah, there's everything you could possibly think of.
Yes.
Oh.
It's I really, really want a ghost hunting kit, so
Oh.
stay tuned for October.
Yeah, well, let me know. My
Ghost
my
hunting
daughter
kit.
and I will be in for that one for sure. Yeah.
I got to say that, I only get the Clarion once a week like everybody else, but I go there to keep score a little bit, and in pride too, of what our library does. There's whatever the Salatna does, and that's usually well, you used to be over there, so. But at any rate, that really beside, but I see all of that, and I do read that every week. That's something I go to. That's something I don't get too much online. You have a great Facebook thing about things you've done, or one thing that's going to happen. I'm not sure how it would go, to have all these things, for young people with families to be planning. But, and maybe you do, and maybe that's the question.
We do submit events to all the local, to the radio, also to the newspaper, and Facebook. We are working with the Clarion to maybe do a couple of summer reading articles. So we did just one a couple of weeks ago. This was about our Lego club. So there was an article about that, yeah. But yes, I would like to add more to that too.
It wasn't a criticism, it was just something that, I appreciate seeing. Because it's what's going on in Kenai. And I do appreciate you coming over from the dark side, by the way, and being here. Thank you very much. It's always fun. Next we have Human Resources, Stephanie Crandall.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for letting me come and share a little bit about what's happening in human resources. I am on page 96 of the book that you have in front of you.
I hope you learned as much as we did while you were reading.
I really did enjoy hearing from everybody. I think our staff is great, and it's exciting to hear when department heads are planning for succession, and those sort of things are near to my heart. So if you look at the mission of Human Resources, it continues to be supporting the city's goals and its employees in a fair and equitable manner in all the things that I do through the department there. My responsibilities are really what you would find anywhere. You can read through those. I'm not going to bore you with that section. As far as staffing, the city has had one person in the Human Resources Department. That continues into the next fiscal year. And then if you look at our performance measures, one of the goals that we have that's not formally written in here, but is to be an employer of choice. And I think you can see, if you look at our numbers, we're we're getting a lot of applicants for our positions. We're not having a huge turnover. We did have a slight increase of our total recruitments, and these are based on calendar year. We had 27 this year. If you remember, we added 3 firefighters, so 3 of those were our new firefighter positions. These are just our full and part-time position. We also had, I think, 40 temporary positions over the last year. So, and then if the very bottom one is the average number of days to fill vacant positions. What this means is it's the time between when a job posts and when a new employee begins. So just to give you an idea, it's not a fast process to get someone in place. Sometimes it's quick, and sometimes, if we're bringing someone from out of state, it can take a little bit longer. But we have seen a little bit of decrease in that time, so that's moving the right direction. That number is gonna slow us. That number is not gonna help. But we'll hopefully have some other speedy ones, yeah. Exactly. Exactly. So if you look at our goals, been working like the other departments on getting our policies and procedures in place, clearly explained to employees. These would be personnel policies for the most part. Still continuing to do this. We've got, I have a list of about 60 that I'm trying to get through and update. So that continues even though it's not listed on my sheet here. Develop and distribute a supervisor guidebook. This one I'm still completing, but planning to have this distributed by the end of the fiscal year. And then archiving the files and cataloging them. I think I mentioned last year we have 50 years worth of employee personnel files. That's our retention. 50 years is the retention schedule. When I got here, they were not in any sort of order, but I do have them organized by termination date, which is what retention is based on. I've got about 30 banker boxes full of files plus a couple of file cabinets. So there's a lot of them, and getting there, but I'm substantially getting through those. With the Simple Records Manager, you input the box and where it's located, and then you can go on to input all the files that are in the box so that it's really easily searchable to be able to locate the box. So that's what that project is, preparing for digitation.
50 years make sense to you? They must have it's a risk management thing. But
It is, the state of Alaska has the same, and I believe the biggest reason for it is PERS having, being able to go back and prove when someone worked and have a record of it. So it's a long time, yeah.
Medical records also.
It's a long time, and any risk.
And almost, I think, lifetime. It's like,
Yeah,
it's a
medical.
very long retention schedule for many of the files within an HR.
Yeah, to go back, so. So, yeah, so that's that. If you look forward into FY '27, I've got some goals. As you know, it's a one-person department, and one of the goals that I have is to create a comprehensive desk manual. This would be something that if I'm out or if I'm on vacation and someone's filling in for me, or if somebody were to follow me, I want to have in place just a list of all the things that the office does, how you do them, where you find things. I just think it'll be really helpful. I was out for a few weeks, and the assistant to city manager covered HR. She was the acting HR director, which I hugely appreciate. Shout out to her. But I try to leave a list of where to find things, and this would just be a complete manual for anyone doing that. So, and my second goal, we're a member of the Alaska Public Risk Alliance, APRA. They provide our workers' comp insurance, among other things. And they also offer free training to any of their member organizations. And so one of my goals is to partner with them to bring them, and I've actually got it scheduled already for October to do some supervisor training with them. And then I've got a goal to have another one as well. So, and then the third one is to take all those records that are now in some order and begin digitizing them so that a little step closer to being able to access them easily. And so that's coming up. And then you can see my future considerations, just ensuring continuity of operations is a priority for the city, but for human resources. And then I've got a note there that it's possible that at some point part-time support could be added to the HR department. And that's what I have. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Somebody's got to have an answer.
I have a compliment more than anything. I just wanted to say that I had the opportunity to work with Stephanie this year in her role as what she provides to the city. And I would say in that very short experience, I would put you up against every other HR director on the peninsula and at the same time. And I think you would stand up. So I think we're lucky to have you, and I appreciate the work you do.
Thank you.
I have two questions. Is it possible to look at potentially outsourcing that goal number 3 of digitizing all those old employee documents? I mean, I'm asking because 50 to 75 per quarter, that means you're going to do 20 to 30 a month. I don't know how long each one takes you, that is a good chunk of your time that we are paying you for. Would it be financially feasible to outsource that to to another group that does that?
I think it would be possible. We've talked about having a temporary person do it. We've talked about having another employee that maybe has light duty or something. So there's potential for that.
Or even if there's you can send your pictures away and have them digitized. I'm sure there's got to be a records digitizing company someplace. I guess that's kind of what I was thinking, if that's an option.
I just wanted to say I really like the idea of using it to cover light duty opportunities.
Yes.
That keeps that cost down a ton.
If we have it, yeah, for sure.
And then, as a department that's used third-party records retention, I would caution anyone to do it or to pay someone else to do your own records retention. There's something to be said for having someone who knows the documentation really well to do that.
Yeah, I don't.
Does it lend itself to for somebody to just digitize it? You put it in the machine, hit the button like I do at home, and I can do 50 pages and front and back, and then that's a document?
It's probably not quite that simple. Especially the older files have a lot of different sized papers and a lot of staples, and so there's kind of just a process. But it's kind of something that I've started, and I can kind of do in between meetings or something if I have just a short amount of time.
Yeah, the only thing I'd add to that too is that the real critical thing about when you're archiving records is, the digitizing really is the simple part, right? That's just taking a picture. It's the metadata. And the metadata is what makes the information searchable, findable, and frankly, usable. And that's what takes the time, is to input the metadata that makes that so you can go find that, based on somebody's social security number or based on their last name. All of that type of information has to be linked, and that's what's critical about our records management system, is to link everything so that, it's usable.
And then I think you would have to be concerned about the confidentiality of the sources of the information that's in there and the liability of outsourcing it. So I know that you will work around this issue and figure out a feasible, efficient manner with which to do that, but it is a concern that your valuable time could be better used in a higher opportunity. And I agree with what you said. Thank you.
I had a second question, and I don't know if it would be in your budget or someplace else, so it might not be a question for you, it might be a question for Terry, so whoever wants to answer, please. We talked a few weeks ago about the HR process evaluation, and you got a estimate for that. Is that something that would be in the human resources budget or someplace else? Because I don't see it here, so that's why I was asking.
Yeah, great question. I would, if that's pleasure of council, I would include it in the HR budget, and that'd be a process I'd ask Stephanie to supervise and manage that process.
So it needs to be done through, we need to approve it and discuss it, and then add it to the, and then that would be something that moves forward, or what would be the step for doing that?
Sure. So this process here today, I think just, I don't think council needs a reminder, but we are in work session. It allows us to discuss and have good conversation. We can't make we being you can't make decisions here. Now, having said that, I think what traditionally this forum has been used for is during that conversation that takes place, we're smart enough, we pick up the hints and we as that discussion goes on, if there seems to be consensus or interest in something, before the budget is brought and the ordinance is introduced, we will include things that it looks like the majority of council wants. And the other option is if we don't do that, council can make specific amendments to the budget before adoption at the public hearing. So I think it would be appropriate, this would be a great time to bring that up and have that discussion. And if there's some consensus, Dave can include it before we introduce the ordinance. And again, or you can choose to bring it back at the meeting when we go to adopt the budget, and you can propose the amendment there, however you'd like to handle that.
Well, I'm fine with putting it out there now, and after the last evaluation and contract process with city manager, city clerk, and city attorney, and we had amongst us conversations about the process and I guess looking for some definitions and some understanding, and had questions about a number of things. I asked about the potential of having an HR consultant review the process, perhaps survey staff, discuss it with council members, and put forth a suggestion for an improved process for us to consider moving forward. The cost of that was less than $5,000, like $48, it's like $4,800, which was about a third of what I was expecting to hear, honestly. It was pretty low. So that's what I'm talking about when I was asking about the HR study or evaluation being included in the budget for this year, was that request or that process.
Since this is only my second time going through this, process, I had a very similar revelation in how this process works, but just way later. And so I think we would, when we go to approve this at council, we would then propose this as an amendment to the budget at that time, if that was the case.
You could, or like I said, if the conversation here today is that, I'm looking and I'm getting 5-6 nods of the head, finance director will likely take that and incorporate it into the document prior to introduction, so it wouldn't require specific amendment at that point. If that doesn't happen here today, then absolutely, the next step would be you can bring an amendment forward at that, for adoption, before adoption, and we can go about it that way. So this I think is, like I said, a great time to have a conversation and see what the consensus is in the room.
I'm a bit cloudy on what's being requested.
It would be for about $4,800 for an HR consultant to evaluate the process that is currently used for the evaluation and contract for city manager, city clerk, and city attorney, and put forth a suggestion for a process to be used and followed moving forward that would address some of the concerns that were discussed during our last go-around.
Something different than what's already in play. Is that correct?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, they would evaluate the process and determine if there's suggestions for changes or improvements.
Thank you.
You keep circling it, so I'm going to press on it. The process we do have, it is a little clunky, but then how many people have 5 or 7 bosses? And I know I keep saying that, but it's true. And that kind of adds on to it. It's not an employer that has an employee and you're evaluating them and doing that. It complicates it. You don't just have 2, you don't have 3, it goes on. But and I don't think that's really would change too much, but there's often a better way to do things. So if, council wanted to spend the money to see if there's a better way, and it may or may not be, so I don't know, because this is how we've been doing it since I've been here, frankly. So I guess that's kind of a quasi nod. How's that?
So would that come under the purview of the human resources, or would it come under the budget of the legislative portion, since that's under the city council?
Yeah, great question. My suggestion would be that we put it under the HR department and allow our HR professional to help work that process and guide that process with council. I feel, correct me if I'm wrong, Steph, I think Stephanie feels independent from me enough, and that I'm not gonna, or any of our staff are gonna try to influence the situation, but I think Stephanie would be in the best position to help assist council work through that process, coordinate everything with the consultant, and set it all up and make it function as best we could. So that's where I would recommend it to be, and have somebody there to help you guys work through that process.
One more head nod in favor of looking into this.
And it was something that I did speak to you about it before. And it was kind of you that suggested this would be an option too, like this would be something we could consider. And I asked the city manager, the city clerk, and the city attorney if they were comfortable with it or felt like there was room for at least an outside entity to look at the process. And maybe you're right. Maybe there isn't anything to change. I don't know. But we don't know. Yeah. And I think that having a third party come in and review it and tell us whether we're doing amazing, whether we're doing mediocre, or whether we're really blowing it, could be useful. And for I think for what I said, I'm still struck by how low the price is for, I think, expanded understanding and comfort with the process.
Stephanie, help my memory out here. What year did you come on board with the city?
2023.
Yes. Yes, as HR person. Okay, so and Henry, obviously you've been here longer than me, and I know Victoria has experience and Glenise has experience. I'm not saying I'm not in favor of this, because there's always, we always need to look at ways that we can improve any process we have. But I just want to give Stephanie kudos right now, because I was sitting here thinking, okay, I was elected in 2021, so my first time through this was 22, so 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. So this was my 5th time through this process now. It was way slicker, way more efficient, and way more productive than the first or second time. Now, granted, I have to concede that I was on a learning curve the first 2 times. But I remember sitting in the executive room, and I remember Mayor Gabriel asking me to write down and take notes, and we were trying to consolidate all of our verbal comments grammatically and agree on them, and we spent hours doing it. And even back then, I don't think the PDF documents that were emailed to us, they weren't accessible to fill out online. It was like you had to print them off and come get them, fill them out, and we had to bring them back here now. Whereas now, these PDF documents, they come to us, the link, we can fill them in, we can save them, we can email them right back to you. We don't have to get in our vehicle and spend that $5 gas, to get here. Just saying. Strike the editorial. And then now Stephanie collates all of our responses and puts them into the categories so that when we get those papers back, they're there, and we're not spending hours now going through and trying to figure out what we're going to say and grammatically correct each other. And Stephanie, I just want to say all that to say thank you, because even though the process probably does need to look at to be improved, you have improved at least my experience significantly since 2021, because you came in 23, and I noticed a marked change at that point and then going forward. So is it an awkward process? Yes, because again, like Mayor says, what scenarios do you have 7 bosses to have to deal with, to doing this type of thing? So is it awkward? Yes. But thank you for what you have done. So maybe what you have done to make it more efficient and to make it slicker will maybe help the future process of making it more efficient by some consultant.
And to clarify, when we talked about it, it was something that you thought would be helpful and be useful moving forward.
Yes, I was I was in agreement with you on that.
Thank you.
It was the process we were using, I didn't create. I came in and was told, help this council with this. So I think because it's different, it's unique, that a consultant could potentially have ideas that, I wouldn't know to bring up, so.
I think, and I don't mean to be talking out of turn here too much. I mean, a lot of executive session things, but we do have somebody from the borough. I worked at the borough too, and then somebody from the state, and they do things in a different way than a council like we do, what our rules are in evaluating our employees. And I think what I was kind of picking up on was still a bit of a learning curve on both of those. And that might be something, if we move forward, that might help clarify for future council members, on how that works. Yeah.
Yeah, I think some guidance documents would have been helpful, but I mean, I don't think the learning curve was necessarily the problem. I think clear explanation of the process and the expectation of the process was the problem. For example, you're given an evaluation and you're supposed to check boxes. No definition of what each box means. No, I'm expected to check a box on how somebody relates to staff with no information about their staff relationships. And I'm making this up, but for all I know, Terry walks into the office every Monday and screams and yells at people. I would have no idea. But I'm asked to rate him on how he works with staff. There is no mechanism for that information to be brought to our attention. There's no mechanism for staff to communicate that information in a way that's, I guess, safe. And all of those things combined create, in my opinion, a process that's not defensible. If there was an argument about an evaluation or a decision about an evaluation or a contract, we do not have a solid foundation to say, well, I chose box C because box C is defined as this and box D is defined as this, and this person meets this many things in box C. We have no way to objectively back up what we are saying or doing. We're simply going with what we feel at the time, and I don't think that's not fair to us, that's not fair to the employees, and that's not fair to the rest of the city staff either.
Well, I understand, and I've heard that every year, and something along those lines. And it's not, I'm not just dismissing you in that respect, because it's true that you don't know. And I don't work here. I work out there. I'm not here at 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm not here and have lunch with anybody. I might not be here for 5 days. Some of us aren't here for 2 weeks, and we're only here a little bit in the evening. So as an employer, you know, it will lend itself to that. And so how much you involve yourself in what's going on with the city and individuals and whatnot, but nonetheless, it's not like you're evaluating an employee under you in an office that you work in every day. That will not change. And so it is what you feel and what you think and what you hear. I mean, it will be.
But I think that's part of, I mean, one of the things that was discussed that could be included in that is a staff survey. So that would give objective data with which part of that decision could be based. How does staff feel when one of them walks in the room or they have to deal with them on something? That's information that we could be using to make an informed decision about evaluating them on staff interaction. Because right now we're doing it in a vacuum.
I'll just chime in here.
Are we going too far beyond talking about budget?
I think we know that we all share different opinions about the process. And so maybe that highlights the need for a reassessment of this. And then it can help remove the differing opinions about the thing and hopefully end up with a better result overall. So I think we can all acknowledge there's always things that we can make improvements on, and doing this certainly wouldn't hurt the process. So. I'll also just add one more thing. I do sit on one other committee where there are 6 bosses for one employee, and we do have incredibly well-defined checkboxes. But that's for the school district, so.
Shall we move on to, or do you have anything more for us? Okay. So that brings us to the city clerk. And, oh, good. Okay.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Bye, thank you. I thought we were going to have to punt. I didn't realize you were behind me.
Hi, everybody. My director is out, but I have some high-level notes that I'd like to discuss. The city clerk's budget is on page 74 of the draft document. There have been no changes to the mission statement, no changes to functions and responsibilities, no changes to staffing structure, except I'm new here, hi, and no changes to performance measures tracked within the budget other than the updated data related to the year's activities. As far as fiscal year goals, Our first goal was explore and implement an online business application platform for business owners to apply and submit materials. This goal had not been fully achieved, but it is being worked on, and with the recent funding for licensing software, this should be in completion for this coming year. Our second goal was to review and audit the City of Kenai Records retention schedule. This is still in process. And then our third goal was to update the board and commission application process and forms. This goal has been achieved, and this new form is available online, along with new informational booklet that lets applicants know what the role of a commissioner is. The fiscal year 27 goals, and then a high-level future consideration is that the audio and video system in the council chambers is aging, with some components no longer eligible for updates. So items for replacement, we have to figure out if we want to just do it piece by piece or kind of do a whole overall haul of what that process could look like. Those are my very high-level notes. If you have any questions, I will attempt to answer questions for you, everybody, for the clerk's goals. Seeing no questions, I will go to the legislative part of the budget, which is on 83 of the draft budget document. No changes to the mission statement, no changes to the functions and responsibilities, and performance measures were updated to include the current data. And as far as fiscal year 26 department goals, goal number 1 of continued support and collaboration with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and federal delegation for the Bluff Stabilization Project was achieved. Goal number 2 was maintaining business-friendly regulations, taxation, and incentives to create a stable, positive climate for private investment in support of the Imagine Kenai 2030 City of Kenai Comprehensive Plan. The city continues to work on this and continues to try to develop that goal. Number 3 was to support continued community outreach and collaboration for the waterfront redevelopment plan. And this has been supported, and future development by private business is next. And for future considerations, provide sufficient levels of funding for the replacement of significant city assets as they near the end of their useful life.
Thank you, Logan. And also thank you for both you and City Clerk Sainer for adding some of the items related to technology in this room. I know that's a thing that I had emailed you both specifically on after watching a couple meetings where we were not able to go live as we were spooling up the meeting. So thanks for looking at that and putting this, including that in this budget and looking forward. So, and then thank you for stepping up and giving the presentation so Shelley could be on vacation.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for the presentation, and that was 4 minutes out of your 15. So if there's points to be had, there you go. Thank you.
The library and the
And you
clerks
covered
each
everything,
get
I think.
bonuses.
Thank you.
I'm going to check online really quick.
Okay, City Manager Eubank, looks like you have the visitor center next.
Visitor center. I was gonna do city manager real quick, if that's fine.
Sorry.
Mr. Mayor. That's all right. So city manager's on page 91. We start here with our mission, our functions and responsibilities. We have no change in staffing in my office. When you look at my performance measures, the one here is percentage of department goals met. And I really want to highlight that for council because I really think, I think that's a way we try to evaluate ourselves. I think my primary role here is to help all of the experts you're hearing from today do their jobs better and remove barriers for them to get those jobs done. So, we're hoping that we'll get to about 85% of those goals being achieved here before the end of this fiscal year. But, you know, I just want you to understand like what the primary focus in my office is, and it's helping these folks do their jobs better. You know, as far as specific goals, you know, goal 1 was budget preparation. So the FY26 annual budget was prepared, presented to council in compliance, you know, and we achieved most goals that council set for us. So that one was achieved. Employee engagement and development, we've got a strong focus here in Kenai on our people. And I hope you're getting that vibe from the people that are talking with you here today. And so I think that's definitely an achieved goal. Support community development. This is an evolving one for us. You know, we're constantly looking at ways that we can remove barriers to development here in town, potential ways we can incentivize that development. Is incentivizing really needed? You know, I don't think as government we need to step in all the time. You know, I think there are definitely appropriate times, but you know, we're also on the cusp of some massive projects for the state of Alaska that I think will create tremendous demand on some city resources and land and things like that. So, but, you know, along with that, we did meet with, you know, we adopted those MOUs with both tribes. We've met with them in session. We continue to meet with them and talk with their leadership, ways to collaborate and make this community better. The Bronze Bear Project is something that we supported, and that was a community-led effort to bring I think a tremendous resource to our airport, and something that'll be there forever for visitors to take pictures with and remember. First thing they see about Kenai and the last thing they may remember when they're getting on an airplane to leave. We're always looking to strengthen our community and public engagement. We believe strongly in the public process. Even though sometimes I think it can be frustrating just because we don't see the level of involvement that I think we would desire or envision. And I think sometimes that's why we're looking for new ways to meet people where they're at and engage with people, because traditional models aren't necessarily working. But public engagement and strengthening that is always a continued goal. Looking forward to 27, you know, again, working hard on this document. It's probably one of the biggest tasks we do all year, is giving you the city manager's budget for then you to take and make a council budget out of. And it gives us our marching orders for the year. It gives us not only, you know, the policy and the direction that we need, but it also gives us the money to make it happen. So look forward to working on that. Always going to be working on our people, supporting our people, and making sure that we have the ability to attract and retain the best people. Continue working on community development. What should be in here that's not is that strategic plan. And I think that, you know, is a critical step. I think it'll be a very valuable step, and it you know, it will likely start with, you know, discussions on what the city's mission is and a true mission statement for the city. And we have them. They haven't updated in probably decades. So I think I look forward to that process. I look forward to working with you. I think I have a good sense of what council's directions are, but this will formalize that process. It'll force some tough conversations. I mean, it's not going to be an easy process, but I don't think anything that's worthwhile necessarily is always easy. So really look forward to working on that with you, and, you know, implementing using these studies and these reports and everything else. You know, here's our community survey, and taking the results of that and putting it to work and interpreting that and changing policies as we get that type of information. And, you know, lastly, you know, I think like the future consideration, you know, this LNG project, and as it starts to get closer and closer and closer to, you know, some key decision points. You know, I testified at the legislature, a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. You know, City of Kenai is going to be ground zero for this thing. I don't think there's going to be another community in the state of Alaska that's going to be as impacted as this one. And, it was like a light bulb went off for some legislators when they're like, they don't know, they don't know where Kenai is in relation to where, the liquefaction plant's going to be, and the fact that it's just outside our municipal boundaries. So no tax revenue will come. Well, that tax revenue will come through your borough. I'm like, well, yeah, that's great to think, but that's not how it works. Tax revenue doesn't flow into the borough and then to us. Our tax revenue flows through the borough to us, but the borough doesn't share their tax revenue necessarily with the city. And, it shocked me a little bit that state legislators honestly didn't understand these relationships, and they're making assumptions when they're looking at this legislation. And I'm not here advocating, I can't tell you if a throughput tax is the appropriate one. That's not my wheelhouse. I could try to get polished up on it and have an opinion, but that's really for somebody else. What I thought was critical about the legislation is the fact that, one piece of legislation didn't take into account, I think, any funding for the city, like a city like Kenai that's going to have massive effect. The other, the committee substitute that was being pushed at least acknowledged the community impact and gave tools and mechanisms for communities like Kenai to request funding. And I think I resonated with some folks, because I've had more conversations with AGDC folks and Glenfarne folks in the last couple of weeks than I've had in the last year. And so I think that's positive. And I did get word today, actually last night, the 18th, the gas line folks are going to be bringing, I don't know their number, they're bringing 4 aircraft in. They originally wanted to bring in 8 aircraft, and I had to inform them that on the 18th of May, for a site visit, and they're going to have a meeting at our visitor center. They were chartering a 737 and going to bring it in. And I said, wow, that's great, except for our main runway closes on the 15th. And can you land a 737 on a 75-foot by 6,200-foot taxiway? Probably not. We have a problem, but, we worked through it with them. I think we threw every resource we had we talked to QAP. Can you delay the project? Absolutely we can. It's cost you $72,000 a day. Well, that's not a very good option. Certainly not one that Glenfarne jumped on. But anyways, I got text last night that they're still coming. They've chartered 4 aircraft, looks like 3 King Air and something I don't even recognize. I'll be landing back to back to back that morning here in Kenai. Mayor and I have been invited to it, to this at the visitor center. So excited about that. I think this is bringing a lot of, the partners that are trying to put this thing together, bringing them to they can go actually see, I think, Nikiski and what that liquefaction plant, where it's supposed to be. So I'm looking forward to that. But this all takes a lot of time and coordination, and Kenai will be forever changed if we get a gas pipeline, when we get a gas pipeline. And we want to make that, most of that change, as much of that change as we can, a positive thing. Which page is 79 is the visitor center. Not a lot here at the visitor center. I mean, the primary function there at the visitor center is that we have a contract with our local chamber to run that facility on behalf of the city. You can see the number of visitors that they're tracking over there on page 79. Number of events. Recent board meeting, which was just this week, they said they've had more event requests this year than they've seen in the past. So that facility is getting more and more use. I think as the chamber, and especially the Sam, who's been there now for a few years as a chamber director, she's nothing but a ball of energy, and she's always trying to bring more programs and things like that over there. So, so some of those 26 evaluation goals, had to deal with the cultural engagement and the exhibits. And I would say they're doing a phenomenal job over there of actually displaying the city's collection and bringing experts in to talk and have creative ideas with children in there for story times, and very, very knowledgeable speakers come in and talk about history in Kenai in different time frames and different eras. And so if folks don't know what's going on over there, you really need to pay attention, because I think it's a great opportunity to learn a lot about the community that we live in. Tourism and event promotion. Again, these are a lot of things you have to give a lot of credit to the chamber for doing. I think they turn right around and give our staff a lot of credit for the support that we're providing for them, like, on 4th of July. And, they do the heavy lift, but we're the people out there setting up tents, and putting garbage cans where they need to be and making sure trash is picked up and things like that. So, the Derby, the Kenai River Marathon, Christmas Comes to Kenai, these are all just traditional events and things that our citizens really, I think, enjoy. Make life, like Councilmember Grimmy said a number of times here today, these things that make this community the place to live. So, and grant funding, I think they're still working on their 501c3 status, and I think they're getting closer. I know they partnered up with Bridges. That's usually the bridge for a lot of organizations here in the community to get that nonprofit status, and I know that's something they're still working on. 27 goals, again, collaborate with the facility manager and local Native organizations, again, to work on the collection. And identify those items in there of cultural importance. And again, collaborate with the facility manager, again, the chamber, on partnering on marketing Kenai as a destination and Center for Cultural and other things. And we want to work with them to help pursue grants over there once they're able to achieve that 501c3 status. Budget's pretty much status quo. The professional services, that's our contract directly with the chamber. Communications is our data link over there that, has our building automation system into it, but also we are able to provide phones to them at a significantly reduced rate using our equipment. Utilities, and then just a little bit for repair and maintenance. We didn't have any requests directly from the chamber for anything over there this year, but we did have those discussions with them. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Terry. That brings us over to Dave with finance.
Okay, for finance, we do have the addition of the IT systems administrator, page 100. We do have the addition of an IT systems administrator position. I think I've pretty well spoken to that in detail enough. Unless anyone has any further questions, I won't go down that rabbit hole again. Just looking at, number of purchase orders, vendors checks, things like that, just kind of some updated information. You can see we run pretty steady there. It's to some extent kind of status quo for what we're seeing on the level of things we're doing there in that realm. With the finance department, we're I oversee all the accounts payable, all the payroll, all the purchase orders and account and all those things that come through along with the IT department there. I'll go ahead and just jump right into the department goal evaluations. Evaluate the cybersecurity assessment, recommend and implement cybersecurity improvements. That plan is achieved, or that was achieved. The cybersecurity plan is on track. We selected a vendor, developed and documented disaster recovery plan, in the process of developing policies. And that's going to be a continual ongoing project. Again, with that IT systems administrator, that's going to be one of the things we look at is expanding what we do for cybersecurity and implementing more safeguards for the city. Completion of the automation of the P-card process, that is not achieved. We've kind of put that on hold with Wells Fargo moving out of the community. We're going to be looking at changing our banking services. We're not sure. We currently have that process with them. We're not sure if we would have to transition that or not. It's not part of our RFP, but we're going to have to see how it integrates and whether it plays well or not. And if it doesn't, then because right now it's kind of the premier as far as P-card processes and that, they're kind of the leader with some of the banking, so we don't really want to change that process if we don't have to. But we're going to just make sure that when we select a bank that we can continue to have that function the way it has. Complete documentation of 10 department policies. I have this marked as achieved. We've got probably 7 IT ones, and now that we're kind of done with the heavy lift of budget here, that's what our focus is through the end of the year, is to get the other 3 done and get all those turned in for review with the city manager. So for FY27, we're looking at implementing changes of cybersecurity improvements, completing the FY26 goals that are outlined in that remediation plan, complete the automation of the P-card process and update the P-card policy to support that process, and then continue to document another 10 department policies and procedures in FY27. For future consideration, for years we had additional IT staff in this section. We've addressed that with this year's budget, so now I'm looking at, what do we need? And just in looking at what I'm coming up to is in the next couple of years, I'm probably going to back-to-back, hopefully not in the same year, lose a couple of our senior employees that are long-term staff that are very well dialed in is the best way to describe them. And I think Terry might be able to speak to this, that when you take someone that's been here for 15, 20, well, I think one of them's a 30-year employee, I believe. Over the years, you gain more experience, you get more efficient, and you just kind of know what needs to be done and how to do it. And when you take someone new and put them in that spot, it's a big learning curve, and it takes time for that transition to happen and kind of get back up on step. But also just looking at some of the changes that have been made with a controller position, we really have a big gap between our accounts payable or our payroll person and our controller, and it'd be nice if we had an accountant level position. And so that's what I think the need for the department is. Controller positions pretty heavily loaded with workload. There's a lot of daily stuff that I think could be done at an accountant level. And we talk about, levels that people are operating at, that, currently there's no backup for her. There's no backup for me. Having an accountant that maybe she could push some of her duties down to, I could cross-train on some, vice versa, she could cross-train on mine, that would enable us to do some of that. So that's something that, and we're going to evaluate as these retirements happen. We think there might be some room there to maybe adjust a position up to an accountant level, but I don't know. I don't know if that'll be enough, because there's still that workload that has to be done. So that's one thing that I need to get with my controller. We're going to sit and have discussions about, okay, what does this look like if? And I always say, there's kind of the way we've always done it, and to say we're going to do it the way we always have, sometimes we got to take a step back and go, if we had to start from scratch, what would it look like? Sometimes you make decisions based on the people that you have and where they're at, and where we're at, that's worked really well, but times are changing and our staff is going to change. I don't know that we can continue to do that. And so we'll probably look at, to do it over, what would it look like? And what do those positions look like? And so, but I think that what I'd like to see is a path of progression for a career, for someone to come in at an accounting tech, move into an accountant level, move into the controller position, move into the finance director position, because that's kind of somewhat my long-term goal, is to prepare my controller to be able to step into my shoes. Because then you maintain that continuity with operations. You pass on that historical knowledge. You're replacing someone, because that's been one of my biggest challenges, is not having the historical knowledge of the city, you know, behind me to where I understand why we did things, or I could look at something and go, oh yeah, that happened because of this back 10 years ago, right? I don't have that where here's staff that they've probably processed the purchase order. They've been, or they've been a part of the budget discussions or things like that, to where they understand why things are what they are. And so that for me is something I want to kind of dive deeper into this next year and look at and come up with some sort of a recommendation. I'm going to have to look at succession planning and how, when I have these retirements that are not far off in the future, I think I probably will have one in the next fiscal year and one probably the year following that. So I keep telling them they can't leave before I do, but I don't think that's a reality. So anyhow, that's for the finance department. That's one thing for future considerations, is for us to take a look at that and see how we might kind of change things up a little bit.
Hey, good question for you, Dave. What, if any, security framework are we shooting for the cybersecurity? Are we shooting for like NIST compliance or something in that nature for our overall cybersecurity plan?
To be honest, I don't know enough about that. I probably should have done a little boning up on that before being here today. You know, that's something where we did have a third party come in and do, and provided them a whole lot of information, and we got this assessment. So we've kind of got a checklist of things that we're working through, and we've got a plan that we're working on. So
We can have Dan respond to you though.
yeah, we can certainly. Yeah.
So, I'm gonna have to apologize because, when Logan did his legislative presentation, either he or either you or the city manager, I had a question, and I think this would be a good time to address what I forgot when that was happening. I know that we're responsible for the audit and the professional services. And this next year, it's gone up $14,000, 20%. And so I was wondering what it was that caused that great increase? And did we go out for a bid for that?
We did put that out for an RFP process. They were the lower bidder, but like this year, it depends. It's kind of it depends answer here. We have our standard audit for our financials, then we have our single audits, state and federal. And this year, I think we only did the state one. We only did the federal one. We didn't have a state one, so we don't have those every year. So I want to say the audit itself was $56,000. And then, trying to do math in my head here. So what's that? Quick numbers. 8456, so another 18,000, so it was like $9,000 for the single audits to be done. So if we did what we did this year, it was $70,000 is what we paid this year. We might be looking at $73,000 next year if we don't have to do a state audit. But so it depends, and there's times where we might have to do 2 state audits or 2 federal audits, or so depending on the makeup of that. We'll drive that. What we've booked here is that we might have to do one state and one single, or one state and one federal, along with our annual financial audit.
Okay, so there is a possibility that that number actually could come in less, but that encompasses the whole ball of wax if we get all of those. Okay, thank you for that clarity. I was just a bit.
And this is a contract that we put out every 5 years. So it's been 5 years since we've had a contract renewal for this, and their costs have gone up. And that was something we increased last year because we were seeing that.
Thank you for helping me understand that.
Sure.
It's a secret.
So the other thing on here that I would say that that in reviewing this, since we've done this document, is I probably need to do an increase for our professional services, because we pay a 13% fee for the tax collection, so that we get charged a fee for that. And our online sales tax, so this is where we pay for our online sales tax. And originally we had it at 880, but looking at the trend that's been happening, we've actually boosted that out up to $1 million. We're expecting that we're liable to hit over $1 million in online sales this upcoming year. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah.
That might be my fault.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing how much that's grown over the years, significantly each year.
When Amazon was here and presented their Amazon Hub, where they pay businesses to deliver packages for them at $2.50, I volunteered to do the ones to my house because I figured, I could save a lot of money if they paid me $2.50 for everything my wife orders. So she didn't think that was that great, but.
She knows me by first name now and comes almost every day. I know.
So any further questions on finance at all?
Just a comment, and it's only because I'm not sure where this would fit best. I mean, it has to do with the council in making amendments to the budget, and it's actually for both of you guys. And it's something you're probably going to bring up, but I want to bring it up now, is it's kind of a train wreck if you come to council when we actually approve the budget and you want to make a change somewhere. And it works, but it's not one change, it's multiple changes in different places. So it's, and maybe I'm speaking for you and I shouldn't be, but if council can give Terry or Dave an amendment that you want to make after this meeting or whenever, I want to do this, and you're going to present it, at least administration has that amendment so they can be prepared for all the changes that may need to be made. And of course, council may make an amendment to your amendment, but but at any rate, it'll be considered. And well, the other thing too is you might also get some factual information from them that may negate it, or maybe you want to make it more, something like that. So Terry, you want to elaborate on that at least once?
Sure. No, I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, absolutely. I think, anytime, council can give the administration a heads up on something, the better we can be prepared to help you do what you want to do. So especially once this document gets introduced, and the budget will be introduced at the second meeting in May, so not this next council meeting, but the one following. Once that's introduced, if you'd like to propose an amendment, we'd be happy to write that amendment up and be able to calculate all the changes that need to be made to the budget ordinance and have that prepared for you. And then, like I said, I think it makes the process go smoother. Certainly not a requirement, but we would appreciate that and happy to work with you. We can deal with things on the fly the night of as well. It's not our preferred method if we can help avoid it.
It is also easier to not have your idea shut down 6 to 1 live in the meeting. So, not that I've done that last year, but.
Okay, Terry and Dave, are you complete? Yes. Okay. So, Lee? What?
Psych.
I take that back. I've got non-departmental also.
Oh, you do?
Which is,
Yeah. I'm so excited.
I wasn't sure if we were going to need to.
Time up here, like 5 minutes.
This is a quick one. Page 111. So this is where we're going to be adding the janitor position, the part-time janitor position. That's the kind of the biggest change in here. Well, not the biggest change. The other change is the PERS, which I talked to you previously, that's where we're seeing that this gets, this is where the account that, or the department it processes through. So that's where you're seeing that 189,000 there.
That's the PERS on behalf.
For the PERS on behalf. And then what you're seeing for the decreases are really some one-time expenses that we had in last year for special projects. And then down below under transfers, we're going to see a decrease of about 50,000 in there from the senior funds, from some of the changes, that sheet that I handed out earlier today. We'll see an impact there on that also. And that's all I had for that one. Yeah.
I have a question. Has the city ever considered contracting their janitorial opportunity out?
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a great question. We used to. Yeah, we used to, and it became problematic for us. One of the problems that we have, and this problem hasn't been eliminated either, but is we have a public safety building that we do janitorial in, and anybody that's going to be unaccompanied in the public safety building has to clear absent, has to have a background check and have absent clearance. And it may be called something else now, but so it's that security side of it. But we did look at it, and what we found was these 14-hour positions, they come with a little bit of effort, you know, but what we're finding is people that frankly have other jobs that are able to squeeze this one in, and it's been working well. We are proposing to add that 14-hour, an additional 14-hour to give a little bit more coverage, and give a little bit more time to do some of the, you know, when it comes time to maybe do a major floor cleaning project or something like that where you need a little extra horsepower. But again, this takes into account janitorial here, public safety here at City Hall, at the library, and over at the senior center. So, yeah, we did look at it, and we think this was the most cost-effective way we had back then.
Well, before we give Lee the next 2 hours, do we want to take a 5-minute break? Yeah. How about we do that? That gets us back here at 4:05. Okay, it's 4:05, we're back on the record. So we have Public Works, right?
Timer.
All right, so we will start off with safety. Budget's pretty much exactly. Oh, sorry, 118. Yep. So I'm just going to hit some of the highlights here. With safety, as Stephanie already talked about, we do have APRA coming to do training with us on the 12th and the 13th. Part of that is about establishing and setting up safety committees. So we do already have one established with the city, but we're looking at some ways to improve that. So that's one of the things on my to-do list for safeties is kind of reestablishing how our safety committee's done. And shifting some of those role responsibilities. Right now, the safety manager position primarily lies within the building official, which can work if that person has a good, safety background sort of thing. But that is not Chandra's, strong point. She's primarily just a building official, and that's where her career has been. So looking at taking that back up primarily with me and Eric and just kind of reworking how we do that and getting shifting some responsibilities among multiple users so that we're getting different touch points as far as, people that are operating heavy equipment and building safety. So she would be involved, but just getting other points of views to make sure we're hitting all sorts of different things as far as safety goes throughout the city. So with that, we are going to be working on different things like redoing accident report forms and all sorts of stuff just so we can get some better tracking and data going and better follow-up processes to make sure we're actually learning from mistakes and doing things better in the future. So hopefully we evaluate that and get some things moving, have some different performance measures in the future that are a little more reflective of what we got going on in an improved safety culture. So that's about all I have for that. Any questions?
Nice reduction in workers' comp claims.
And if you had specific questions on a lot of that, we'd have to ask Stephanie. She keeps track of all that data and feeds it into this report. So I only have some of that stuff available, or could only answer so many questions on it. Okay, moving on to Public Works Administration. This is page 143. Yeah. So most of the changes associated with this are just the regular salaries and benefits changes as far as budget goes. Public Works Administration mainly comprises me, Lisa, our procurement and administrative assistant, and Eric Jean, our assistant director. So we've got a pretty good team going up there. We've just switched over to Bid Express a couple months ago as far as procurement for RFPs and ITBs. That's been a very successful switch. We've been getting a lot more interest on bids and proposals, and it's easier for contractors to be able to see who else is looking at the project, so they can, subcontractors can throw numbers out to contractors and engage more interest on those types of things. We had 4 bidders on the pump house project, so that was a very successful, very competitive bid. We have a number going out right now, and we also have a ordinance being introduced this next meeting was introduced last meeting for reducing notification requirements. Now that we're using Bid Express, code says we need to notice in newspapers locally for maximum visibility of our projects, and we're getting way more visibility using Bid Express for the contractors to be able to automatically see those notifications as opposed to what we're seeing in the Clarion right now. So in addition to that, there's some goals and responsibilities as far as, how many projects and active projects we have going and what we're looking to close out. And it's going to be an extremely busy summer for us. Main projects we've got going on this summer are the airport runway project. The crack sealing of the apron, Aliac Street, portion of that is going to get repaved, and the storm drain, that's failing, and we just had a huge pothole out there last week because of it. Repaved and that storm drain removed. We've got architectural design services going on at multiple buildings, mostly Vintage Point in the senior center, a little bit here at City Hall. So that's going to be the bulk of what we've going on, in addition to smaller things like crack sealing and all those other things that we have going out to bid. On Monday, actually, is the crack sealing contract. In addition to that, the road specifications are coming up at the next council meeting. We went through the whole draft process with that. The final ones are in your packet after some of the comments that we've incorporated. We have a draft version of water sewer specs, currently internal, that I'm reviewing. Eric put all those together. It's like 150 pages of stuff I need to read through, so it's going to take a little longer to get through that one. But that's next on our list as far as getting something out publicly. And I guess I just wanted to highlight, we've taken on, pretty much all of with Bid Express, all proposals and invitations to bid that the city normally have done. Anything over $35,000 is now coming through our office to put out and make sure that we're getting all the proper documents in. So in the past, other departments would have done those things on their own and put them out on the website. So we've tried to standardize that process and take it over. So everything's consistent. When, Scott's reviewing all of our contracts for everything, he knows that, all this stuff is boilerplate language and hasn't been changed by other departments. So just trying to get all to be a more efficient process. But we've got a pretty great team there. I'm really happy with Eric and Lisa, and Lisa keeps me straight pretty much every day up there. Wouldn't know where I'm going if she wasn't there. So yeah, it's been good, and we'll move on to the next one unless there's any questions.
I just want us to maybe highlight, be aware of, or I'm skipping
Nope.
ahead.
Are you on
Yeah.
the fund? Nope, you're good. Just the loss of capital funding from the state.
I guess I just want to put that out there on our radar for future thinking and planning, that's something that we need to maybe have in the backs of our minds as we're moving forward.
Yep, and I know Terry highlighted that earlier, that, the state is basically only funding, what they need to match for federal grants and stuff like that. We are still seeing a fair amount of money coming through the SRF program. We did get SRF funds for the pump house project. And we had the EPA loan or grants for the blower project. So the SRF program seems to be pretty, I think a lot of that money comes in federally. But as far as other projects like road projects, we're not seeing a ton. We are working with the state on Wildwood and expecting that to get paved this summer. Still had some conversations with them this week, so that still seems like it's in the works to happen. But other than that, yeah, it seems definitely less and less that we're getting major money for funds. And I'll probably hit on a couple specific departments when I get into that. All right, moving on to the shop on 147. So our shop maintains what I think is a pretty significant amount of vehicles. We have 3 staff over there, Scott Morris, Troy, and Mike. Scott's our foreman. They all do a fantastic job over there. I've always been pretty impressed with the work they do on the police vehicles. They basically outfit all of our police vehicles in-house instead of sending those out to any places. Some of the numbers I've seen from going out to the companies that, like the troopers might use, or I'm assuming that's what they do, to get outfitted are extremely expensive as far as a lot of those light kits and stuff that they can order individually and save a lot of money doing quoting processes instead of ordering them in those packages. And as well as whenever there's an issue with it, it gives them a lot of ability to know what's wrong with something, where the wires are, and how to fix it. So they do a great job with that. In addition to that, this last year, Scott did his first auction for the city. So he is just gearing up for the next one that we're going to be doing this summer. And I've asked him to put some outline and some policy in place, procedure as far as how he's doing that so that we can work to firm that process out in the future for it being passed down. He has some ideas as far as the auction of possibly doing it during July when there's more people in town. Maybe putting up some QR codes around like dip neck shacks and stuff like that so people could see that our auction's going off, get more visibility. He felt like we weren't getting a lot of visibility when we just, posted it on our website sort of thing. The people that really go after those things are monitoring those sites daily, but, getting more people looking at it would be a good thing.
Does Bid Express lend itself to that? It's a different process, but it does go out, and contractors see it, so.
No, it's different. It goes through the Public Surplus website, and we get a deal on that with, as a part of AML, some sort of a discounted rate that it goes through, but it doesn't bid do the same thing. Yeah. Other projects they're working on over there is inventory, just trying to continue to work through the backlog of various, pieces and parts of vehicles that we don't even have anymore that we might have parts for. So he's been trying to go through that in his free time, which isn't much to work on that. The one main thing you will see in the budget is the increase to 5041. There's a $4,500 increase in there, and that is for we have a tool replacement allowance for each of the employees there, and that was previously not captured in there, so that was caught by finance this year when we were under budget significantly in there. So just shifting that money in there so that we can handle that in the future. And the main issue I think that Scott has just with vehicles in the future is warranties and recalls that we're seeing. We have a fair number of police vehicles, and every day he seems every Friday he comes in to check in with me and gets mail and stuff like that, and he's like, "It's 2 more recalls." He's just constantly getting recalls for various vehicles, and trying to schedule those to get into the shop is difficult, and trying to make sure we're keeping vehicles in, how serious is the recall, those types of things. So he's concerned about that, just as vehicles have more and more chips in them and things that have to go to a shop to get dealt with. So, any questions on the shop? Okay. Streets Department, 151. So first, I guess I'd like to say I'm really impressed with our streets crew. People thank me for the great job we do maintaining the streets, and that's not me at all. I'm just sitting here in an office and taking phone calls. But Kurt and his staff over there, Bob Dawson, Kurt, and Al are the ones out there doing the work. And those guys are fantastic. I think the biggest thing is those guys really care about making sure that the streets are clear, and they take pride in it, and knowing that they're doing a good job. Those guys will work a lot of hours just to make sure they make a first pass through town so that everybody's getting hit on a snowstorm, and they're not calling it short because they've hit 10 hours or anything like that. So we do have the retirement, I believe that's been announced, of Kurt Brower. This next week's going to be his last week with us. So we wish him well in retirement, but he's going to be hard shoes to fill. So we do have that open right now, and have received several applicants. So we'll start doing interviews for that soon. We promoted Bob Flake into that lead position. He was one of our existing operators. So I'm looking forward to him stepping into that. In addition to that, main things we've done is the street assessment that I think's been talked about several times, but that helped us a lot with planning for the streets moving forward here. You've already seen, what our kind of project list moving forward with for repaving various roads throughout town is, starting with Willow and Airport, moving on to Tinker and Lawton. But it also helped us a lot with the crack sealing. The main budget increase you see for the streets department is in that 4538 repair and maintenance, where we're adding the $75,000 on top of the 50 that we added last year for crack sealing. So that's going out to bid on Monday for crack sealing, and we're basically putting it out so that if the budget is passed with crack sealing funding in here, we can extend that contract starting July 1st once that contract is, or once those funds are available. The main plan to target right now is for the crack sealing this year is Beaver Loop Road is our priority number one. To get some good crack sealing on that because it's in fairly good condition. So we want to make sure it's not deteriorating as it's getting a lot of cracks. And then it's going to be the neighborhood just north of Lawton, east of Tinker, is going to be getting all the asphalt over there crack sealed. Yeah.
So it doesn't seem like it was that long ago that the state did Beaver Loop. And is there any guarantee on that road? Is it the age now that it needs to be crack sealed, or is these premature?
It's not premature, so basically what we'd like to get on a schedule of doing is basically every road is hit every 5 years as far as crack sealing. So it's just preventative maintenance. The quicker we can get out there and, seal up cracks, it just stops water intrusion, freeze thaw, and keeps that asphalt in good condition. So that's the goal of the crack sealing and putting the extra money toward it, is so that every 5 years we're kind of making a loop through town, touching everything up and getting everything in good condition so that our existing asphalt will last longer. So in addition to that, our streets department has been building the floats in-house for the boat launch. They're going to have one set of floats replacing the oldest set of floats ready to go. They all look really nice over there. The other ones are going to have to be built throughout this summer and next winter to be ready to go. Planning on doing that. I want to say we're hoping to have the dock open May 18th. Excuse me. They're waiting for the next low tide, deep low tide, so they can get in there and do the dredging and get all those floats set. We got a little delayed this year. We're usually open around May 1st, but with all the late ice and everything, we pushed that off a little bit. So that's the next good tide that they're going to get in and do that. Heavy snowfall this winter kind of delayed how much free time they had to be working on the floats, so we're just going to get those one really old set of floats replaced. And I don't know if anybody went out there, but you could see one set of floats that was sitting maybe a foot or two higher in the water than the older set of floats that were pretty waterlogged and hanging down there. So those ones will be out of commission. In between all that, they're also going to be working on ditching this summer. We do have money for improving the dock parking lot. So we got quotes to bring in a bunch of gravel there, and we're going to try and freshen up and redo the dock parking lot there, regrade it, get everything so it's a little better shape down there is our plan. So that's kind of the main thing to attack once they get done with sweeping and grading all the roads and probably calcium chloride, is trying to get all that done, and then they'll start working on ditching after that. Other than that, the main things we have is a couple asphalt patches. We have a Webset that we replaced a hydrant on last year. We had to get patched, and we also had the water main break off Schuyler that we have an open gravel patch in right now. So we're going to be trying to get a couple patches done. There's a real bad spot on Main Street addition, so they're just going to be going through the potholes, and we'll probably put in minimal effort into Wildwood this year, as we're hoping for that to get repaved and looking way better than it does. But that's about what I got for streets. Any questions?
It's not a streets question, but since you mentioned the water main break, but water services, are we still having water services freezing?
I have not received any calls. No, I take that back. I got one call this week from a place in Old Town. They were closed all winter, so they went and turned their valve, and they said, we thought it was maybe a hydrant issue. They said, we're getting low water pressure, and I talked to them, they said it was on a Sunday, and I was like, oh, we weren't flushing hydrants, so your water service is frozen. So they were just gonna do a little water and get on, but it could have been frozen a month ago, and they just didn't know about it. So it seems like it's gone down quite a bit.
Yeah, and a lot of those that you were getting notices on were recent services that a contractor and.
What do you mean?
I meant more recent construction, like in the last few years, plastic pipe, that kind of, and maybe in the.
No, I mean, it's quite varied. Some of it's just older houses. We've had a lot of calls this summer that were people, saying, what's wrong with the water? And we say, well, your service is probably frozen. And they were like, well, it's never happened before. And we're getting a lot of that, it was just a lot of people that with the cold temperatures we had, just freezing around town that, weren't used to ever running their water because they never had to before. So it varied. Some people were plastic, and, we're trying to, new construction, we're trying to, do our inspections and make sure everything's buried properly and all that. So it's just varied. We have poor records from a lot of older stuff that was installed to say how deep it is in the ground. So we just don't know. Okay, next is buildings, page 156. So the buildings budget comprises the building official, and it also is our building maintenance department, consisting of Carmel and Terry. We changed this last year during the cycle that we moved Carmel into a foreman position, and he's now managing all the janitors. So he's the one that was also bringing up having that floating position that we could move around. So although the janitors are under him, the janitorial positions are all still within the departments that they're actually operating under, not in the buildings budget, if that makes sense. So Carmel's done a great job putting all the janitors into one place. I think it's helped with consistency across the positions. He's coming up with weekly, monthly, yearly checklists of things so that we'll have things for that floater position to work on that are kind of the special yearly projects that we want to get done, be it, some window washing or, carpeting, shampooing, other things like that. Chandra is our new building official. I think she's been here just about 3 months, so she's getting settled in as we're kicking off here on the summer construction season. We just approved the contract for the new permit software that we've discussed several times. So we've got all the paperwork signed with them, and we are waiting for kind of an implementation kickoff to start with them and hoping to get that rolling. We're seeing lots of good possibilities for that, for, permits for not just public works, but also, maybe animal control and planning and zoning. So we're hoping to really move forward with that project and help with us with a lot of digital record keeping instead of a lot of the paper that I think you've heard discussed about a lot today with various departments that we'd like to get rid of. Main thing on goals is trying to move forward with some more building assessments. Carmel and Terry both built with Parks, the dugouts over at the softball fields last summer. Spent a lot of time doing that, so we always find good projects to take up Carmel and Terry's time because they're both, really kind of jack of all trades guys that are really good at getting all sorts of things done. So we do tend to pull away from their time, but we do want him to continue inventorying all of our buildings and kind of creating assessments of tracking, how old a lot of our boilers or HVAC units and all these types of things are, so that we're getting good life cycles in place, so that we're not, waiting for something to fail and then saying, oh no, we need to replace it. Last thing I wanted to discuss with the buildings department was some fee changes. So we did propose a couple fee changes for the building official or building department this year as far as permits go. We are recommending adding an application fee for the buildings when people are submitting for building permits. So we're recommending a $500 fee there. Previously, or the way it's occurring right now, is people submit a building permit package. We essentially take it and do all the plan review, figure out what their fee is going to be, and then ask them to pay the fee after we've spent hours doing plan review and all the work up front. And then some people never pick up a building permit or just say, I'm not going to do that. So this is similar. I know HEA does a similar thing. If you're trying to get work, you have to pay like a $500 fee for them to give you a cost estimate to actually put in time and effort to tell you what something's going to take. So this would be deducted from the actual building permit fee. So if if the building permit's going to be $2,000, you're going to pay this $500 fee up front. We're going to take that off. So when you pay the next part of it, it's just going to be a $1,500 fee to get the remainder of that. So it's basically just making them put some skin in the game, as far as making sure they're committed to the project and moving forward. So we are also adding recommending an 80 cents per square foot for renovations and remodels. because it's hard to put a lot of value on what those are going to be. We use IBC building codes for, a residential building of X square foot is, at this dollars per square foot per the IBC. That's what the assessed cost of the structure is. So we just plug that in per the IBC tables, and then our permit fees that are already in our fee schedules create a dollar figure based off that. So it keeps up with inflation because as the IBC changes, tables change and say construction's getting more expensive, our fees are just going to increase based on the IBC. So we don't need to go in there and adjust our fees accordingly. But when somebody comes in and says, hey, I'm going to redo my kitchen, we're just kind of making up a number for how much a kitchen is and agreeing on it. So in this case, we can just say your kitchen's 500 square feet, your permit's going to be 80 cents times 500 square feet, it's $400 permit, whatever it is, so that we can do some level of easy effort. It lets people know exactly how much their permit's going to be, so it'll make the calculations a lot simpler on that sort of thing. Any questions? Next is street lighting. Essentially, nothing's really changing in the budget here, but I did want to touch on some street light things. We are expecting, I got to work with Shelley and Logan to figure out when we can do a presentation. 161. To do a presentation for our streetlight assessment. That's either going to be the end of May or probably the first meeting in June, I'm thinking. I'm supposed to get the draft report for that on Monday from them. I've seen a lot of the pieces and parts of it, and this will just be the kind of the draft of the final report to go through. A couple things that we're going to be doing in relation to streetlights this summer. We made a lot of repairs to lines last year in various things. Did a lot of repairs in Inlet Woods and Woodland subdivision that I think were good fixes. So this summer with some of these funds and some of the capital funds we have, and we have a grant that I've been sitting on and waiting on to replace non-LED streetlights. So we'll, with this assessment completed, we have a big inventory of that, so I can, point to the specific 30 or 40 non-LED lights and put those out to bid to be swapped to LEDs this summer, and that's what that grant was for. In addition, we got a bunch of lights out that we need to order replacements for, and we have a couple issues that we've been waiting for ground to thaw, that we have some damaged lines that we need to fix. And my main plan after that is going to be working on Old Town. We have some old, not great lighting there, and I think we could potentially reduce a lot of that with putting in some more like of our roadway lights that cast a wider net than the Acorn style lights that are out there that don't really provide a lot of light. So I think there's some potential to improve the overall lighting that's down there and put in some cheaper fixtures in the future. The Acorn fixtures that we have down there are very expensive to replace.
Trivial, but the Public Works Director picked those specific lights out of a magazine. And I spec'd them. But anyway, it's time to replace them.
Yeah, and I'm perfectly happy to have that discussion and get everybody's approval on it before we do it, because I believe that was selected as a character of Old Town thing. So it's just something I'd like to look at and see if we can do something that provides better lighting for the area.
So let me ask you this.
Yep.
I think that LEDs were promoted so as to be cost saving.
Mm-hmm.
Have you found that this has been cost savings for utilities?
Yep.
And what is the percentage? Do you know offhand?
I do not know the percentage offhand. A lot of them were swapped before I started, because we have, what is it? We have 302 lights, and I think almost, I want to say it's close to 270 of those are already LEDs. So most of our lights are already LEDs, so and I know it was kind of a gradual shift that they did it over in the past years, so I'm not sure exactly what the switchover is. I could probably get some data on, what the average energy switch is. A lot of what we save, so there's also a break point here. HEA will put in lights, and if we put in a light versus HEA putting in a light, we're paying a meter charge and base electricity charges on that light. So it's cheaper in a lot of cases for us to have HEA go put a wooden pole up and just have a light up in certain places, and that's what we have, a lot of areas throughout town. Now, when we can put a string of 10 lights together all off one, and we're only paying 1 meter charge and paying all that, especially when we don't have lights on in the summer, we're saving a lot of money versus HEA is paying, we're paying the same dollar figure for that light year round every month. It's just a charge that we're paying for that regardless of usage. And they do have a fee based on whether it's an old metal halide or an LED. And it's a little bit cheaper if it's an LED, but it's not a ton cheaper because they're charging you for, you know, the cost of the fixture and all that type of stuff that they're building into that cost. That's all approved through the RCA. Yeah. Did you have something you want to add, Terry? No. Okay.
Just drag this out.
And I think the last thing that we're currently looking at with streetlights right now is Kevin and I are Kevin's kind of taking the lead on it as far as looking at some Safe Routes to School funding. So as part of the Lawton and Tinker project that we're looking at in the future here, we're potentially looking at doing some expansion of lighting over on Lawton or Tinker. I know Lawton has some lights, but is not consistent down that stretch at all. And I've heard of, you know, kids walking down to school there in the dark. So I think that's a potential good avenue there to expand some street lighting.
I know what it was. Do all the lights that we put in, do they have light sensor monitors so that they?
Photo
Yeah.
cells.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Not all of them work, but we try, when we get calls that say, hey, it's the middle of the day and there's a light on, we try to go and take care of that. We have spent a ton of our funding. I think we're almost maxed out right now for our fiscal year going on with street lighting. So we're basically going to be waiting till July 1 before I get started on making some more fixes to street lights.
Is your question, does a photo cell just turns it on when it gets dark, turns it off when it gets light? Or are you talking about, because there are systems out there. There are systems out there that will report when the light is not functioning. And we do not have that technology.
No.
Right. Okay.
You mentioned Lawton. Are you going to put some lights in to the west of the high school too, or does it go that far? I've had some complaints about lighting kind of diminishing as you go that way from the neighborhoods.
I think if I was going to do it and we can get it grant funded, I'd probably be looking at Tinker all the way to, is it Walker? Is that yeah. Yeah.
That covers it.
Lawton, from Walker to Tinker on Lawton.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
So that whole.
That whole stretch, yeah. Because I know there's neighborhoods all the way down there to Rogers and Walker that go down and turn and all that other stuff. Boating facility on page 178, we have really changed. I think the only increase we have is for repairs and maintenance, and that's with doing some cathodic protection on the boating facility on the docks there. Other than that, there's really nothing else to add other than, you know, we're working on the floats. I'd like to get the concrete ramps potentially bid out to get some work done this fall after fishing season's over with some of the remaining grant funds we have there. But that's not too much going on the dock other than floats and ramps. Any questions? And then moving on to utilities, water and sewer fund.
Just give you a real quick count there. Came in 10 minutes under. Nice work, Lee.
Actually, I had 5 minutes under.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, so moving on to water and sewer. We've got the projected revenues. This is the usage fees, interest on investments, the PERS portion, and then kind of a miscellaneous other. We are recommending a 4% increase for FY '27 on the utility rates. I'll let Lee answer that.
So we spent a lot of time reviewing this. We're definitely seeing inflationary costs for chemical purchases, for our staffing, utility costs, everything we're seeing. We did not do any rate adjustment last year to the fees. So we decided to keep it flat last year, just go level. And I think the biggest thing that we're seeing is although our revenues expenses are, fairly matching, the biggest concern for me is long-term capital expenditures. I know moving forward I think I have it as FY '29 off the top of my head, as a potential extremely large wastewater treatment plant project. We just have, our wastewater treatment plant is very old. We have a lot of, just pieces and components over there, like screens and the influent tank and the effluent and the contact chamber that are just not in the best shape. There's potential that it's going to need to be a major overhaul project. So I'm concerned about long-term capital for infrastructure that we need to spend. We're spending quite a bit right now with the pump house and the blower projects going on. And everything else and, lift station projects. So I'd like to start building up some capital, but even though I think it's potentially, we're looking at a bond project for that in the future, but just trying to keep up. And I can show you, if you're interested in coming in, Eric put together with the Rural Water Association, kind of did some evaluations of our utility rates versus other utility rates. And Kenai is one of the lower ones in the state as far as water and sewer goes. And everybody else is doing increases as well. So we think we're pretty justified right now in doing the 4% increase.
Did you say ARWA, the Alaska Rural Water Association? Okay.
Okay, and then the capital projects. We kind of covered these earlier. Water main line improvements, airport reservoir pump, utility truck, effluent monitoring, and water meter equipment and software. And there were no special projects for the water and sewer fund. And then the financial performance. What you're seeing here is again, kind of, we've seen this throughout the day, the yellow line being the fund balance. Where you see that significant drop, that's where our expenditures exceeded our revenues. We had some major projects going there. We had a sledge replacement and digester blower project. That's where we allocated those funds. The peak that you're seeing out there at the top where the revenues are exceeding, that's in part for the leachate that we've been processing, which has been about $340,000 a year. That is coming to an end. It's been nice for us to get that. It's actually been helpful to our system, but that is coming to an end. And so we're reflecting that in the budget as well. And that's where you see a decrease in revenues in the budget too.
Was that coming from the city of Saldana?
Yes.
Okay.
No, or Borough.
Oh,
Borough.
Borough.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I forgot about that. That was a major budget impact, having that leachate go away as far as our revenue side. So main projects we've got going, or we'll talk about staffing first. So we have 7 staff there. James is our utility foreman. Eric does a lot of work as far as the admin side. Eric Jean, our assistant director, managing the utility department, since that's where he came from. And Eric and James can talk circles around me as far as water and sewer goes. But we've got a great staff. We're fully staffed right now. That's the first time we've been fully staffed for a little while. Had a lot of turnover in the last year. But I think we're at a good place. And those guys are all great. I just got a call this week. We had somebody with a broken water main underground that they went into, who's calling, trying to figure out, get his water shut off, and had some issues with his curb stop and all sorts of things going on. And, the guy called me the next day and said, I just wanted to reach out and let you know Eric and Justin Wick that I dealt with on site, those guys were both great, and you just, have some fantastic employees, and they did a great job, and, it's unfortunate I had to deal with it, but, they were doing everything they could to be helpful, so the rare times we get those calls of kudos, we'll take them and pass them on. Main things we have going on right now are obviously the pump house and the blower projects. Blower project has kicked off. We've got excavation going on over there. They've dug out the foundation for the new structure, done a ton of submittals going on that. The pump house, we just finished contract paperwork on, so we've seen a couple of submittals rolling on, and we're starting to get in talks with them for start dates and things like that. We do have the lift station project that we keep kind of starting and stopping on and figuring out some things internally, but I think we're going to get that going here in the next month or two. That'll be out on the street to replace all of the control panels on our lift stations. We just have a lot of aging network equipment and communications on those. We're having a lot of failing issues with. Some of them are on radios that we're trying to get fixed now to get those over to cell networks and things, but hoping to just get better communications. A lot of those are alarms and control panels, and when our guys are getting calls at night, we want that stuff to be reliable so that we can know if a pump's failed on a lift station. Some of them we only have an hour or two that we have to react to those before it might cause a backup somewhere. Other ones can go for a day and it won't be an issue, but we just want to make sure we're getting accurate communications from those. SCADA, that's our supervisory control acquisition and data acquisition software. So we have some old software for our water plant, and we're potentially having some issues with that. We're going to investigate that right now with the contractor for the pump house is our plan, and see what we can do moving forward to that. But we might be having a large change order, or we might be doing a request for proposal soon to try and come up with a path forward on our SCADA system. We're just slowly getting to a point where we can't really service the existing software that we have, and a lot of our infrastructure and stuff associated with that is just getting aging and to a point where we can't really control it very well, and that's not great. So kind of like just with the lift stations, we want to make sure we're getting accurate information on our water system and our pressures and all that type of stuff. So in addition to all that, we are working on, as well as with the building department doing their permits, we're working on the water and sewer standards and permits that I also discussed. I'd like to get our water and sewer permits to where we're capturing a little better data as far as when these water and sewer services get installed, like Henry was talking about earlier with people calling about water and sewer services freezing. A lot of these old ones, we'll check the building permit file and see what we can find for them. We just don't have any information. We don't know. All we have is a date it was installed. We don't know what the material is to tell them if it's copper or plastic, how deep it is, how big it is, any of that stuff. So just trying to build that data so it's better for the future. When somebody calls, a lot of people sell their houses off and somebody buys it in the future, and they just don't have any of this information about the house that they're buying. So we become that repository for them, and it'd be better if we could have a good way to get that to them in the future. In addition, other projects we've got going on is water hydrant flushing right now. So they're starting on the west side of town, or east side of town right now, and working their way west. I think we're going to spend a little longer doing flushing this year than we have in the past. We're trying to make sure we hit every hydrant before they, in a kind of a rush, we would skip hydrants just to try and make sure we're getting a good overall system and not flushing hydrants so long. But I think we're going to spend a little longer on it with staff this year and making sure we're getting a good flush so that we can have good water quality all throughout town. And I already talked about my concerns with the treatment plant that we've got down there, and potential bond project for that in the future. I think that's kind of the biggest hanging out there thing that I've got right now for the utility department, is just what's going to happen with that plant in the future. And as far as hydrant flushing goes, we did apply for a grant with to add more hydrants to our system. So that we can increase our water quality. We did put one in last year where we have a lot of dead end lines where we can't flush water for certain houses, and they might call it the brown water complaint, but there's nothing we can really do to fix it because we have no way to run enough water to actually purge the built up iron and tannins out of that line. So this is kind of the goal of that project, so hopefully we're successful with that grant application and we can move forward with that. And, you know, fire department will be happy too, because we'd be supplying more fire hydrants throughout town. And we're hoping as part of doing the pump house project that helps us with our pressures throughout town as well. We're going to get that big 16-inch water main that's been sitting across the road connected into the system. So hopefully with these new pumps and the new connections, and we can increase some pressures and quality throughout town moving forward to the next year. And I think that's all I got for water and sewer. And, I should say, big change we made this year. The water and sewer budget is now all one budget. This used to be 3 different departments. We had a water, we had a sewer collections, and we had the wastewater treatment plant budget. So we made the request to put them all into one budget this year. Before we'd have just, we're buying boots out of this budget and then, buying it for the next guy out of this budget, and things would get mixed up here and there. So we think this will make it a lot cleaner and easier for the department as far as pulling all the funds and keeping all the costs tracked easier. Sure. Certifications are an interesting thing for water and sewer in Alaska. It's one thing I hear those guys complain about quite a bit. Our state seems to be harder for guys to get certifications to operate the water and sewer plant. So we don't put people typically on call until they have a level 1 operator for all certifications in our department. So there's there's water treatment, there's water distribution, there's sewer collection and sewer treatment. Sometimes, like if you were working in Anchorage, like you might be part of the hydrant crew. So all you're doing is water distribution, and that's the only thing you're earning time for. If you work for City of Kenai, you work on all 4 of our systems all the time. So basically your time split up 25% to each one of those certifications. So it takes our guys a long time to get their certifications because they have to have a year of experience in each of those before they can get their level 1s. So they get their provisionals and things like that and moves on. So it just takes a lot of effort. Now, our treatment plant for water is a level 2, and our treatment plant for wastewater is a level 3. So we only have 2 people with level 3 certs for wastewater treatment right now. So we're trying to get more of those. That's why we have testing requirements that once people qualify, they can move into those. But we have employees that we just hired and moved up here, and they came from states that have no certification requirements to do certain things. So they're moving up here, and they may have years of experience, but those states may have just gone away from even doing testing requirements, and they might have a wastewater treatment testing requirements for certifications, but they may not do anything for water distribution or sewer collections, and that's just a utility operator job. So certifications vary quite a bit throughout states, and it just seems getting certifications transferred up here when people move up here is extremely difficult.
So they don't have the certification, but they have the time and position, so
Correct.
that can transfer, correct?
Yes, they're sometimes. It really depends. Sometimes they'll give them partial credit, not full credit, and it depends what all their experience is in. We've had people that have come from wastewater treatment in the oil fields that they haven't given them time experience for wastewater treatment, even though it's essentially what they're doing.
I do have a question about the security around our water system. Could you address that?
What are your?
Well, there is sabotage.
So I guess the first thing I'll say is we have a system that we took offline in the last month because there was IT notified of us of some potential concerns for a specific component or software that we were using that was supposedly being targeted by Iran. So we took it offline. We have now developed some workarounds that we are using instead, and it was a part to deal with a remote access system that our operators would use. So there was a month there where if they got an alarm notification on their phone, they might be able to check in on their computer and see, oh, it's just this alarm and I can turn it off and I can go back to bed. It's not a big issue. We'll deal with it in the morning. But now they can't check in to do anything that. So for about a month or so there, when anytime alarm went off, somebody had to get up at 2 a.m. and drive to the plant and make sure it wasn't a big issue because our software was essentially cut off because of that. So we take those issues seriously. I mean, other than that, we're a secure facility as far as having things fenced off. We are looking at doing electronic gates at the water treatment plant as part of the pump house and potentially to the sewer plant in the future. We also have some funding set aside for redoing some fencing around those facilities.
Is there cameras around the water treatment plant?
There is not.
Okay, well, I would like to see that maybe on one of your future goals. Thank you.
Quick clarifying question. Was there an actual issue with the software or this was a preventative effort?
Preventative.
Thank you.
Nobody tried to hack us that I'm aware of.
You had big reductions, I mean, you had several reductions, but a couple of big ones were operating and repair services, professional services, and postage. Can you share with us what contributed to that? I mean, it's about $100,000.
I would have to check and get back with you. I don't know those off the top of my head. And it's going to be weird the way, because we combined this all into one, so I'm going to have to dig into each of those. I submitted everything for the three, and then finance combined them into the one. So I'm going to have to look specifically at each of those, but I can look at that and get back with you.
Thank you. I was just curious, because that's a big chunk of money.
So a couple of things. The 48,000 reduction you're seeing there was related to the polymer. And then the $46,000 reduction, actually, it was a reduction of 50,000 in that line item because we had a permit renewal that we just did in the current year. Right.
Yeah, we allocated $50,000 for the permit renewal, and then we ended up, that was for possible consultant services, but Eric and James did all of the permit renewal in-house, and we didn't have to outsource anything, so we actually didn't use that money, but it was in there as a potential special project for if we needed consultant help. And the polymer, we had that in there as well. We recently switched over to a different polymer at the water treatment plant. It was about a year ago. We kept the budget high because it was, we had to switch over twice. We switched over one, and it wasn't giving us as good of a water quality as far as the polymer is just for taking the color out at the treatment plant. And it wasn't giving us the quality that we had with the original polymer, but it was like half the cost of the other polymer that we were changing. So we were able to switch over with a different one with the same company, and now we're getting roughly equal treatment level, but about half the cost of the polymer. So now that that's working, we're taking that out of the budget because we have the lower cost in the budget. We don't need to switch back to the other one.
Do you have any more notes about postage? I'm just curious, because it didn't look like the number of customers changed when we were looking at that earlier today. And I know I still get my little postcard in the mail every month, so I'm assuming others do.
We wouldn't have changed anything for the CCR. So I can't think what that would have been. A lot of our postage in the water treatment is for shipping off for testing. So various tests that we have to ship up to Anchorage to get various water and tests on the treatment plant or the water plant that we can't do, or annual tests and things like that. So that's what a lot of that cost is, but I don't know why we have that much of a reduction. So I'll have to look at that and get back to you.
Well, and for what it's worth, I'm betting maybe there was something big that occurred in the, in this last, because it was pretty, I mean, it was 10,000,
Yep.
8,900, and then 19,900. So something big must have happened last year.
Yeah, I just can't think of any special project we had for postage.
That's why I jumped out.
Yeah,
It's kind of
our
weird. Okay.
consumer confidence reports we do every year, so that wouldn't have been any sort of a change that we would have taken or added, so. But that's what I've got. How'd I do? I don't know what I was thinking. That was good? Okay.
You can come back next year.
And I didn't realize Dave, I was giving some time to Dave do stuff there too, so, you know.
Yeah.
teamwork. I've got to say that before, afterward, before we that would have taken a couple of hours, at least.
So bummed I missed that.
Well, we got some money.
We've still got time today, Savala. All right, so we're on page 252, which I handed out an updated page as we made some changes to this and somehow we broke it and it made its way into the book broken. This is our employee health care fund. And so for this one, what we have is the charges for services and then the participants' premiums and then interest earnings on this fund. And this is where we talked about previously that we're not decreasing the cost to the city, but we are seeing a decrease in what we charge out to the departments from this fund. Because we've built this up to where we've got, we finished last year with just a little over $3 million in this account, and we're looking to kind of get this dialed back more to like $1.5 million is kind of what we're targeting at. And in the current year, we're going to look at reducing that by $350,000 roughly. And so we wanted to kind of just slowly do this over a period of time. Certainly, as we see rates increase, that might be opportunities where how we cover some of those increases that we get to over time. But then you can see down below, and it's been kind of confusing in the past. We decided, because this is one where it changes at January 1. It doesn't follow our fiscal budget, it follows a calendar budget or a calendar year, not our fiscal year, which goes from July to June. So that's where we did see that we did have a decrease for employee cost in 26, and then we've anticipated a slight increase that would go into effect January 1st of 2027.
So the only thing I'd like to do maybe a little bit for council, and you guys tell me if this is redundant, but I really just want to talk a little bit about how this fund mechanically works. So if you look at page 252 in the new handout that you just got, you've got the revenues in the fund, and then you've got the expenses of the fund. The expenses are the costs that we are paying to outside parties for these benefits for our employees. And you can see that, the projection for fiscal 26 is about 3.15 million. We're projecting about 3 million in fiscal 27. So you're not seeing a huge 25% reduction there. Where we're talking about a reduction is this fund accounts for all of those expenses that we pay, and then we determine a billing rate that we're going to bill other city departments where the employees actually work. Okay, and that's the revenue side of this. That's what's up here in the top side. So the revenue that comes into this fund, the charge for services, so for each department of the city that has a full-time position, we're billing them. Last year, we billed them $26,722 for the benefit for that position. This year, that's dropped down to $20,000. And it's because we've been building too big of reserves, and the reserves of this fund have been growing. So we're ratcheting that back, and that's why you see the health insurance savings in all the other departments of the city. Also, what's revenue in this area is this is what employees pay for their share of the premium. So when we talk about down below, an employee only on our fully insured plan, low deductible plan, they're paying $168 a month. If they're on our high deductible plan with an HSA, they're paying $152 a month. All the way up to, if you have family coverage, it's $486 a month. So I know it's confusing, and I'm trying to help explain that a little bit, but the cost of providing employee health care has not gone down by 25%. The cost we're billing ourselves for providing that, we're reducing by 25%. And the result of that, like Dave said, is this is what we're trying to avoid, is that where that yellow line is right now. That yellow line's gotten too high. And the result of that getting too high is we're billing ourselves too much money, and we're putting money that we can put into other services here in the city, or into capital, or into something else. We're gonna start putting it into that rather than keep building the reserves of this fund over here. So over time, we're hoping to reduce those reserves, and like Dave said, bring this from 3 million back down to 1.5 million. It's gonna be a balancing act. I think you're gonna see, we reduced it a lot this year. You're gonna see that gradually start to come back up, and hopefully we find a happy landing spot about that 1.5 million in reserves. I know it's a little confusing, but I think this is really important, and we're absolutely maintaining the same level of service or benefit for our employees. Our costs really haven't gone down out there at the third party. I think we've done a hell of a job at the city of trying to limit what we pay and been pretty creative with our plans. But the 25% savings you're seeing in all the other departments doesn't mean we're paying Premera any less.
So, are we somehow self-insured? If I misunderstood?
Yeah, great question. No, kind of, sort of. Kind of, sort of. So we're in what they call, our broker likes to call it self-funding light.
Bud Light?
So what that means is, in a sense, what we negotiate with Premera is a premium that we're going to pay. Now, that premium includes a couple of components. They define these buckets. One bucket is our claims bucket. This is how much money out of your premium you're going to be allotted to pay for claims. It also has a component for administration, overhead, and profit of Premera. What happens is no matter what actual claims come in at, we pay no more than that original premium. However, if we don't pull all the funds out of that bucket, Premera says, if you renew with us, there's the catcher, there's the catch. If you renew with us in the subsequent year, we will share with you half of the savings from those claims that you didn't spend. Well, this year, that was about $180,000. We got that check, we brought that to council. That's why we did a premium holiday, to share some of that back with our employees who are paying 15% of that premium as well. So is it a fully self-insured environment? No. Is it a fully insured environment? No. So I think we found kind of a sweet spot, and it's been working for us. I think 2 out of 5 years we've received a significant refund on premium, and we've also kept our renewal rates down. I think we achieved a 4% this last year, which is, our broker told us going in and expect 10 to 12. That's what we're seeing, and we came in at 4. But I think that's a result of our claims history as well. But so we're in the middle.
So Terry, understanding the graph, the yellow there, the yellow, the end dot there represents funds that employees paid as well as the city, those funds, and then that's what we're giving back part of what they had in. Well, if you could explain that.
Sure. So what our cost share to our employees is predicated on now is 15% of the Premera premium. And I think that's the transition we made. It used to have a lot of other components that only a few of us here at the city understood. So now an employee can look at the quoted rates we get from Premera, and they can multiply that by 15%, and that's what they're going to pay. So our employees, they have some skin in the game in this. And when we get those refunds coming back to us, we feel like it's appropriate that, they paid, theoretically, they paid 15% of that $180,000 that we got back. And, so we think that in order to incentivize or keep them aware of doing good medical practices, getting your preventative care, going and getting your physicals, checking your blood pressure, everything that, we can do to help keep our large claims and things down, that it was prudent to share some of that back with the employees. They paid for it anyways, but it's also a good reminder for them that if we all continue to work together, we can try to do our best to curb some of this and some of these cost increases, because healthcare is still one of our largest, at around $3 million. $3 million, we have, less than 110 full-time permanent employees? $3 million.
So that graph, the yellow there, and I'm just repeating, I think what you just said, it does represent what the employees put in, and it kind of helps justify in a graphic. Glenis is saying no, but you just said that the employees pay in a percentage, and that exceeded what was actually due. So that's why we reimbursed them through the holiday. So that would help reduce the fund balance, which is the yellow, which includes the money employees put in.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's definitely a component. The lion's share of that
I'm
is.
just trying to understand it out loud.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no, employees are absolutely responsible for some of that. The lion's share of that, I think, we had some pretty conservative assumptions. Conservative being we overestimated what premium increases were going to be over time. We underestimated or overestimated what utilization was going to be. And so our expenses were coming in well below what we were projecting they were going to be. And our revenue side, because we were billing ourselves, came in surprisingly right where we thought it would be because we controlled that. So yeah, it built these reserves over time, and we're just, it got to the point where, like I said, there's no benefit to the services we provide by having a massive fund balance sitting over in this employee healthcare fund. It really needs to be back in the funds, the operating funds, that can use it and put it to work.
Thank you. That graph is very helpful to me now that I better understand it.
And then we'll move on to the general land sales permanent fund. So the revenues on this fund are, it's based on interest, well, primarily interest. If we have any land sales, this is where you would see that. We don't project land sales because we don't always know from year to year what we're going to be selling. If we had a heads up, and also you never know what the price is that you're going to get for that. So this is just showing a kind of the history of this. And on this fund, annually, we would essentially, pay ourselves a dividend of 4% off of this would come into the general fund if we hit the excess inflation adjusted principal balance. So we inflation proof this account. And if we don't hit that inflationary rate, where you can see in FY23, we didn't, and so therefore we didn't have a distribution.
Well, and that's also, if council remembers, that's because this fund was created in charter. So the city's charter, and it says in city charter that you cannot spend the corpus of the fund. So what we're employing here is very much like the Alaska Permanent Fund scenario, where we monitor and created basically an earnings reserve. So as earnings happen year over year, we track those earnings. Sometimes those earnings get gobbled up, like in FY23, by a significant market adjustment. And we went from having $428,000 surplus in the earnings reserve the prior year to a negative earnings reserve. We couldn't pay a dividend that year because if a dividend or a transfer came to the general fund, it would have decreased the corpus of the fund. So, you know, the projection is for this fund to return, you know, our long-term projections are just south of 7%, I believe, that we get from Alaska Permanent Capital. We plan to pay ourselves 4% a year if there's an earnings reserve available, and the other roughly almost 3% is to inflation proof. So, you know, over time, we think we've built a model that consistently the general fund can become more reliant upon that transfer every year. And you can see at the end of calendar year 2025, that earnings reserve was back at, you know, almost 600,000. So very capable of the transfer of 176,000, I think is what's being projected. So, and that's contrast to our airport fund. It doesn't have the same limitation in charter.
And the next slide here is just kind of showing that performance and showing how it's kind of constantly growing over the years, and just the ups and downs with the market, or if we have land sales.
Right there in 22, you can see was that huge decline. That was that market adjustment.
What do we want that fund to remain at? I know the last one we wanted at right around 1.5. Is there a set rate that we look for on that one?
Yeah, our goal for that one, again, I think charter dictates it. One, we can't touch the principal. So the policy that's been drafted with our financial advisors is we try to create a fund that can spin off 4% a year and inflation-proof itself, and, you know, maintain that corpus of the principal balance. So what do we want it to be? We want it to be as big as it can be some point in the future, but, you know, we're trying to make sure that we also inflation-proof it, because make it worth what it is 10 years from now, what it dollar for dollar should be today. And so.
Yeah, thank you for that, and thanks for repeating yourself. I appreciate it. Sorry.
Airport land sales, permanent fund, again, for the most part, set up the same way, but not completely. You know, we do have some contracts out there where people are making payments, and so that's where we have interest on those contracts included in this one. If you'll bounce to the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, we're on page 250. And with this one, the payment's made based on the 5-year average. And for this year, it's at the 3.8%. So we're looking at $1,151,000 that will be going into the airport revenues. And that's where we talk again about, this makes up about 30% of the revenues for the airport fund.
If I could, Dave, before we did this, before we invested this money, it was a very negative line, and we would have been out of money, Terry, in 2016, 2015, say, you know, I mean, the airport would have run itself into the ground financially. And the city council at that time chose to go through this process, and it's recovered very nicely. Terry was part of that, 2008, I recall.
It was 2008, and I'll give the majority of the credit to my predecessor, Larry Simmons, started that process. I was, you know, lucky enough to bring it over the finish line. We transferred, wow, don't hold me to those numbers, but I think around $14 million we rolled in late 2008. It was Very advantageous. This was right after the housing crisis and a major market correction. I will never forget how many meetings I had in Rick Cook's office between, November of '08 and March of '09 when we'd lost $1 million of 14 million, and he did we do the right thing? Do we need to bail out of this? And it was just like, and I know Rick was calling Larry, and I'm okay with that totally too. And Larry and I we were unified. We had the same message. It's the same message I would say to this council today. Just stop watching the news, stay the course, trust our investment methodology. Since that date, we invested like $14 million to start. I think since inception, we've earned just right at an 8% annualized rate of return on this fund. That thing's grown to $30 million, and we've spun off, I don't even know how much money at this point, $15-20 million worth of funds for operations at the airport. And don't forget, it's like 30-some% of the airport's revenue to operate the airport now. So I appreciate your words, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a great success story for the city, and something that really will benefit, hasn't just benefited the people for the last 15-20 years. It's going to benefit everybody in this community for the next 100 years if we stay the course.
Just real quick, is this the money that that people in the community talk about, we're hoarding our money, that we're so rich?
Yeah.
Is this the fund?
Great question. I wish I could say I think that this is it. I don't know where they think we're hoarding money. I mean, I think, we're very transparent. You can look at the fund balance policy in the general fund. And yes, we have very healthy reserves in our general fund as well. We're starting to spend those too. And so the city of Kenai is very financially sound, absolutely. These permanent funds, one, are dictated either by charter, which only the people have the ability to change, by the way, or they're dictated based upon a deed that transferred ownership of the property to the city in 1963 for operations and maintenance of the airport. So I think we have a legal obligation to the federal government to utilize revenues we receive from the lands that they deeded to us to continue operations of the Kenai Municipal Airport. So is this yes, I think this could be one of those pots of money that people think we're sitting on, but there's very good reasons why we are, very legal reasons why we are.
And Terry, just to go into that a little bit further, it would be a diversion of funds if the city were to buy or use those money to buy a road grader or do something else. You want to explain that, because I think that kind of nails that coffin closed.
Sure. Revenue diversion is something we take very seriously. We're unable, well, I don't know, we're unable. It's wrong for us to divert city resources or city cost to the airport to pay for things that aren't for the betterment of the airport. What's at risk, what people need to understand is what's at risk if we start to violate those covenants. I sign a grant assurance, every city manager, not just me, every city manager signs a grant assurance with the federal, with the FAA before we get a grant. And we've got a $22 million grant to redo our main runway on our airport. Those grant assurances say things like we're not doing revenue diversion. And they monitor this stuff, and they're double checking on this. So, the general fund can't utilize a piece of airport land without compensating the airport, except for in certain cases. The softball fields here in town are on airport land. They allow us to use land for community parks and things. If that land over there is ever needed for an operation at the Kenai Municipal Airport, we won't have softball fields sitting in the middle of town. There's just things people need to understand about how our funding works and the commitments that we make in order to receive, tens of millions a year. in funding. We're looking at, over 3 to 5 years at the airport getting in excess of $50 million worth of assistance from the federal government. That's what we'd be jeopardizing by having the airport pay. If you want to know how ridiculous this gets, like, we have to call the FAA. I remember one year, it was a few years back, we had a ton of snow. I called the street department and I'm like, hey, it's about time to go blow the soccer field over at the high school. Yeah, Terry, I don't know that we're going to be able to do it this year. Our equipment's not big enough. I'm like, yeah, well, that's not an option, guys. Like, we have to find a solution. Well, can we use the airport blower? I don't know. We call the FAA and, they got 100 questions, because the last thing we want on the front page of the paper is some reporter to put a picture of this big airport blower blowing snow at the high school, and we all think it's great, and the FAA slaps us with a revenue diversion clause. It's serious stuff, and there are serious ramifications. So, us being true and maintaining these funds in the proper way and utilize them like we're supposed to, I think is critical to the long-term success of us operating. Again, we're one of 3 municipalities in the state of Alaska that have a Part 139 airport. All the rest are state-owned. All the rest are ran by state DOT. So it's a big responsibility, but it's a huge asset to this community. Huge asset. We are the gateway to the peninsula. It is a huge economic engine for this community, and we think direct air service to lower 48 is the next step in that.
So debt service fund, go ahead and bounce. This shows that for the 2027 budget, we're going to have $125,000. The only debt service we have is the bond for the library. And as we move to the next slide, you'll see that we're down to 4 years left, and that will be gone. That graph, the blue part shows our outstanding debt. The red part's the principal, the green part's the interest, and it shows how it's quickly diminishing and going to nothing.
Was that a variable interest rate or was that a fixed? Because I know on this document, it looks like it was a variable from 2% up to 6.341.
Yeah, great question. It is variable, just in the sense that when you're issuing bonds, depending on length of maturities and things like that, they try to take advantage of the yield curve and where things are in the yield curve. So every component of that issuance can be at differing rates. We tend to blend those rates over time to like effective interest rate over the whole term of the project. We also defeased the original bonds, so at year 10 those bonds were callable. We obviously didn't have the funds at that point in time to, well, maybe we did, but we didn't devote the funds at that time just to completely pay the bonds off. We actually, like you might think about refinancing your house, we refinanced our debt at year 10. We put money into a defeasement account, meaning that we effectively put the funds to, we issued new debt. That new debt took a portion of it, put it into an account over here to extinguish the original debt, and we dropped our interest rate for the last 10 years. Because, as you step farther out in debt issuances, you're going to pay more interest at the longer terms, because that's the greatest risk. Everybody knows what rates are here in the short term. Nobody knows what they're going to be in 20 years. So yes, they were at variable rates. They're kind of all over the place. We look at it as more of a blended, and our payment schedules get to it more as a blended rate too. So, and we issued these through the Alaska Municipal Bond Bank.
And then for equipment replacement fund, the departmental charges is what we charge out to the departments, and this is based on kind of that repayment, you will, or future. As we buy equipment, we basically look at what future costs are going to be, future projections. That's what we charge, and go to the next slide, I believe. So that kind of shows what those payments, each piece of equipment, and then on the far side is what those payments are going to be each year or for the year to the departments. And the next one will show that what we're looking at this year is buying a fire tanker. As Chief said, this is going to be replace an engine. It's just to haul water, so it doesn't need to be a full-blown engine. One of the benefits of that will be it only takes one person to operate that piece of apparatus, where typically an engine, you've got an engineer and a captain at a minimum, two bodies on that, and typically a firefighter to go with them if they're on a response. So that's what he's reassessing and looking at that. We've got an aerial bucket truck that we need to replace, and that's projected at $174,000 for that. And so
That's for streets.
That's for
Don't
streets,
confuse
yes,
that with
yes.
the aerial at the fire department.
Yes.
It's $3 million.
And then this is showing how this fund has been building, but the biggest reason for this being as high as it is because of that aerial apparatus that we need to purchase. That it's been, it was due last year, I think, and so I know Chief put in for a grant for that. He's looking at other ways just because the cost on those have gone up so much in the last few years here. But then also he's looking at other options versus a full-blown ladder with with that tower, with that platform on it. So that's why this fund has such a high fund balance. Once we buy that piece of apparatus, it's gonna significantly drop.
What do we do with the nicely used ladder truck?
Sell it.
In the market? Can we auction that, or do we give it away?
I think code permits either both. I mean, to give it away, we'd have to find another agency that may be in need, but that I think all comes back before council. But generally, we put these up for auction, and I think generally what you're seeing is, not fire departments buying them, but other people buying them, taking, the motors out of them, the pumps out of them. And I mean, the guts are still, really good. The beauty of these equipment replacement funds is, one, they do a couple of things effectively. They're really designed to smooth the impact to an operational budget. Okay, so you can understand, how much your budget, you'd have to explain your budget increasing year over year by $3 million. And that $3 million could just be the purchase of a fire truck, right? So the idea of these internal service funds or these equipment replacement funds is to bill yourself. So in year one, they bought that ladder truck over there. For the next 33 years, we pay an annual amount into a fund that at the end of 33 years, when we have to go buy a new ladder truck, we already have the funds set aside. And those funds are available. That's why this fund builds reserves like that. Every bit of those reserves can be linked to a piece of apparatus or a piece of equipment to justify why we have those funds. We have schedules that go out 20, 30 years looking forward on what we target is when we're going to replace equipment, what we think it's going to cost when we get there. And believe it or not, we're not always right. I mean, when you're going out 30 years on apparatus. But, I think that's where what we ask of all of our departments, like Chief Teague, is, I know what it says is in there for you to replace. Is there a better way to do it? Is there a more efficient way to do it? Do we really need that piece of apparatus? Can that thing last for another 5 years? And so we've been able to stretch our funds in these. This one's been around for quite a long time. The equipment replacement. We put the fleet replacement in the last 10 years. Fleet replacement is more for your daily driver vehicles, not graders, snow blowers, fire trucks, things like that. And the other beauty about these internal service funds like this is the people that live here now that are receiving the benefit from us owning this equipment, every year they pay a little bit of a charge for that. So that in 30 years, if they move away, they got the benefit and they paid for everything that they got. And we have the funds to buy it for the next generation, and then they get to pay for it as they are here to utilize it. And rather than, save, and then spend money, and then you move away and you never got the benefit of using the thing that you had to pay for that you never got. So I think these funds really work well, but every dollar of that yellow line can be accounted for in a piece of equipment, tell you when we think we're going to replace it and why it's there. So it does grow, and then it crashes when you spend a lot of money.
I think it also gives us the benefit of potentially saving money as well. We're never in a position where we're financing something, so we're not paying interest. We potentially are earning interest on what we're saving.
Yep.
So we're making a little and saving a little. It's like to me, it seems like a Christmas club account, sort of. You put in a little bit of money in, and then when you need it, it's there.
I am curious, though, from what Chief Tig was talking about, going with tanker trucks rather than the full apparatus, which is something I don't think we were contemplating or I was understanding, nor the ladder truck, and getting it seems like we're going to be way money ahead here in the next few years. Are you kind of looking at that based on what he's projecting his needs are? They've changed.
Yes and no. I think my memory serves me correct here. I think so as we talk about the ladder truck, I think we had about 1.3 set aside for that. We're looking at 1.9 for something like that. This Quint, so the Quint doesn't have the big platform on it, but it's got a ladder to it, and it has a nozzle up on the top of that allows them to get the height advantage that they need sometimes when they're at a fire. So there's different levels that kind of can meet the same needs, and so it's kind of like that's what he says. We're kind of doing a needs assessment of what do we really need this apparatus to do. That's where when they looked at this engine, well, here's I think we had a little over 600,000 that we had earmarked for this. Well, that cost savings that we're going to look at having there, we're going to be able to apply that to that ladder truck or that Quint that we end up getting where we're short. And we'll see that in the fleet equipment as we talk about that here shortly, that we saw some savings this year, but last year we ran over on the vans for the senior center, but this year we went about 15,000 over last year, but this year we saved about 10,000 on some new vehicles that we're currently in the process of purchasing. So that's part of this fund too, is that, yeah, some places you might have a savings, other places you go over. The key is to never fully expend those funds, so that you're always replenishing it, so you're able to fund and pay for future purchases.
And assumptions have changed over time. Like when I started at the city, the assumption in this fund was half of the fire apparatus that we'd be buying would be replaced with grants. So they would get 50% grants for these. We started to curb and change those assumptions as that reality got less and less and less. So assumptions change over time too. Fortunately, we have sometimes 15, 20, 25 years in order to implement change, so it doesn't hurt so bad all at once. But yeah, those assumptions do change over time.
So here's the fleet replacement. Again, looking at the departmental charges, interest on investments, other incomes, just looking at what we might receive in auctions and that as we sell off some of the older equipment. And then this again is at schedule. And again, we talk about, how we talk about that yellow line. As we add to that every year, it's based on every piece of equipment. So we can always tie those dollars back to a given piece of equipment as to what we've put away for that fund. And hit the next one. So coming up, in the current year, or in 27, we're going to be looking at a couple of trucks for the shop and then 2 police vehicles.
And I think if you reached out to the department heads, the other benefit of putting these funds in place is that we've really been able to modernize some of our fleet. And, you know, police, I think Dave would sing the praises of this program and the number of patrol vehicles that they've gotten for staff. So I think, you know, we've got better quality, and like I said, this is a hell of a list of vehicles that the city's maintaining. And, but we're also contributing about $175,000 a year on an annual basis to keep that fleet going.
This is a very not important question, but I have been curious for a while. Why did we move from red to blue on our police vehicles?
I've got the answer to that one.
Because that's what the department wanted.
I want to kick this to the next chief. It'll be the next chief. Dave gave me the next chief answer to my tough question. No, I think it was just a matter of department and what they wanted. So different chief probably had a different desire for what they wanted.
We only had two, I think we only had two red ones. That was a Gus thing, which I supported wholeheartedly. I still bleed red, so
Yeah, I
I
still
get it.
support the red
But-
police cruisers.
Yeah, so there was, yeah.
Well, that is this. Okay, well, thanks for the reason. I don't like it, but okay, thank you.
I hear where you're coming from.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll kick it back over to you, but I just want to take just 1 minute and just say, you know, thank you again. I know it's been a long day. Honestly, this meeting, I don't know about for you, but this meeting for me is energizing because my staff doesn't get a chance, they don't get very many opportunities just to sit and talk about what they do. I feel like I see the pride in the work that they do when they sit here in front of you and talk about what their departments do, what the people that work for them and with them and everything that they do. We've got a great team at the City of Kenai. You know, you got to see a large part of it here today. It's why I'm so thankful for the job that I have to be able to work with these people. And, but we're also here to answer any tough questions you got. And if you don't have them right now, but they come up, let's talk. And this goes from my document that I transmit to you, and you guys get to make it your own. So looking forward to that process and really appreciate your time today. I know it's been a long day.
Okay, moving down our agenda, do we have anybody online? So we have no public comments. That brings us down to additional council comments. And Councilmember Grimmy? Councilmember Sonart?
I would just like to thank every one of the employees here at our fine city who came in, gave their presentations to help us have a greater clarity about our budget and answer our questions extemporaneously. And thank you, gentlemen, for this very comprehensive document. And I recognize all your intense work that went in to create this. And I'm very proud to live in Kenai, very proud to serve as a council member. So thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Casano?
Thank you. Well, it's hard to follow that one, but I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you to both of you. I know the work that you guys put in especially, and thanks to your staff. And yeah, I appreciate everyone's efforts. I know how much effort goes into putting together a budget for this. I appreciate them taking their Saturday to be here, especially those that had to, you know, kind of play waiting game. And so, yeah, thank you very much, and appreciate your efforts on it.
Thank you. Same here. I appreciate both you, Dave, and Terry for you putting this on. And I realize it's not your document, not completely. You're responsible for it, but the staff that did help put that together and then spoke today, I think that's hugely valuable. And as a newer council member, when we started doing this some years ago, I learned what those different departments did. Well, all of them, frankly. There were just lots of details I didn't know. Down at the senior center, I still find that to be a complicated thing that goes on down there with the different fundings and where it comes from. But it's complex, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate what they do down there. And I learn more every year as we do this. So with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Logan, for being here on your Saturday.